Okay. Good morning, everyone. There was a slight audio issue, but it looks to be fixed. I hope you're all doing well today. I am doing pretty good. Let me just double check to make sure all of my technical stuff is working. Yep. Now that I fixed the mic. Okay, yeah. Looks like everything is good on my end. And, well, today we're back to Mushoku Tensei, because that's how my streams all started, and that's what I want to keep doing on Sundays. Those of you who do watch the daily streams I've been doing of working my way through the anime for the tier list, the VODs for those are now unlisted. I'm going to keep them unlisted from now on, just because they were kind of clogging up my channel and I didn't really like it. If you want to watch them, there's going to be a playlist. There is a playlist for them, so you can get that either going to the channel directly, or I have a community post that has linked it as well. So yeah, that's why if I know there are some people who do watch the VODs, that's why you don't see them anymore. Okay, but so onto Mushoku Tensei. I know it's been a little bit since we've been doing these, just for various reasons, but one thing, I'm going to try to do things a little bit differently today. So the way I used to be doing things is I would, excuse me, I would watch the episodes we're going to watch. I would watch them on my own time, taking notes and doing all that stuff and just getting ready for the stream, over preparing just to make sure I have plenty of stuff I want to talk about, have my thoughts in order. Lately, one of the things I've tried to do is, Yogeller TV, thank you for the follow. One of the things I tried doing recently is tried watching it without taking notes, just to see if I can, still sustain a decent conversation just by paying attention and not having to write down my thoughts. I think that went relatively well. So now I'm going to actually try doing this without watching ahead of time at all. Just because it'll be nice if I don't have to spend an hour to prepare for each stream. Not counting any time I do spend like editing and messing with stuff. And because YouTube unfortunately does have to have the filter back on, I don't really have a strong reason to mess with the audio anymore, so I don't actually have to record and edit everything anymore. So that is the reason I'm going to be doing things a little differently today, and it's definitely not because I've been playing way too much Hades 2 and that kind of took over my life. Yeah, that's what we're gonna go with. Okay, I know I'm obviously joking, but there is definitely that was a factor, but I also do genuinely want to try seeing how well we can do with just without having the excessive preparation ahead of time. So for the first time, this is actually something I have not personally seen. So yeah, let's just get right into it. Okay. Oh, and just to catch everybody up, since I know it's been a while since we've done one of these, we just saw Norn and Aisha return, and Ruijerd's with them, so that's kind of where we are at this point. I'm excited because Aisha's a great character, and I really like Norn's arc. Hey, what's up, guys?
妹を護衛してくださってありがとうございます。礼などいらん。子供を守るのは当然のことだ。パウロの手紙に書いてあった護衛はルイジェルドだったか。確かにこれほど頼りになる男はいないな。ルイジェルドさんはあれからどこにいたんですか?
Actually, now that I think about it, I never really thought about this when I was first reading the books, but it's actually like a very different Rudy that's meeting Ruijerd at this point, even though Ruijerd is going to be mostly the same. So it's actually like interesting because Ruijerd took on some kind of a pseudo parental role. So it's going to be interesting to see just how their relationship dynamic changes. Oh yeah, thank you. I ended up deciding to commission that, and I actually really like how it turned out. And the program to make it actually work on stream like that was a lot easier to mess with than I wanted to, and it was also way cheaper than getting a VTuber avatar would be. So yeah, kind of the best of all worlds.
2年ほど南部の密林地帯にいた。その後はイーストポートに向かい、そこでお前の父親と出会った。 娘をお前のところへ向かわせると言っていたから、ジンジャーと俺が護衛に申し出た。
Oh, yeah, I forgot Ginger's coming back here. Yeah. She was I really liked her as a character in the books. She wasn't that significant, but the amount we saw was great. Oh, yeah.
そういえば、スペルト族が恐ろしいと教えてくれたのはロキシーだ。
Okay, and I like how this all comes full circle here. How Roxy was the one who kind of tried to instill that initial fear of the Supered onto her. And that was essentially while there was definitely a very real bigotry and fear of the Supered, Roxy kind of took it to the extra level because her character arc was all about essentially her childishness and trying to grow out of that childishness. And where the journey she went on up to meeting Rudy for the first time was one where she was very competent and she was an adult by that point. But she really wanted to act like an adult so much that it actually kind of backfired and people could tell she was putting on an act. And, desperately wanting to escape that childish appearance. I mean, because she looked like a child and she also acted like a child. These are two things she kind of wanted to rebel against. And it wasn't kind of until after getting humbled by Rudy and kind of going on her own journey, reevaluating herself, and not focusing so much on trying to put forth an adult persona and more just trying to focus on self-improvement and internal stuff. That's when she actually started to act like an adult for real and people started respecting her as such. But that childishness kind of reflected in a lot of little mannerisms and funny little things, so it was done as comedy at some points. And one of those things that ended up being reflected in was the fact that she still kind of had that childlike fear of the Supered, because the Supered were essentially the boogeyman in this world, where they said, "Oh, you better you better be behaved, or the Supered are gonna get you." That kind of thing. So she still had that visceral fear. So while people were afraid of the Supered, she was afraid of it like a kid would be afraid of them. So it's kind of nice to see it all come full circle, where Roxy was still scared of him when they met, but she was a much more mature character by that point. So, and then it all comes back to Rudy. So it's like they set all this up, and it's nice to see it all kind of finally come together and come to a relative conclusion.
仕方あるまい。それにしても随分と早かったですね。お前の妹が張り切ってな。どっちの？アイシャの方だ。あの子の提案で対象キャラバンの護衛として乗せてもらって効率よく移動できた。だが久しぶりにこき使われた感じがしたな。それはなんというか、うちの妹が大変なご迷惑を。
Yeah. One thing I'm curious to see how they'll handle in the anime is Aisha specifically, because in the books, Aisha is like a legitimate genius. Like, she's child prodigy. Like, she has essentially an adult level intellect. And when she grows into an adult, she's always going to be smarter than everyone around her, essentially. And the idea is that a lot of people compare her to Rudy because Rudy is also, because he was born with an adult's intellect, because he reincarnated. Everybody assumed he was a genius. I mean, he is smart, but they assume he was essentially, like super crazy, insane intelligence because of how he grew up. Aisha is kind of like that, but for real. Like, she's actually a genius. And the anime, I feel like when she was introduced, they definitely showed her as being a lot smarter than she let on. Like, definitely was highly intelligent. I'm not sure they quite sold the super genius that she is. So I'm very curious to see if they'll actually how they'll handle that, because I think that was a very interesting aspect of her personality and her character, and it also fed into her character arc. Unfortunately, I had to put a filter over it, a semi-transparent filter, so that's because YouTube has been a little bit more aggressive with the copyright stuff lately. Oh, and why? Sorry, my thing is not. Let me fix that. Sorry, my on-screen thing should be moving, but it is not, so I just gotta fix that. But yeah, unfortunately that filter is for copyright reasons. It's not ideal, but last couple of Mushoku Tensei streams we've been doing, it's been catching the visuals, so I gotta kind of go back to the filter until I figure out a more permanent solution. At some point I'm gonna play around with the settings in OBS, and sorry, I'm just kind of killing time just while I wait for my program to pop back up. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, there we go. I don't know why that was fucking up, but yeah, that's fixed now. Okay. Sorry about that. But yeah, unfortunately, the I use the black and white Buena Village as the filter for that, so it's not ideal. Maybe I'll figure out a solution someday, but that's just kind of what we got to work with if you're watching on YouTube. If you really want to, you can watch on one of the other two platforms I'm currently streaming on. I mean, again, I would like it if people could just watch it on the platform that they prefer, but yeah, the other two don't have as robust technological systems, so I get to play the stuff normally there. And I'm not worried about any like actual legal trouble because I think I'm doing this in a legally protected way. But yeah, I'm very curious to I'm very curious to see okay, yeah, that's fine. The only downside to Twitch is that I can't show combined chat because of their TOS, but yeah, other than that, that's gonna be fine. I'll try to include you as much as possible because, yeah. I work with what I got, but yeah. So Aisha, I don't think she was shown as much as the genius as she was in the books, but that also really plays into her character arc because part of her issue is that she tends to kind of alienate people because she holds them to unrealistic standards because she just can't comprehend that people aren't as smart as her. And that's something she has to learn. She kind of has to learn to really deal with people in that way. But so I'm curious to see what they're going to do with that because I don't feel like they quite set that up in the anime, but yeah.
いろいろとありまして、僕の元から去っていきました。
そうか。エリスは決してお前が嫌いになったわけではないだろう。
でも、釣り合いが取れないって言ってました。
真意はわからん。言葉通りなのか、それともお前が勘違いしているのかもしれん。
Okay.
勘違いですか?
I mean, obviously we know from watching it that we obviously know that that's true, that it is actually a misunderstanding, but so it's fun to see this conversation with another layer of insight. That's kind of the thing I've been experiencing when watching this show throughout is a lot of these conversations do have extra layers to them, but a lot of them come from knowing what's going to happen, and that's because I read the books. So it's cool to see the same kind of thing happen that the anime onlys are going to experience with me, essentially. The layers to this conversation of we know things that these characters don't. Oh, and thank you for the follow. I assume you're the same person, but if you're not, welcome.
いや、何にせよ俺は3年間苦しんだ。助けてくれたのはエリスではなくシルフィーだ。今さら考えてもしょうがない。
ルイジェルドさんはどれぐらいこちらに？
明日には立つ。
随分と急ですね。
ああ、お前の邪魔をするつもりもない。
邪魔だなんてそんな。
ルーデウス。そんな顔をするな。また戻ってくる。それにエリスは決して言葉のうまい方ではなかった。何か理由があるのかもしれん。もし会う機会があったら落ち着いて話をしてみろ。
Yeah, okay.
俺もエリスと出会ったら奴の言い分も聞いておこう。
Yeah, and that's actually a nice little touch because we know that Rudy matured like an incredible amount since the end of season 1. I mean, in many ways, he was still very much a kid emotionally, and he matured a lot during his time going through the journey to Renoa and then at Renoa. And of course, he healed from his trauma and all that. That obviously it was a whole thing. We went through it, so I'm not going to completely rehash that. But it's still nice to see the ways in which Ruijerd is acting like the responsible father. Because that's just the dynamic they've kind of had together. And Ruijerd, of course, being so caring for kids, he's kind of a natural parental figure. And of course, his whole thing is that he's trying to redeem himself for killing his own son. So, yeah. Fatherhood, big theme in Mushoku Tensei. That's just, again, coming full circle. And I like how he's still able to take that role, even with this newer, more adult Rudy, where he's, comforting him, saying, don't make giving him just strong parental advice, and also trying to smooth over the, these two the bickering siblings essentially. Obviously, they're not siblings, but they somewhat have it. Okay, and let's skip that, yeah, because Season 2 doesn't do anything unique with the OPs, unfortunately. That was a thing from Season 1, which I really liked, and it's a shame that they don't do it anymore. Ooh. I love that face right there.
Ruijerd-san. バーディ陛下と何かあったんですか?
昔な。二人ともラブ
Yeah,
ラス
things
戦
like
役時
that.
代から生きているし。
These little notes. I mean, this is actually really nice writing. Just one of the things I've always liked about Mushoku Tensei, and this actually does transfer over into a wider thing with Rifujian's writing. Like a lot of what Rifujian does is he is able to write Rudy in such a way that he doesn't feel like the person kind of like the main catalyst of things happening in this world, but rather a person who was thrust into the world and is operating within it. So essentially the world exists beyond Rudy. I mean, and that sounds like it's something that should be obvious, and I mean, it kind of is, but a lot of writers do struggle with that because realistically, the world exists in our reality. Like, reason the Mushoku Tensei world exists is because so that we can tell the story of Rudy and how he's going through his stuff. However, in the context of the world, the world is its own entity, and Rudy is just a character within that world. And one of the things I like is that there are so many of these things that are happening. These characters have pre-existing history. They do things outside of Rudy's influence to show that, this world exists beyond just Rudy. And it also has history from long before he was involved, something that becomes relevant but never becomes super relevant. Like, we see the conflict, the tension here, I should say, not conflict, the tension between Ruijerd and Barigadi. It doesn't really, amount to a whole lot of anything, but it's still there, and it still happens independent of Rudy, and we never, really learn the details of why that tension exists. I mean, you kind of do, but, it's not something we ever witness. It's not something that becomes a focal point of the story. And I do like that because it really just makes the world feel so much more real. And also, just in the wider scheme of things, Rudy is not actually the protagonist of the universe. He's only the protagonist because he's the focal character. That's something I can't really explain why that is, at least not until a future turning point. Because I don't want to spoil the anime onlys, because that's... again, like the one thing is I really do not want to spoil turning points for anime onlys, because they're the things that I think should be experienced, either in book or anime. But yeah. So yeah, but that's something I do notice, is that Rudy isn't actually the protagonist of this world. But also, one of the things I've been saying multiple times throughout the other Mushoku Tensei streams is I really want Rifujin to write a book about the Human Demon War, or I guess they call it the Laplace War in here. Either of them. There's been two of them. In the books there was the first and second Great Human Demon War. It has such a strong influence on the world. I really want Rifujin to write a book about that, because I think it can do some really cool things for the story and for the world building and just expanding the world that we know, kind of like how Old Dragon's Tale did. Although Old Dragon's Tale was more of an ancient history kind of thing, and it established a few of the long-lived characters and why they're all in conflict and all that. And yeah, Old Dragon's Tale is also one thing. Definitely you should read it, but not until you've experienced Turning Point 4, which should be happening in Season 3. Although, I also recommend reading the books in general, because they're very, very good.
当時はいろいろと因縁もあったのだろう。
心配するな。奴と争うつもりはない。しかし、まさかこんなところに奴がいるとはな。
僕に会いにこの国まで来たらしいですよ。
ああ、奴はそういう男だったな。では、俺はそろそろ行く。
ルイジェルドさん、朝食食べていってください。
Okay. It is also funny that Ruijerd is still so like hyper focused on not wanting to kind of impose on anyone.
では、元気でな。
ルイジェルドさんもお元気で。妹たちのことも本当にありがとうございました。
ルイジェルドさん、お世話になりました。
アイシャ、あまりルーデウスに無茶を言うんじゃないぞ。
はい、わかってます。
And I imagine also they didn't go over Ruijerd and the two sisters' journey too much. They just kind of explained it. I imagine that could have been like a fun little slice of not slice of life, but like low stakes kind of section of story if Rifujin really wanted to do it. Like I think that could have been like very adorable, but because you can and that's what I've been saying earlier, how everything kind of exists outside of Rudy. You can tell they've kind of formed their own bond during that time, and they kind of have something between them now that is never really fully explored from our perspective. Again, it really does make the world feel real.
安心しろ。また会える。
私も一緒に行きたいです。
これからは俺ではなく、ルーデウスを頼れ。
でも、あいつはお父さんを。それに、前に見た時と隣にいる女の人が違うし、やっぱり信じられない。
そういうこともある。
Okay.
決してお前の兄が不誠実というわけではない。そっちのもう一度名前を教えてくれ。
はい、シルフィエットです。
シルフィエット。ルーデウスと共に二人を頼む。
Yeah, I'm excited for Norn's story because I think her arc is very, very good, and it's honestly I think it's a little underrated for the most part.
さて、少し遅れましたが、まずは長旅お疲れ様でした。はい、
お兄様もご健勝なようで。
まあなんだ、こうやって一緒に暮らすのは初めてみたいなもんだし。
Okay, yeah, I figured, and yeah, the followers only thing, that's because Twitch and Kick, for that matter, both have a little bit of a bot problem, so follower only actually seems to have fixed it, so it's 10 minutes is the lowest setting I could use. Like if I could make it so you could only have to follow for like 1 minute, I would do that, but like has to be more than 0 for the bots to not get past it, but yeah.
でもシルフィーネと結婚してるなんてびっくりだよ。ねえ、ノルネもそう思うよね。私シルフィーさんのことあんまり覚えてない。そうだ、お父さんからお兄ちゃんに会ったら渡すように言われていたものがあったんだ。
通は以前届いたのと同じだな。
Oh yeah, I did.
もう一つには
I heard about that as well, and I'm a little annoyed that I got spoiled for it too. But yeah, I'm not gonna talk about it. I haven't actually read Redundancy yet, but that's something I've been meaning to do.
二人を学校に通わせなさいって。
私もう学校で習うことなんてないよ。
でもな、
お兄ちゃんのお世話がしたい。前に約束したじゃん。ほら、あの時のだっていつも思ってるんだよ。
Yeah, and that's definitely very cute. I actually really like the Rifujin felt like I think Rifujin was having a lot of fun with the direction of Aisha's story, not necessarily with her story itself, because I mean it does its own things, and I think those are very good. We'll get to those when they're relevant, but if you think of the dynamic she had with Rudy and how everything was kind of set up, so it goes all the way back to like I want to say episode 4, or it's either episode 3 or episode 4, and volume 1 of the books, and. You remember with Lilia feeling like she owes a life debt to Rudy because he helped her out in the emergency family meeting, kept her from getting kicked out and thrown to the wolves, basically. So she felt like she owed a debt to Rudy, and I don't remember if they actually mentioned this in the anime, but she also said that she was going to raise the kid to serve Rudy as a way of paying back everything that he did for her. And the idea is also that Lilia feels that it's not just she owes her life to Rudy, the kid owes her life to Rudy as well. So that was the setup for things. So she was essentially, when Aisha was born, she basically tried to start grooming her into being Rudy's servant. And Aisha, being a very stubborn-headed child and also very intelligent, she kind of rejected that. She pushed against it and developed a very negative perception of Rudy until she actually met him, and then she saw his actual character. And got over her bias and kind of did a complete 180, and then aggressively wants to be his maid, essentially. That's what she wants to do. She pushes for that. So it's funny how she kind of rebels against what Lilia wants of her until she ends up the end of that kind of conflict is with her just throwing herself wholeheartedly into what Lilia wanted for her to begin with. And I think I don't know, I think it's fun. He's just kind of playing around with that idea.
じゃあ、せめて魔法大学の試験を受けてみてくれ。その結果で判断しよう。
ああ、はい、わかりました。
ノルンも一応試験を受けてみようか。
ノルンね、お兄ちゃんが話してるでしょ。でも私試験落ちるかもしれないし。
それは心配しないでいい。あの学校はお金があれば誰でも入学できるから。
そこまでして学校行きたくない。
I mean, I don't think it's possible to just rate him specifically. I mean, it's hard to say because he's a very, very, very complex character. Does a lot of individual things, and honestly, I mean, if I had to give it like a number score, it would be a 9 or 10 because, I mean, I think the characters, as much as the plot is exciting in Mushoku Tensei, it is the characters ultimately who. Oh, throughout the anime right now, honestly, I mean, I think Rudy is kind of the core of everything that the anime and the visual and the light novels do. Yeah, I mean, overall, I mean, I can't really give it a good number score, but it's very, very good, I think, because, I mean, the entirety of season 2, for the most part, has been literally him overcoming sexual trauma. And, it was, an entirely character-focused season so far. And it's also just completely, I had words, they're kind of escaping me right now. But, I mean, everything in this entire story centers around Rudy growing as a character. And even for an anime only, I think that's an easy thing to notice. And another thing that's not super clear yet to an anime only, but a lot of characters in this series also are meant to be kind of direct or indirect parallels to Rudy, where they have a similar starting point to Rudy, where they're basically in permanent goblin mode like he was, before realizing some sort of purpose and, shaping up and growing up and changing their lives for the better. And I think Zenoba is probably the most obvious example of that right now, where he wasn't quite like Rudy, where he wasn't super horny or completely isolated like Rudy was, but he was definitely kind of off in his own world, didn't really give a shit about anything except for his hyperfixation, which was the figurines or the dolls. And then eventually, after getting carted off to Renoa and meeting Rudy again and going on their various excursions in this new environment, he develops a passion for training Julie to create the figurines, and also understanding the magical circles in the construct that go into the construct that they found in the house. And that he really just locks in at that point and becomes a very, very, very respectable character. And so he kind of falls into the same kind of pattern as Rudy. And he is far from the only one. It's also we don't see Pax yet, how he turns out, but Pax is another example of that. Paul, I think, is also an example of that. Yeah, Pax is also a good example. It becomes much more clear. Yeah, I think you probably said that at about the same time it's coming up on stream, because there's about a 10-second delay. But yeah, Pax is a great example, as both of us have said, Amir. And then Paul, I think, is another excellent example, although his whole thing kind of happened before the story began, where Paul was a complete degenerate who was essentially, his talent went to his head, and he fucked around, and then getting Zenith pregnant was the thing that kind of was his turning point, where he realized, oh shit, I'm going to be a father. I want to be a good father, and that's what was the catalyst for him turning his life around. And again, there's just so many characters you could point to the same way. Hell, even the fucking blessed child from Millis, who is like a minor character. She was shown briefly, but she becomes a little bit more relevant in a later arc. But she never has like a super significant role in the story. She's another good example where she was essentially spoiled and sheltered, and not a bad person, but also kind of pathetic. After meeting Rudy and doing and going through their various story stuff there, don't worry, no spoilers, she ends up kind of wanting to take her life into control as much as she can, and she it's shown at the end of her arc, at the end of her feature, is she starts exercising, because I want to actually be able to take charge of my own self. I get so many examples of this. I could probably list them off all day. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I think that's a less obvious parallel with Ruijerd, because he's kind of got his own thing going on. But there is some similarities to it, where, Ruijerd's whole thing is he was kind of aimlessly wandering. He kind of had a very vague goal, but no real means of finding that kind of closure that he's looking for. So, you can definitely draw parallels there, but it's not quite the same.
俺の言い方が悪かった。別にお金で無理やり入学させてもらおうってわけじゃなくて。ちょっとなるんね。お兄ちゃんになんて口聞いてんのさ。だって聞いたでしょ。お金でなんとかしようなんて。なるんねが勉強できないのが悪いんでしょ。受ければいいんでしょ。なるんね、まだ話終わってないよ。うるさい。
Yeah, and that's another element I'm excited to see, because they develop some conflict just because of not only the intelligence thing, like I've been talking about with Aisha, because Aisha does alienate people because of her intelligence. She just doesn't really have any actual peers because of how intelligent she is. But also the two sisters are in conflict because of their conflicting opinions on Rudy, and that's one of the reasons I actually do really like Norn's character arc, because she started off on a really bad foot with Rudy, because her introduction to Rudy was him fighting with Paul, which was understandable from Rudy's perspective, but from Norn's perspective, he is her hero. And that one 3-minute opening segment in season 1, still one of the best moments of the entire show. It's understandable that she would idolize Paul to that degree. but she had this initial negative reaction to Rudy, and she holds on to that. And every time she, is interacting with Rudy, she ends up finding, she ends up having to kind of confront her biases on Rudy head on because, Rudy's a pretty decent guy at this point in the story, and most of her preconceptions are false. And also, by that time, Rudy and Paul had long since made up, and she became bonded with Ruijerd, and Ruijerd really respects Rudy, so she's having to kind of deal with a bit of cognitive dissonance, so she keeps finding new reasons to dislike him. She's essentially justifying her emotions to herself. And as she grows up, while she's not the same level of intelligence as Rudy or Aisha, she ends up being fairly smart. Like, she's like on the upper end of average, I would say. Like, as far as raw intelligence is. She becomes, not insanely smart, but very hardworking and reasonably intelligent on her own. And eventually she does kind of realize that her feelings are probably born of that one bad experience. She realizes that she's probably not being entirely fair to him, but she still can't just accept that and change how she feels. And that kind of fuels a lot of the internal stuff she's going to. She ends up resenting Rudy for a variety of other reasons that aren't anyone's fault, really. And then their conclusion, which I think is going to happen in this season. I don't know. Actually, come to think of it, I think it's a couple years from now, canonically. I'm not sure if the exact timeline is not... I'm not remembering the exact timeline of events. It's been a while since I've read the books, but I remember most of the things that happen. I don't remember the order in which everything happens necessarily, because a lot of these things, since we're now kind of here in Renoa, and that's kind of where Rudy plants his roots, and even though he still goes all over the world, he always comes back here, and a lot of stuff happens here. It's hard for me to kind of keep that all straight in my head. So I don't remember. I don't know if it's going to happen in season 2, but I think this is when Norn is in the university. And she is living there, and she is, I think she's got to be around a teenager level before she really kind of comes to the end of that particular arc and comes to accept Rudy, and they become family for real.
Aisha. ノルンに対して勉強できないとか見下すようなことを言うのはやめなさい。だって
Hey, welcome, Alan. And don't worry about that. You didn't miss a whole lot because you missed about 10 minutes of the first episode, not counting the OP, which is so a little bit less. And I mean, for starters, don't apologize for being at work, because work is far more important than coming to my stream. You need to get paid. But yeah, I mean, how the Mushoku Tensei streams tend to go. Definitely yapping a lot more than I do in the daily streams, which is good. Yeah. Season 2, episode 22. So Mark, I do 3 episodes a week. So in 2 weeks, that's when we're going to be doing that. So if you really want a notification, I don't know if you're in the Discord, I do ping every time that I go live if you have a role for it. So that is an option. And also, Alan, I know this is relevant to you because you actually show up to the daily streams. I'm putting those VODs on. I'm putting those. Oh, sorry, Alan. I was talking to Mark on Twitch about the because he said he wanted to be notified about season 2, episode 22. Let's just click. If it's not in here, actually, tell you what. Give me 1 second. Mark, I guess I didn't put it in Twitch, so let me just because I know I do have an invite link that does work because people do still join it. Sorry, YouTube is being a little bit slow. Let's see. Okay, come on. Copy link. Okay, so for those who want to Let's see. Okay. Fucking redirect links. Technology annoys me sometimes. Okay. Yeah, so for anyone who wants to, yeah, that there's the Discord link if you want that. Okay. So, and yeah, Alan, you're right. Yeah. So, okay, so you did see it. So, yeah, I'm not going to have to completely reassert myself. That's not the right word. Repeat myself. That's how English works. But yeah, so yeah, I'm keeping those unlisted for now, and just because yeah, they were clogging up the feed, and yeah. And yeah, we're talking about Norn because this is the introduction to Norn and Aisha, kind of talking about how Norn's character arc ends up, how I mean, part of me is I'm not quite sure about the timeline of things, just because a lot of the events in Mushoku Tensei kind of meld together in my head. But we're yeah talking about how Norn kind of holds on to her resentment of Rudy and keeps finding new justifications for it, even after she eventually realizes that her feelings are mostly just residual from her childhood. She realizes that she's not being completely fair, but still can't change it until she kind of has her epiphany. And they better do that scene from her perspective like they did with in the books, because that was so fucking good. So yeah, that you're just kind of talking about since they're introduced, that's how they're starting. Oh, and I should also mention that the slight change with this stream. I'm decided to trial not watching this ahead of time so I can kind of analyze it live in the moment. Because I had tried it without doing notes a couple weeks ago, and that seemed to go fairly well, I think. So if this stream can hold up to my standards, I'm actually probably going to end up watching these live as opposed to pre-watching them. Just so I don't have to do a bunch of stuff. Just so I don't have to do like over an hour of prep for each stream, which would be nice to do long term. Because I think my skills have gotten good enough that I can probably handle it. And that's the reason I'm doing this, and definitely not because I've been playing way too much Hades 2 and didn't have time to actually prepare for the stream. Yeah, that's the story. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
ノルンはノルンなりに頑張ってるんだよ。
まあ、お兄ちゃんがそう言うなら気をつける。
Yeah. And I know I've been talking about Norn right there, but that's actually a great moment with Rudy and Aisha's relationship as well. Because if we really think about it, Rudy is probably one of the only people that Aisha genuinely looks up to because of her high intelligence. She's been, she looks down on a lot of people around her, especially those her own age, because she, we could see that. It's a very effective introduction to that, is we see that she was, talking shit to Norn and talking down to her and being condescending because she is just way more intelligent than Norn is. And they can't really form that sisterly bond because they are just so different. And, but now Rudy is kind of taking on the parental role, and he is one of the people that she idolizes. She like looks up to Rudy in the same way that Norn looks up to Paul. So when Rudy is able to use his newfound emotional maturity to kind of chastise her and scold her, like he's like one of the only people who she'll actually listen to. And and yeah, I mean, I've played Red Dead Redemption 2, so I know that's a fun game. Although I actually do have my complaints about that, but it's a fun experience. I can completely understand getting stuck into that game because, I mean, for all its issues, it is a fucking gorgeous game, and the character writing is phenomenal in that game. It's just, I gotta say, I'm so annoyed that the whole hunting progression system ends up getting fucked by the end of it. Like they actually completely like destroy everything that was going for. It's such a minor thing, but it still pisses me off. Okay, we're not talking about Red Dead RDR. Although, okay, sorry, this is completely unrelated to anything, but because you're talking about Red Dead Redemption, yeah, the horse mechanics are also an issue, but yeah. The thing about Red Dead Redemption is really funny is that the Pinkerton agency actually, it's still kind of exists. They go by a different name now, but the Pinkerton agency never actually dissolved. They actually tried to sue Rockstar for defamation because of how they're basically portrayed as cartoon supervillains in Red Dead Redemption, in both games. And The judge, actually, the lawsuit got dismissed because it was basically shown that they were being historically accurate, and the Pinkertons were actually as evil as they were being portrayed. And that's really funny. Yeah. Okay, and that's okay. And again, I like you're saying with redundancy. I can believe that there's probably some good stuff with Aisha in redundancy, but I also think everything I'm saying is clear enough just from the main story. Like, while I'm definitely happy that to see that there's going to be a little bit more focus put on that, a little bit more perspective given to the viewer, to the reader. Don't necessarily, I don't think it's necessarily completely necessary. I think you can get everything you need to get just from the main story.
アイシャちゃんが手伝ってくれるって言うなら僕としては嬉しいかな。とはいえ、シルフィー、俺たちは責任ある大人だ。うん。アイシャを学校に通わせ、可能性を示してやるのが仕事なのではないだろうか。アイシャちゃんは多分、ルディが考えてるより優秀な子だよ。きっと学校に行っても行かなくても、彼女はうまくやると思うよ。ほう。だから、あれこれ考えず、やりたいことをやらせてあげるのがいいと思う。問題はノルンちゃんの方かな。パウロさんやルイジェルドさんと離れて不安そうにしてるみたいだし、僕らがちゃんと面倒を見てあげないとね。
Okay, and yeah, and I do like this. I mean, obviously, Sylphie does have a bit of a connection with the two of them already. I know Norn doesn't remember her, but she watched over them and played with them when they were in Buena Village together. But it's also like Sylphie is definitely the emotional kind of strong point of the entire family unit, even after it's completely filled out. She's always been the emotional one and the emotionally intelligent one. So I like how they're just consistently reinforcing that. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Rudiger dropped Aisha, Norn, and taking care of them became their training. Yeah, essentially, yes. Norn and Aisha were kind of their first experience actually. I mean, a lot of season 2 has been Rudy kind of coming into adulthood and taking on adult responsibilities and adult family dynamics. Oh, is things low? Oh, actually, yeah, come to think of it, I think I know why it's probably a little low for you. First, let me... Okay, thanks for pointing that, because I remember I actually turned the volume down a bit when in the daily streams, because that was more needed to... because I was talking over the anime a lot more in the daily streams. Okay, I turned it up a bit. I think that's about where it is normally. Yeah, oops, sorry about that. I clicked the wrong button there. Let's see. Okay. So, yeah, let me know if this sounds good. Okay. Yeah, let me actually just take a look at... Okay. Yeah, that seems like it should be about right.
Yeah. Fitz senpai なのか。
なんか僕偉そうなこと言っちゃったかな。いや、助かったよ。
Yeah, and I know I've talked about numerous times, but I have always each of the three wives are meant to teach really something different. Sylphie is definitely the emotional ones. Oh yeah, I guess that was you, Alan.
少し整理できた。女の子のことはよくわからないので。またシルフィーに頼ることになりそうです。うん。困った時は助け合わないとね。夫婦だし。はい。
But yeah, just to finish the thought I was having earlier, they did season 2 is mostly about Rudy becoming an adult and really taking on those adult responsibilities and family dynamics, piece by piece, and settling down with Sylphie is one element of that. Watching over his sisters is another, and eventually he becomes a father in his own right. And he takes on other responsibilities. Like, I know at one point in the books, and this is just a minor thing, not a major spoiler at all. There's one point where he kind of resolves to, until a certain thing happens, until he achieves a certain goal, he decides to voluntarily undergo celibacy because he wants to kind of... Essentially, he doesn't want to... They're in danger at that time, and he doesn't want to bring another child into the world while everybody's still vulnerable. So, yeah. So again, this whole thing is just he keeps taking on more and more responsibilities. Yeah, and yeah, he becomes celibate for a while, but I think that moment, I like what it's going for, I like the ideas behind it. I do think it was not perfectly executed, but it's I like the idea. Yeah, yeah, Mark, you're not wrong. I mean, it's a little bit. I think it goes a little bit deeper than that. I don't know. I'll be honest. I do apologize. I don't know how many of the previous Mushoku Tensei streams you've been a part of, because I mean, I'll be honest. Names on the best of circumstances kind of tend to elude me. Fucking usernames, forget it. But thing is, Rudy, Sylphie, Eris, and Roxy are each like. I always say it's very hard to talk about them individually. Like, you can definitely talk about them individually, but it's very hard to really form a complete picture of just one of them, because all of them essentially are three sides to a triangle where they each come together to be one element of what Rudy needs to learn to really overcome his initial, gremlinness. And actually, I mean, not just the gremlinness, but also the issues he had just internally, the stuff he needed to work through. And each of them kind of represents something he needs to learn. Each of them takes on a fundamentally different dynamic with him. Their relationship is different between all three of them. And they each just contribute to the family in different ways, where Sylphie is the emotional side of things, where she's the one who kind of teaches Rudy about how much he needs human connection and how much he needs to rely on the people around him and love the people around him and be loved. Roxy's the person who kind of needs to, who represents the intellectual side of things, where he needs to broaden his horizons and expand and teach and commit himself to continuing to learn and grow. Eris is the one who teaches him action, who's like, you got to just fucking, you want something, you have to go out and take it. You can't wait for it to come to you. And I mean, this is also another thing I've mentioned in the past, but I think this dynamic is perfectly highlighted in the books. There's one point where, he is with all the three wives and he's talking about sex. And he mentions that each of them has sex in a different way, where he said Sylphie is very just warm, loving, and just completely surrenders to the emotion of the act. Roxy is very technical, and she wants to essentially hone her techniques to try to create the best experience for both of them possible. And Eris is just kind of raw, unbridled passion and aggression. So, like, I don't think that what I'm saying is completely out of line. Like, I think it is very much a like an intentional thing by Rifujin, and it's very on the nose at times, I think. And also, I just also think they're original hair colors, because again, part of me is still kind of annoyed that Sylphie's hair changed color, because I think the contrast of red, green, and blue really look nice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's true. And yeah, Eris, again, her whole thing is strength and determination. Yeah, that is what Eris contributes to his mindset, because let's not forget, these were all three of these things that they need to teach him. There isn't just one issue Rudy has. I mean, it's framed as, he's kind of a degenerate shut-in. But you realize, that those are three distinct weaknesses he had, that if he had adjusted really any of the three, his old life might not have been so shit. He pushed people away and, curled up into his bubble. If he had been willing to let people in and accept that the aid of the people around him, he might have had his parents or his friends might have been able to help him through his struggles, but that didn't happen. If he was willing to kind of focus on self-improvement and growth and learning, he wouldn't have given up on the things, after a short amount of time. Every time he picked up a new hobby, he wouldn't have given up on that. If he had developed a passion and a strength that he was willing to hone through dedication, he might have been able to kind of find a core thing to focus on that would let him eventually grow in other ways. And if he wasn't so passive and just accepting of his shitty circumstances, he might have just been able to brute force his way into a better life. So again, each of those three things are things he needed to learn and that he failed at. And his wives are essentially avatars of those characteristics.
わかった。仕事の方はシルフィーと相談して決めてくれ。
まさかの家事手伝い。いや、妹メイドの誕生である。 ノルンの
He's
方はと
literally said
いうと
immortal maid. That's
今
funny.
一つの成績だった。もっとも年齢的平均をやや下回るぐらいで悪くはないらしい。
ノルンはどこの学科に入りたい？学科については俺も詳しくはないけど、結構面白い授業があるから何かやりたいことを探すのはどうだろう。例えば
私寮で暮らしてみたい。
Okay. Oh yeah, I guess it does happen. Norn moving in happens sooner than expected.
ダメだよ、お父さんはお兄ちゃんと一緒に暮らせって言ってたもん。
ダメだと突っぱねるのは簡単だ。だがノルンが勇気を出して言ってくれたことだし。
And that's another thing about Rudy is I really like it, and it's really subtle a lot of the times, even though it's such a strong, persistent character moment. I mean, not character moment, but character trait of his, is that when he kind of sees any, even like a shadow of what he went through in somebody else, he really latches onto it, and it kind of makes him more empathetic in the moment, where he kind of realizes that it probably took a bit of courage for Norn to say what she wanted there. And he realized, in her position, I would have been scared. I don't know if I would have said what I wanted. I don't know that I want to discourage this type of self-sufficiency, this type of willingness to seek out what you want. So that kind of makes him stop and think. Is like, my gut instinct is to say, no, you're living with me, but do I actually want to do that? And yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, he relates to troubles and frustrations. I think it's, especially if it's similar to what he himself went through. Like, I think Nanahoshi is probably the perfect example of this. And he, where he saw when she gets kind of lost her shit in that previous episode, which holy shit, her voice acting was so good there. But when she kind of went like semi-catatonic, he was just like, holy shit, this is exactly what I went through. I am not going to leave her alone. I'm going to help her through this because that's what I needed, and I know how bad this is. And yeah, you're also right, Sunders. He sorry, excuse me. Bug flew into my face, but parenthood is a very important theme in Mushoku Tensei. Probably not the most important one, but it is a major one, and a lot of parental stuff comes full circle. Although I do think that towards the end of the story, it kind of falls apart a little bit, because I kind of wanted to see Rudy really develop into being a father more so than he does. Because, I don't know, I think one of the biggest flaws of Mushoku Tensei long term is that Rifujin just got way too ambitious, and he just kept shoving more and more characters, more and more plot threads, more and more ideas in, and just didn't have the space to properly work through them all by the end of the story. Although I hear a lot of that is actually fixed in redundancy, but I haven't read it yet. But, I mean, parenthood is like, if you just look at how it relates to Rudy. We start out with his own father, Paul. Paul had a shit father of his own. That father drove him away, and there was conflict, and one of Paul's driving things is that he wants to be a better father than his own father, and he also regrets the fact that they left on bad terms and never reconciled before he died. And that's something that he carries with him. And when he gets Zenith pregnant, he realizes, oh shit, I've got to lock in. I don't want to do to my kid what my dad did to me. And several times throughout this moment, like in their first big fight, Paul, again, reflects on his own history and is like, if I blow up at this kid, he might run away the same way I did, and I want to be better than that. And so he becomes a better father to Rudy. Rudy eventually goes on this whole journey of accepting Paul as his father in several different stages, and that doesn't even go to its conclusion until like towards the third act, the final third of the series, where I don't want to spoil what happens, but there is a moment where Rudy just really just understands and comes to realize just how much Paul means to him, just how much of a father figure he really was, and that it kind of brings that all full circle. The last thing it really needed was for Rudy to really project all that stuff he learned onto his own children. I think it didn't quite do that, just because I think there was too much stuff to really work through and not enough room to breathe. And I think that's also, a major reason why I think Nanahoshi feels very just unfinished, I think. Because they had a lot of stuff going on with her, and then they had all sorts of other stuff going on, and Rufu's like, oh shit, I kind of fucking forgot about her, and then almost kind of wrote her character off. But yeah, let me read that one message. Yeah, you have a little sister. You'll be 20 when she's 9. Okay, yeah, that's... Yeah, I mean... Yeah, Rudy and his own sisters have a very unique dynamic because of their unique circumstances. I mean, I also have a little sister, so I kind of get some of what they're doing. I mean, I don't have as much of an age gap as you, but my sister is, 5-6 years younger than me, so she's always been... I kind of get some of the dynamic there, although she's actually just doing really well on her own. Honestly, just as on a professional level, she's probably going to completely outpace me because she's going to medical school. I am not. So, yeah, but yeah, I can't say I relate to Rudy, but like in this way at least. But you get what it's going for.
仲の悪いアイシャや嫌いな俺と毎日一緒にいるよりは少し距離を置いてみるのもいいか。わかった。じゃあノルンは寮で暮らすといい。なんで？ノルン姉は点数良くなかったじゃん。なんでわがまま聞くの？私は頑張って満点取ったのに、ノルン姉だけずるい。
And I do like this scene a lot because it's actually doing a lot for both Norn and Aisha right now. Advancing both of their character arcs, even though they're going in different directions, they have different things to learn. This one scene is kind of moving both of them forward, and I think that's neat, where Norn kind of needs to come into herself, accept herself, and so she can eventually accept the people around her. Aisha needs to like kind of get humbled a little bit. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so okay. Well, thanks for showing up, Mark. Glad to have you here. And definitely prioritize your real life over this stream, 100%. But yeah, Alan. I mean, I kind of feel the same way about my sister because she is my sister has always been way better academically than me. Because I mean, we both have ADHD, like really bad ADHD. Mine manifests differently from hers. And she is able to kind of control her hyperfixations. Like, she's able to just lock in and get school shit done. I've always had the intelligence for school stuff. And I actually do know that I have a pretty strong intellect. Because, I mean, when I was trying to figure out kind of what was going on in my head, I actually did end up taking a full, like, battery of cognitive tests. So I do actually kind of know a little bit about how my brain works. And essentially, the short version is my brain is very powerful, but very inefficient. So the way I explain it is like, imagine you're tasked with getting past a heavy door. An average person will take the doorknob, twist it, pull really hard until the door opens and walk through. My brain will just punch it until it goes down, essentially. So, and I do also struggle with executive dysfunction, so it's hard for me to completely focus on the things I need to focus. That is getting better, especially now that I'm medicated. But so I did always have some trouble in school where I basically was able to kind of brute force my way through high school. And because high school, I had trouble getting my outside schoolwork done, like my homework and shit. But I would test well and I would understand stuff without needing very much studying, if any. So I was able to get through high school that way. And I ended up dropping out of college just because I was not able to actually regulate myself enough. And, who knows? If I had the medication I have now back then, maybe things would have been different. But yeah, at some point I've been looking into actually going back to school, just kind of because I'm actually really close to an associate's degree in credits. I actually only need 16 credits to get an associate's. So that's something I'm looking into doing. But now I have real life responsibilities. I have work. I have my own bills to pay and all that. So it's not going to be as easy as it would have been if I did it right out of high school. But yeah, so my sister has never had those issues. She's always been able to do really well. She's been able to get her work done. She's been able to study and all that stuff. So she always excelled academically. It's hard to say which of us is smarter because I think we're both very smart. And she never got the same kind of tests I did. But, I mean, she saw the results of those tests. So she knows that I'm pretty smart. But and I know she's also pretty smart, and she's able to actually kind of express that in her schoolwork. So yeah, so I kind of have that same kind of dynamic with my sister where she excels in ways that I never have, but I got to kind of focus on doing it. Honestly, she hasn't gone to medical school yet, but she got through high school and college no problem. I think also she does tend to have some anxiety issues, but like I think it's just become the norm for her, and she's just kind of figured out how to deal with it. Honestly, she's very good under pressure, so I think she's going to do very well in medical school. So and she's very excited right now because she just got accepted to medical school. I'm very happy for her, but I think she's going to do very well.
歯医者、別にわがままを聞いたわけじゃないんだ。寮で友達ができるかもしれないし、ノルンにとってもその方が。
ノルン姉をひいきするのは私のお母さんが目かけだからですか？
目かけって、それ誰に言われたんだ？
お母さんと、あとノルンのおばあちゃんです。
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're opposites, but you get along. Yeah. Honestly, my sister and I get along very, very well. We've always been pretty close, and honestly, since we both became adults, like I think we're just, we get along very, very well. We're like friends as on top of being siblings, and yeah. So I mean, and honestly, one thing is my sister and I have like a very similar sense of humor. Like, I know I kind of sometimes show it on stream, but like I actually have like a really fucked up sense of humor. Part of my interactions with people is kind of having to figure out and gauge their power level, essentially, because gauge their personality before I reveal my power level. Because I mean, there are very few levels I'm not willing to go for the sake of humor, and there's very few subjects that I can't laugh at. So, I mean. Honestly, that probably shouldn't surprise people too much based on the fact that in my videos, just the sheer amount of porn games and hentai I've reviewed should go to show that these kind of things don't really bother me. And the fact that I also enjoy really dark stories because they can kind of explore topics that more tame stories can't necessarily even approach. But my sister also gets... Yeah, essentially. Like my power level is like I have like different levels of offensive my humor can go. There's the trick is finding the level that the person I'm talking to will still find funny. Because as much as I don't understand getting super offended by jokes, but I also don't want to actually offend people when I'm talking to them. Like I actually, I want people to laugh with me, essentially. I don't want to offend unless like minor offense for the sake of humor can be funny, just because again, I also do kind of like fucking with people. I do like poking buttons. One of the ways I bond with people is by banter and making fun of them and encouraging them to do the same to me. Like that is how I like engaging with people. It's fun. So again, just kind of find that level is part of what I do. But like even here, I know there's a joke I have broiling in my head. I can't necessarily match it, but I try to figure out where people are, and I kind of gauge it by telling jokes throughout, leaning in some direction, seeing how they react. If they kind of look a little uncomfortable with one direction, I'm like, okay, I'll pull back and not do that. But yeah, it's hard for me to read people, but I eventually kind of figure out how different people work, at least in the humor sense. But yeah, but even on stream, so there is one joke that is broiling in my head. It is very, very edgy, and it's like there's going to be a point in the anime where it's going to become relevant. I'm thinking about the joke. It's like it's one of those ones that's edgy enough that I probably actually won't say it on stream, but I'm going to be very sad to have skipped it because it's not like going to get me TOS'd or anything. Probably not, I should say. It's actually it's like borderline, but like it's one of those things that it doesn't contain a slur, but it references a slur, and I'm like, yeah, that's probably not one for the stream. even though it would be very funny. And I'm actually also kind of annoyed because one thing is, my family is all kind of origin is European. My father's side of the family is from Sicily, although we are the fucking whitest Sicilians you'll ever meet. And, my mom's side of the family is just a mix of different European ethnicities. So I am very white. One of the funniest jokes I've ever been told was somebody in middle school told it to me. And it's one of those jokes that literally does not function without the N-word. So I can never actually repeat that joke, even though it's really fucking funny. And I've seen it online before. If you, I don't know if you can, if it's going to be findable on YouTube, but like if you ever heard of the joke about about the police and chainsaws, that's the joke. It includes the N-word in it, and it literally does not function without it. So that's one of those things where, like, again, my humor, there's not much I won't joke about. And my sister kind of shares that mentality with me. There's not much she's not willing to joke about either. And one thing about us is that our mother died back. This was 19 years ago. So don't feel bad or anything about me. And yes, Alan, it does with the sound the chainsaw makes. It's all in the delivery too, that joke. But yeah, so I don't want anyone feeling sorry for me or anything, because this happened very long time ago. But the amount of dead mother jokes my sister and I make, and it's great because one of the things we actually enjoy, one of the few instances where I'm not gauging my reactions on other people, is the dead mother jokes will you guys get it. But yeah, so my sister and I make a lot of dead mother jokes, and one of the things we enjoy is making other people uncomfortable, because that's a subject that does make people uncomfortable, because nobody knows how to react to a young person who doesn't have a mother. And I'm not super young, but I'm still young enough that it's weird that my mom's dead. And the thing is, again, we've already processed all this. We got over it a long time ago. We're perfectly functional people, relatively speaking. And, but we love making people uncomfortable with our jokes. And my sister and I just have that immediate connection. We both cackle at it. It's honestly, it even makes even our dad doesn't really quite understand our fascination with this humor. And I don't know, it's very fun. Just goes to show that my sister and I do actually have a really good bond together. So as much as there is part of me that's I kind of wish I could kind of succeed in the same way she's succeeding, I also realize, I'm able to kind of be happy for her more than be annoyed at her. And also, I do think my own personality, I think I'm also having, I mean, partly because of what I've been doing on YouTube. Honestly, I feel like I can kind of express my own self and have my own achievements in my own space, essentially. Yeah, my sister's going to be going to medical school, but you know what? I've made some really good videos. I have 3 videos with 6-figure view counts. That's fucking cool. How many people can say that? Not very many. And it's cool. It's even though I'm still very small on YouTube, 6,800 subscribers, to regular people are surprised by that. I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. It's I have my own set of accomplishments, even though in the space on YouTube, it's small in the grand scheme of things. Although actually, lately I've been kind of annoyed. I'm glad the numbers don't really fuck with me like they used to, because I think YouTube is, a combination of me doing a lot of stream content and not as much video content, and also I think YouTube's probably doing has probably been doing a heavy duty inactive subscriber purge lately. It's actually been my worst month on YouTube ever. So I'm glad that doesn't fuck with me anymore. But yeah, but I still feel like I can kind of have my own achievements and direction with there. So, okay. So those of you who've watched my streams before, tangents are a thing. Even medicated, my ADHD goes burr. So yeah. Yeah. And that's another element of Aisha's character that I really like, where she does have that insecurity that she inherited from
お前とノルン
Lilia.
は両方とも同じ妹だと思っている。言葉で言ってもわからないかもしれないが、二人のためを思って判断したつもりだ。
わかった。
Honestly, I'll be honest, Thomas. I think there's actually a different reason for that, and that's probably my fault. You weren't. I don't think you were here at the beginning of the stream, but one thing is with the daily streams I've been doing, because I'm trying to remake that anime tier list, and I'm doing all the viewing on stream. I recently decided to make those unlisted, so that I can just put them in a playlist and not have them clog up my own channel feed. Even though it's in a different section now, it's still something I want it to kind of not dominate my channel. And also because I'm using that, I'm probably going to use the thumbnail I use for the streams in the final video, and I don't want it to kind of compete with my VODs. It turns out when I turned everything unlisted in YouTube Studio, when I started the stream itself was actually unlisted, which is... So I think it probably didn't send the notification, so I didn't switch it back until after I had already started the stream. So that's probably why I imagine that it didn't get people didn't get notified because of that, which, you know, not the biggest deal. As much as I do like the streams, it's not my the performance of my streams is not my biggest focus. I'm just mostly doing this really because I find it fun, but also because I actually want to develop myself as a live speaker, essentially. I want to be able to properly express my thoughts without having to script them. And while I still will completely do scripted content for my regular videos, that's where I started, that's where I'm going to continue to go. And I think even once I get good at that, my ideas are going to be in-depth and complex enough that they'll probably always require a script. It's still an area I've always felt myself weak at, and I want to be able to fix that. And I think I have been fixing that. So all that to say, my performance on these streams is not super important to me. And it probably will never be super important to me unless YouTube becomes my full-time job, which is not happening anytime soon, based on the way things have been going. Unless I just suddenly get like a slew of viral videos, which... Honestly, the tier list actually has potential to go fairly viral if I do that, if I can get that done fairly quickly. But yeah, who knows? That's not something to worry about. And it's also funny. Part of me is also thinking, like, a lot of times I deal with copyright claims on the stream. And the ones that affect visibility I have to address. But there are some that affect monetization. Sometimes I wonder why I even bother fixing those, because even the Sunday streams, which are the streams that perform the best, both... while live and in the VODs, those tend to earn me like $1 each, so I don't even know why I fight the monetization stuff as much as I do. Oh.
Nora, 魔法大学に通う上で言っておかないといけないことがいくつかあります。寮には寮のルールがあるので従うこと。
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying the dollar is nothing. I mean, for essentially doing a hobby for 6 hours, getting paid anything is nice. Yeah, and that's also true, is, you know, keeping my stuff... And I mean, I'm used to dealing with it on videos, although with videos you can actually re-edit things. And I will say that the copyright stuff has actually made me very... annoyed at some of YouTube's internal features, like for the editor. Like, I love that the editor exists and can address certain things. I just wish it was so much more robust than it actually is. Like, one thing that really annoys me is I wish for visual claims, your only option in the editor itself, like to automatically address the claims, is to trim out those segments. I wish there was a way to blur the screen automatically in claimed segments, because that would be so useful. But I mean, you would have to essentially do that manually and do all the blurs yourself, line up the timing, and the timing in the YouTube editor is so fucking laggy that it's so annoying half the time. And I'm not even sure, you might be able to add multiple blurs in one go, but usually you can only do one edit at a time, and then you have to wait for it to process. So actually, I think the next time I actually get a visual claims, I might actually play around with that. We did stop using the filter. It happened a couple times with catching it live, because what happened with live is what it would do was the stream would be fine, and then once I would finish it, I would wait for the VOD to process, then I would manually add a blur to the VODs using YouTube's editor and just blur the entire thing, or at least blur the part of the stream that shows the anime except for the very bottom slice, so you could see the subtitles on the anime itself. And that would deal with the claims that would happen there. However, the last couple of streams I was doing, I think it was the last 2 Mushoku Tensei streams, there was always like one point where it actually kind of gave me a notification. It's like, hey, yeah, we've detected copyrighted video in your stream. And if that happens and you let it go and don't address it, it actually just blocks the stream temporarily. So that's why I have the filter on. I will have to do some playing around and figure something out eventually. I don't know what that's going to look like. And honestly, there might be a time. One thing I think you were here when I was talking about it on a daily stream. One thing I would like to do eventually is to create another channel just for stream stuff. So then I could unlist or delete all the VODs off of this channel and actually just upload the segments onto that other channel. Although I would want to do some editing to it myself. The thing that's kind of holding me back is, again, the fact that I feel like just my own standards would be would require extra work to do these, and also, actually, come to think of it, it would also require several bouts of rendering, because I would want to render each one individually instead of just throwing the raw file in there. Because if for those of you who actually saw the one reaction video I put up on YouTube, which was the one for the phonic video we watched about a month ago now, I think that video ended up turning out pretty good. But the more I think about it, the more I think it just doesn't fit what my channel is. So I kind of want to put that on there. But what I did in that video is I cut out dead air, and I also, when I was responding to comments, I actually had them pop up on the screen so that the viewer can see exactly what I was responding to and not have to look at the tiny little chat box on the side of the screen. So that's something I would kind of want to do for everything. Probably not super viable until I can either get to a point where A, I'm able to quit my job and do YouTube full time, which not anywhere in the picture right now, or B, start making enough to hire an editor to do it for me. But actually, sorry, excuse me really quickly, I need to use the bathroom. Okay, I am back. Sorry about that, guys. I know it took a little longer than usual, but, you know, these are not always things that you can rush. And also the cat was, like, crying to get pet, so I kind of had to do that because, you know, if there's an animal begging for your attention, you can't just not pet them. I was actually annoyed. While I was in the bathroom, I could see my cat was, like, lying on her back in a very just adorable way. She was, like, kind of just resting. Her paws were all in the air. I was hoping that she would stay there so I could take a picture afterwards, but no, she came in and bugged me for attention while I was doing that. I gotta say, my cat is very clingy. She's like, I don't know. I mean, I adopted her. She was already a year and a half old when I adopted her, so I don't know what her previous life was like, although she was surrendered to the shelter. So I imagine probably, she's, you know, pretty average sized. She's not super big. She's still fairly young. She's just not a kitten anymore. But one time actually, I'm happy that I don't have to be super regulated with her. I give her, you know, can of food every day and just have dry food available for her when she needs it. She does seem to like to eat the correct amount, so she's not overweight, which I'm happy about because I'm glad that that's not something I have to, like, regulate on my own. But so one thing about her is, I imagine she probably, this might just be her personality, but she also could have some, like, abandonment issues from her previous home. Because, again, as it was mentioned, it was her previous owner surrendered her to the shelter, and she actually also had kittens before I adopted her. So she's spayed now, but she doesn't have her kittens with her. So she might just be a little bit clingy because of that, but it's really funny. I actually have to keep I live alone, so this is not an issue, but I actually have to keep the the bathroom door cracked when I take a shower, because the one time I took a shower and it was closed, during that I could see her kind of reaching her paws underneath like a fucking horror movie because she wanted to get in and see what was going on. It was fucking hilarious, but also I realized that I can't do that. Let me just double check something. You guys can hear me correctly, right? Because I mean, it always does that whenever I switch to the BRB screen, but I dismissed it and it came back. But it seems like you guys can hear me fine. But yeah, I'm going to just assume that's YouTube being dumb again. Because, yeah, okay. Okay, that's good. Yeah, because for YouTube is like the most technologically advanced video hosting platform like ever, but it also is just so janky in some ways. So let's get back to Mushoku Tensei.
友達を大切にすること。これが守れないなら、この家から通ってもらいます。
はい。
それと、学校で困ったことがあったら、俺かもしく
And I will say this is actually a really nice moment because not only is he, essentially trying to placate her to make her, again, to kind of give her what she wants and try to encourage the right behaviors in her, he also is essentially using it as a way to teach her responsibility, which is good.
シルフィーに言いなさい。
はい。
あと、起きた時と寝る前にきちんと歯を
Yeah,
磨
of
くよ
course.
うに。
And then, yeah, Rudy's kind of
お風呂にも
leaning
入
into
るように。
the,
宿題もやるように。風邪をひかないように。最後に、最低でも10日に一度はこの家に顔を出しなさい。
なんでですか？
心配だから。
yeah, and that's one of those moments like I was talking earlier where Norn holds on to that resentment of Rudy that she had from when she was a kid, and it eventually does evolve into a different type of resentment because she, as a relatively average person, keeps getting compared to her brother, who, on top of being born with an adult intellect, so he kind of had a head start, he's also genuinely gifted with magic, so everybody kind of holds her to a higher standard than is really fair. So, you know, she holds on to that resentment, but there's these moments where, like, she has to see that and confront her biases. Like, she's got a little bit of cognitive dissonance going on. She doesn't really know what's happening. And she, like, it's like one of the things like that. It's like, he's not trying to just exert control over her. He wants her back because she's his little sister and he's concerned. And she's like, that doesn't fit the image I have of him. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, okay, so I think we basically understand the beef. Body reigned over a domain during War Number 2, and the clan Ruijerd led became, yeah, the super. So, yeah, so I'm guessing Badagati was probably fairly loyal to Laplace, and Ruijerd's understandably not very cool with that. Or at least Demon God Laplace, Demon King Laplace, not the, or Demon God, yeah. The Demon God, not like the old Dragon's Tail Laplace. Two different characters. Well, the same character, but two different characters, essentially. Yeah, and that's actually, reading Old Dragon's Tale is another reason I really want to see a Human Demon War story, because I really want to, without spoiling anything for the anime onlys, I want to see the origin of Demon God Laplace and how that all came to be.
ノルンが魔法大学に入ってから1ヶ月。彼女は友達の一人も作っていないようで。
Ah, okay, that makes sense, Alan.
心配だ。
最近ボスが元気ないにゃ。
そう見えますか。
見えるの。そんなボスにあちらがプレゼントを用意したにゃ。用意するのに1ヶ月もかかったの。
なんですか。
I'll be honest. I mean,
中を見るのは
like I get that. I do like vaguely remember this moment. I don't actually remember what the present is, but I'm sure it'll jog my memory when I do see it. But I always thought it would be really funny if Linnea would give Rudy a gift, and it would be just like a dead mouse. I think that would be fucking hilarious.
家に帰ってからね。
And it would actually kind of fit in with this world's use of Oh, okay. I think I actually remember what the present is, but it's funny.
ボスの下にいるのも大変なの。
Yeah, but because this, they actually take on a lot of animal features here. I think it would be really funny if Linnea gave him a dead animal as a gift. But like, you know, it's fine that they didn't. But that's always like a regret I had about Mushoku Tensei that doesn't actually matter in the slightest.
だが、ネズミとかじゃないよな。
Yeah, and he jokes about it too. But
いえ、このカバンを開けずに中身を当てようかと。
ちょっと生徒会室まで来てくれないか。
わかりました。お疲れ様です。何か問題が起こりましたか？
実はここ最近女子寮の新入生の顔色が優れない
oh
んです。
yeah, I definitely remember the gift. Yeah, it's funny.
調査してみたところ、胸が小さく顔の造形のいい子ばかりが悩んでいるようでした。
もしかしてノルンも巻き込まれているのか。
俺にできることなら任せてください。
本日そのうちの一人に詳しく聞いてみたところ、リニアとプルセナにその場で下着を脱ぐように強要されたということです。
下着。
さらに情報を収集してみると、あの二人はこれでボスが喜ぶなどと話してい
And
ます。
I love the dramatic music here. It just makes it. Again, they like to play around with Mushoku Tensei scenes, especially the low stakes scenes like this. It's like the fact that they kind of take it super seriously as far as the framing goes is really funny.
そうです。その際に手に入れた下着を一つのカバンに入れていたということですが。ルーデウス様、失礼ですが、
このカバンはリニアとプルセナより今朝方いただいたものです。中身は見てませんが、そういうことなら中は例のものでしょう。
そうですか。一応確認ですが、あなたが命じてやらせていたことですか？
Yeah, I mean, I mean, the thing it's about Linnea and Persena is a lot of their actions are kind of like, you can tell they're well-meaning, but like I've said in multiple streams before, they share the same brain cell. And, like, it's one thing is, you can definitely understand where they're coming from. but like, yeah, not good. It's in some ways it's almost like early Rudy, where you understand some of his logic. It's more so in the books than in the anime, but like when he does his really dumb shit, like you could understand where he's coming from when doing that. And a lot of times it is out of like, innocent or good intentions. Like with the bath scenes in particular, it's because part of it was he was kind of resentful of the fact that only he was naked, but also he was like, this kid is going to catch a cold if I don't remove, well, at the time he thought he didn't take off his wet clothes. So, again, his actions were not good. You can't say that it was okay, but you can understand where he was coming from. Same kind of deal with Linny and Persena. They just do it a little bit more for comedy.
ルーデン様は無関係であると。
無論です。シルフィーと結婚したばかりでどうしてそんな不満が出ましょう。
わかりました。信じましょう。
ありがとうございます。
Yeah, and again, I do think also that this is an example of how I think this scene is framed a little bit differently in the books compared to the anime, just because of how Ariel is a slightly different character in the anime than she is in the books. And I will say that the anime does, when they change characters, their personality types a little bit, it's pretty sparing when they do that. But so far, I think the times they have done that have been largely pretty effective. Like with the other example being Zenith, where they made her a much more bubbly and, just happy, bouncy character than she was in the books, where in the books she was a lot more kind of regal and refined and noble and elegant. I think the happy, bouncy Zenith actually works better in the anime than the noble one would have worked. And Ariel's another instance where I don't know which I prefer, because I kind of like both of them. Where book Ariel is very much like she never lets the mask down. Everything is covered in 5 layers of subterfuge. She's always working towards an end goal, and very little of what she does is for anything other, is not done with the goal, with her goals in mind. Even the stuff she does to be nice to people, she does it in a way that she will benefit from. And that leads to some pretty cool moments later on in the story. This Ariel is mostly like that, but she does break character a little bit every so often, especially when it comes to Sylphie. Like, she lets her guard down around Sylphie. She will do things in Sylphie's interest, even at her own detriment. And there are some times where she gets caught off guard in the anime for comedic effect, which does not fucking happen in the books. So in the books, this scene is kind of like, she's pretty clearly trying to, like, she knew that Rudy wouldn't have actually done that, or she could have likely inferred that they were just kind of operating on their own, and she was essentially using this scene to get leverage over Rudy, emotional leverage over him, to kind of put herself in a position of increased authority over him, to kind of increase her control and loyalty, and his loyalty to her. Whereas in the anime, it kind of looks like she might actually be a little bit concerned about things. It's hard to say. And also her she was like in the books Ariel was like, before kind of locking in, she was another parallel to Rudy, by the way, like I was talking about earlier, when she was basically a sexual predator before the events of the story, before Sylphie's arrival. And eventually that she kind of locked in and decided, I need to focus on my own position and doing good for my people. She's not so much that in the anime. They really toned that element of her down.
てっきり僕が満足させてあげられてないのかと。いえ、私もおかしいと思っていました。シルフィーとあれだけ激しい夜を過ごしているというのに、他の女になど。
And also, I like how anime Ariel does like to tease Sylphie a lot. Like she likes to poke fun at her. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I think part of it might be people's preconceptions over character archetypes, because I will say one thing with anime is that it tends to be more reliant on character tropes than in Western media. Not always to its detriment, but sometimes they can just kind of say, this character is the tsundere, this character is this archetype, this character is the kudere, that kind of thing. And that's kind of, they take the trope at the expense of kind of the character itself, whereas we have character tropes in Western media, certainly, but they are less rigidly defined, I will say. We don't have like a specific idea of what each one looks and sounds like. Whereas like for example, in the for a tsundere, like the twin tails is a common element of a classic tsundere. I mean, like Western media for the tropes, they usually don't have these specific character elements, except for, you know, like the villain having like a scar or an eye patch or something like that. But so I think a lot of anime does kind of lead into those tropes to the exclusion of actual like character writing. And some people are understandably a little bit tired of that. So when they see this, you know, this adorable moe character like Sylphie, they kind of see the tropey elements of her character design and her personality traits and kind of just look past the actual qualities character writing that went into it. And that is one thing about Mushoku Tensei, is it does play around a lot with a lot of genre conventions with fantasy. And I mean, I know Mushoku Tensei inspired a lot of modern isekai, but it wasn't the first isekai. And Rifujin is open about the fact that he took beats from other stories that came before him, and he took a lot of influence from other writers. So, but he liked to play around with what you would expect to see in a story, where he would include these ideas and then kind of twist them, like how and he might have actually popularized the concept. I'm not entirely sure. I have to look into the I would have to look into the history of it. But you know, one thing is really common in fantasy anime and isekai especially is you'll see a lot of magic systems that are basically like video games. They function the way it would in a video game. And Mushoku Tensei starts out kind of like that, except it's not that the magic system is actually all that video gamey. It's the fact that Rudy was a fucking otaku shut-in his past life, so he kind of views everything through that lens, so he interprets it in video game terms. So that's how he explains it to the audience, and that's why the reader kind of feels like it's a video gamey magic system. So he does things like that all throughout the story, and yeah, playing with characters like and Sylphie kind of and Sylphie, Roxy, and Eris all falling into these various character traits that align with their tropes, but also doing something different with them is part of the fun. Like, Roxy fit the stereotype of the lolly magician, and she acted very childish in accordance with her appearance, but he used that to build a strong story around her, like around her insecurity and her difficulty in loving herself. So I think a lot of people just kind of see the surface level tropes and don't really look past it. And I also think a lot of people tend to consume media on a very surface level basis, which is, I think, the reason why so many people actually completely reject Mushoku Tensei out a hand, because of how Rudy is, a horny asshole in the beginning of the story, how he acts inappropriately towards children and all that stuff. They just can't, they can't be bothered to look even like a little bit into the underlying ideas being presented here. I'm not going to go into like excessive detail about what I'm talking about here, just because I've already made a video on it. If you look at my video about, I think I titled it Mushoku Tensei's Biggest Problem, I go into this core concept in a lot more depth there, and I use the bath scene as an example. So but basically, people a lot of times are unwilling to do any of the work themselves when it comes to consuming media, and they basically just see what's on the surface and just refuse to think beyond that, which is, and also sexual stuff, especially in the West, really makes people uncomfortable. We still have a lot of like puritanical influence from us, and I'm not talking like puritanical as like the all sex bad. Like, I'm talking like puritanical, I mean like from the actual Puritans who came over. They established a lot of like really anti-expression, anti-sex like sentiment when they came, and while we're nowhere near what that society was like, We still kind of have some of that residual discomfort around sex and perceived immorality. Like, if you want an interesting piece of history in America, look up the Hays Code. Or actually, on YouTube, there's a great video by Count Dankula, who's fucking awesome history channel, by the way. The Hays Code was essentially an informal agreement within Hollywood. Well, I mean, there was actually like things written down for it, but like it was the studios in Hollywood basically decided to agree on a set of restrictions for themselves so that they could avoid the government potentially regulating them and forcing these changes onto them. They said, you know what, it's better that we voluntarily take on some restrictions than for the government to kind of sledgehammer the entire industry. And that's the reason a lot of old movies have these really weird elements to them. Like if you watch especially old sitcoms, you'll see when there's like the parents, a lot of times you'll see their room and they'll have twin beds because they in the TV show they sleep in different beds because they can't. Oh, a man and a woman sharing a bed having sex? No, they can't do that. Even though the actual people at the time, married couples typically slept in the same bed. That's how it worked, just like today. Or I remember there was one movie I watched. It was some sort of mob movie. It was in black and white. This was years ago. I watched it actually in high school for a class I took on film, and the guy was going to execute somebody who was sitting on the ground. So he's pointing the gun at him, and then it cut to him, cut to the guy's reaction, cut back to the gun. The gun turned to the side, and then fired. Just the continuity was that it missed, even though in the story he actually killed him. So they had to do weird things like that just to kind of follow this really stupid arbitrary code. And it eventually, the reason it no longer exists, or, I mean, it probably would have eventually gotten tossed eventually, but what happened is actually foreign filmmakers kind of took advantage of it, and in other countries actually started developing their own successful movie industries. And because they didn't have these restrictions, they were able to touch on topics that American movies at the time couldn't. So a lot of Americans were starting to see these foreign movies and like, these are fucking good. We're going to watch those instead of the crap that's getting put out now. And theaters started realizing, oh shit, we're making money off of these things. We don't need to follow the Hays Code. We're not going to blacklist movies just because they don't follow. If nobody is blacklisting them, the blacklist isn't going to work. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to get into too much into the political side of things because I know that whole conversation is a very it's a controversial subject, and also I am explicitly apolitical on YouTube. I have my own opinions on everything, but like I don't want to get into politics just because I feel like that'll alienate a large portion of my audience, no matter what positions I take on anything. And also, like, I do know actually just from experiencing and talking to people, I actually do know that I have people in my audience from all areas on the political spectrum, and I think that's really cool. I like that my ideas can be understood and appreciated no matter what you think about these various topics. And even when I talk about the politics of a story, I feel like I frame it in a way that it's like in-universe politics. And I only really, whenever I give a political opinion, which is very rare, it's the most milquetoast opinions you can possibly have. Like, in one video, this was before I started doing like weeb stuff, but at one point I made a video and I joked about printing money to solve debt and how that doesn't work. That's technically a political opinion. It's about economics, but like everyone knows that. It's not a hot take, really. Actually, the only subject I actually take a strong stance on YouTube is free speech. I am anti-censorship, like, to the extreme. Because, if I talk about really edgy stuff a lot, edgy stuff tends to be the first stuff targeted by censors. So I don't want... I kind of feel like it's my position. You kind of have to be a free speech person to like the stuff that I cover. And let me see. Let's see. Aristun, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Eris is not tsundere. She plays on a lot of those tropes, I will say, early on. I mean, even in the book, and actually in the anime too, Rudy does call her a tsundere at one point. He says, "Oh, my first time is going to be with a lolly tsundere," when they're in the bedroom scene, the one where he freaks out and they make the 5-year promise. He literally describes her as a lolly tsundere. But that's just because she kind of has these outwardly aggressive ideas. Again, she's not a tsundere, but she's kind of like wearing a tsundere's skin, basically. Once you see past the initial actions, and the thing is, once she starts to genuinely like Rudy, like a lot of the Tsun elements of her personality, while she's still kind of is still kind of aggressive and pushy and stubborn, she doesn't she doesn't maintain that tsundere archetype. She actually just dislikes Rudy at the start, and once he earns her respect, her attitude towards him changes. And again, that's another example of Rifujin just playing around with the tropes. He started out having Eris be assumed to be a tsundere, but then goes his own way with it. And also, I think early Eris, Rifujin had so much fucking fun with her. He just I feel like he just had all sorts of wacky ideas he wanted to try out with her in his writing, and he used her as basically a vector to do that. Like if you one thing I would recommend, even if you're not interested in reading the books, which first of all you should, they're very good, but even if you're not interested in the books, read the first chapter of Volume 2. That's Eris's introduction. It literally starts out like a horror novel. Like he is framing Eris as the monster trying to kill him. It is really, really funny when you realize that the thing Rudy is terrified of is a 9-year-old girl.
シルフィー、王女様に話しているんですか？違う、そんなこと話してないよ。いいえ、釜をかけてみただけです。新婚生活が順調なようで何より。さて、それでですが。はい、あの二人には僕の方から注意しておきましょう。これはアリエル王女の手で被害者の元に返しておいてください。はい、確かに。申し訳ありません。リニアとプルセナのせいで。群れのボスも大変ですね。まあ、はい。
Oh, and I like that line. It can't be easy leading a pack because, think of it like Ariel's kind of in the same position in a sense, although her subordinates are a lot more competent than Rudy's at this point. Although, actually, I do really like where Linnea ends up character-wise. Like, she actually becomes somewhat competent and also has one of the funniest illustrations in the light novels. Actually, come to think of it, let me see if I could pull it up because it is so fucking funny. Here, let me because I know I have actually all the light novel illustrations saved because I used them for one of my earlier Mushoku Tensei videos, my first Mushoku Tensei video. Let's see. Nope, that's the actual books themselves. Yeah, image assets. No, that's... Sorry, I think if I can't find it in just like a second, I'm gonna, oh, yep, there it is. I don't remember what book it was in, but... Sorry, this is very gonna... I absolutely love the artwork in the books, so I remember most of them. Yeah, I'm not gonna go through every single book. I'm just kind of flitting through a couple of them because I have them actually broken up by which book they show up in. Yeah, no, actually I'm gonna quickly Google it. Excuse me. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, if I can't find it really quickly. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just scouring through it. There's so much good artwork, but I can't. Okay. Yeah, there's one illustration. I am having trouble finding it because I don't remember. Actually, yeah. Let's see. That's volume. So I do apologize. I know I'm getting sidetracked here. Okay, so that was that volume 20. I don't want to explain the actual events that happen because it's arguably a bit of a spoiler, but actually, yeah, it probably is a bit of a spoiler, but it's also the image itself is not a spoiler because out of context, it's like really just really funny. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna check a few more things. I know this is probably not great just because. Oh, that was another really funny illustration, but that's not it. If I can't find it very shortly, I will come back. No. I'm actually... This is going to bug me. This is going to bug the shit out of me. Is it really that far in, potentially? No. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. Or, I mean, I will if I were to go through, like, every single image I have, because I know I do have it. Oh, yep, no, I found it. Okay, it was a little bit different position, so I'm pulling it up now. Because, like I mentioned, Linnea does become, something resembling competent eventually. But it, okay, why is it not? I'm trying to open it up because I want to show the image itself, but it's in a folder with a bunch of other images that some of those are a little bit more spoilery. Okay, so yeah, it's coming up. For some reason, my thing's acting a little slow today. Yeah, so I'll do that. Let me just quickly take off the cover on YouTube. There we go. This illustration. Sorry, it's yeah. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat for the last couple minutes while I was looking, but yeah, this image. It's so funny out of context. Even in context, it's funny, but like, it's actually like a really good character moment for Linnea. But it's also just such a great illustration. I fucking love the art in Mushoku Tensei. Shirataka fucking killed it. Like, so many great moments. Another one I came across while I was searching for this one was the one of Kishirika in a prison uniform jumping to try to grab a donut. It's like, it's so silly. Okay, so I got that out of my system. Let me minimize that, bring all my stuff up again, go back to the stream, which amazingly still has some viewers despite that tangent. But yeah, let's go. I'm glad I got that out of my system.
どうしたんだ？もうすぐ授業が始まるぞ。
はじめまして。この学校の生徒会長を務めております。アリエルと申します。
Yeah. I actually also really like one thing Aisha's doing is she's deliberately telling people to address her like she's another student to make her more relatable. She's not kind of putting herself above everyone, which you would expect from an aristocrat. She's kind of putting them on the same level.
あら。はい、ノルンさん、どうしました？第三実習室かどこかわからなくて。そうですか。ルーク、案内してあげなさい。
はい、こっちだ。おいで。
I don't know. It also seems like I almost kind of wonder, like, it feels like it would make sense for it's like neither Rudy nor Norn seem to be like, it takes a while for them to both learn that Luke is their cousin. So like it's interesting that they kind of do that. And also, I love this scene already. Just seeing them with the droopy ears, scolding them again like disobedient pets. It's
お前
funny.
たちのせいで濡れ衣を着せられるところだった。
ごめんにゃ。悪気はなかったの。勘弁してほしいの。ほら、やっぱりダメだったのにゃ。リニアのせいなの。ボスが絶対喜ぶからって。あ、にゃんだ一年。じろじろ見てんじゃねえよ。あ、
なる。
生意気な一年でにゃ。ヌーになの。どっちが上か分からせてやるの。
言っておきますが、あの子は僕の妹です。
Yeah,
あれぐらい元気ある方がいいにゃ。すごく可愛らしい子なの。
yeah, these guys are great. They're just
俺の知らないところでちょっかいかけるなよ。
もちろんにゃ。悪いようにはしないの。
家族だからといって無条件で仲良くできるわけじゃない。まあ、ゆっくり仲良くなればいい。
Yeah, and another thing I know Rudy also relates to Norn, not just in the fact that, you know, she's has her difficulties that he relates to. He also understands not getting along with your family and realizing that, like, you know, just a little bit of patience can go a long way, because that was probably something he needed back in his old life. Okay, so it does look like they're going to have a focus on Norn's whole arc here, because I think this is genuinely one of my favorite parts of this like section of the story, because I really like the journey she goes on. I like the emotional connection she ends up developing with Rudy. I love the realizations she has. But I do think it's actually a very underrated part of the story overall. I never see anyone talking about it, but I also love how she shows her own strengths in this segment, where, and that's one thing that I think Rifujin does pretty well, is having characters not having kind of intelligence be a measure of character, essentially, where, you know, this is something a lot of writers will do when they want to make a character likable and make them like a sympathetic part of the main cast. A lot of times they will make them very smart. That's a common thing that they'll do. They'll just say, hey, this character's like redeeming surface level quality is that they're very smart. And like even in even when they're kind of playing a character off as dumb, a lot of times they end up being really smart in one way or another. Like if you look at Harry Potter, where Harry Potter honestly, I think it's a lot of fun. I think it's a great series. I enjoyed it. I grew up with it. But the one thing about that series is that it is not incredibly well written on a structural level. I think J.K. Rowling is very good at writing scenes, not so great at writing stories. Even like, you know, they kind of joke that like Harry and Ron are like not they joke that Ron's kind of an idiot, but like again, he becomes like a chess prodigy in the first book, and he ends up developing into a very a much more different type of intelligence character later on. So I think J.K. Rowling, that's just a good example of it, but it happens all the time. They make characters smart. What Rifujin does, and I'll answer your question in a second, Thomas. I just want to get my thoughts out there. But with Rifujin, he has a number of characters in this series who are not particularly intelligent. Not necessarily stupid either, but like Norn is one of those characters who, she's not dumb, but she's not particularly smart either. She, I mean, they said they don't really like scale her intelligence exactly, so you never really know quite how smart she is or isn't, but you know, she started out slightly below average, and presumably she stays kind of within that range as she grows up. But she still kind of has her strength is kind of her ability to reconcile with all of her internal demons, where she kind of has to battle her resentment of Rudy, deal with the unfair expectations her peers and teachers are putting on her due to her relationship to Rudy, who is one of the best magicians in the world. And the fact that when Rudy is kind of going to find her, and there's this whole scene in the books where it goes to Norn's perspective of how she is telling her story and how she comes to the realization that, like, her brother is looking out for her and cares for her, and that she was unfair to him, and then they have their big reconciliation. She ultimately comes to that realization on her own. Not to say that there was no influence from Rudy. He did try to make that connection, and that did contribute to it. But the final realization was her. She was able to come to that conclusion. That was an area where she is strong. That and her dedication, the fact that she is able to make the most of her abilities. And there's also a similar thing with Eris, where she is very good at swordplay, has a talent for that, and is able to hone that. Eris is also not particularly smart. Again, not stupid, but not all that smart either. And they make these two very sympathetic characters. I like that Euphigene is willing to do that and not just lean on intelligence as a substitute for good. So, okay. That was what I was trying to get out. But Thomas, the answer to that is yes. The surface level reason is I'm kind of slowly trying to... One of the reasons I started streaming is to kind of build my ability to kind of talk off the cuff and to express myself without having a script in front of me. And the way I started doing that, I figured, analysis would be good because analysis is my thing. So that kind of fits in with my content. And also, I really like Mushoku Tensei. I know Mushoku Tensei. This is something I am knowledgeable about. I can talk about it. So I would watch it and take the notes and then have just a whole litany of things I could talk about. And, everything worked out well. A couple weeks ago, I tried saying, what if I watched it but didn't take notes? It was a bit of a challenge during that stream. I don't know that I mentioned that on stream, so I don't even know if I can say which stream that was. Actually, I probably could. Actually, no, come to think of it, I often don't save my notes, so I probably couldn't tell you which one it was. But it was definitely a challenge. I had to think about things a little bit differently. I didn't have my observations right in front of me, but I think it worked out pretty well. Now I'm trying to see how I can do, because I'm still knowledgeable about Mushoku Tensei. I wonder how I can do it off the cuff. Like, see if I can do this just on my own. See if I don't need that preparation, because honestly, especially with how much the daily streams I'm doing, which are taking up a lot of time, it would be nice to not have to spend an hour and change prepping for each stream. So I'm trying to that. Definitely not because I also have been playing way too much Hades 2, and it may or may not have eaten into the little free time I have. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. But, what I said earlier is true, but the amount of Hades 2 I've been playing has kind of been the catalyst to really actually make me try this. And so far, I think it's actually working pretty well. Okay, there we go. So yeah, that was episode 16. I really liked that. Yeah, let's keep going. So yeah, hopefully that sufficiently answers your question. So yeah, I didn't pre-screen it this week, and I also actually have decent reasons for it, and, less decent reasons for it. Hades 2 is so much fun, by the way.
ノルンが引きこもった。
ボス、ちょっと待つにゃ。リニア、やめるの。
Ooh, I really like this. Just the way the background is animated in this. That's actually really cool. I like that.
なんか本気で怒ってるの。
Like I know some people do take issue with this style of animation, but I actually really like it. I take the controversial opinion of that. I actually, when done well, I actually like CGI in animation. It needs to be done as a way to do things that the traditional animation techniques either can't do, or it would be prohibitively time-consuming to do or expensive to do. I think a lot of the issue people have with CGI tends to be when they use it to cut corners. But I think when it's used when it's used for its strengths, I think that's when it can really shine. And I'm not saying this is necessarily CGI. I'm not the best at identifying, except in very specific instances. Sometimes I can tell it's like, oh, this was done by creating a 3D environment and not by, traditional 2D animation techniques. with some key examples. I think the biggest example being a lot of the stuff Demon Slayer does, because, you know, that series, and that's actually on the list of something I'm going to watch in a daily stream later. I mean, that's a show that has, you know, okay, but not great writing, but like incredible animation. And I think it uses CGI really well. I love the Infinity Castle. I love all that stuff. Like, the animation of that is great. Also, I really, there was a first person sequence in the show Erased, which I've talked about it before, but Erased is essentially, the first 8 episodes of Erased are really fucking good. A great adaptation from the manga. The way they closed it off really should have had a second season to it. So that was my concern, because they completely rewrote the second arc of the manga and crushed it into 3 episodes. That's why people don't like the ending of Erased. But there was one first-person sequence when I can't even remember the guy's name, when the main character of Erased first goes back in time, and it's first person, he's looking around. You can see all the street signs are a little bit too high. Everything just looks a little different. And it is tracking him from his perspective, and then he gets to the school, and then it completely pulls back and does this really cool rotational shot where it shows the fact that he's a kid again, and then it turns around and goes to the elementary school in the year. And that was done with CGI, and I thought that was absolutely incredible. So yeah, I do actually like CGI when done well. So that's why I'm like kind of liking the background. It kind of has that CGI feel to it. Although I can't say it's actually CGI or not. And I will say also one interesting stylistic decision here is I find it interesting that we actually see old Rudy's face. And I mean, part of me is thinking that, you know, the extended flashbacks we see of old Rudy's life, I think it does make sense that we see his face. But a lot of one of the little flares that the books had is that there was always a lot of mystery surrounding Rudy's past self. We know kind of the general beats of things. We don't know a whole lot about the details about stuff. Like even in the few there's like one illustration of old Rudy in the book, and it's from behind, so we don't see his face. And notably, Rudy never tells the reader what his original name was. Like, even there's one point in the books where he actually speaks his old name aloud, and he doesn't say what it was. He said, I said what my name was, or something along those lines. And we don't really know the names of anyone else in his life that he interacted with, except for Nanahoshi. And that's because she is directly relevant to the story. And I mean, I guess you can also, the person she's looking for, I think we do eventually learn his name as well. But he's not really directly connected to Rudy, so that doesn't really matter. But yeah, we don't know his parents' names. We don't know his childhood friend's name. We don't know his brothers or sisters' names. So so much of it is shrouded in mystery in the books. So I do find it interesting that they actually show his face on multiple occasions throughout the series, both in the flashbacks and in his meetings with Hitogami. And again, this is what we were talking about earlier, where Rudy sees somebody going through the same thing he did, and he is determined. Oh, we do? Okay, I completely forgot that. I'll be honest. So, oh yes, we learned both of the boys' names. Okay, sorry, I read that and thought of something else. I was thinking something else. Yeah, okay, that's true. We do learn the Nanahoshi's friends' names, but. Yeah, I think that's like the one exception. I do believe we learn them in the books as well, but I mean, those people aren't directly connected to Rudy. They're just, the only reason they're relevant at all is because they're connected to Nanahoshi. And also just other meta stuff that happens there, but that's not relevant now. But yeah, anyone who is actually in Rudy's life, you don't learn their name. You don't learn Rudy's name. So I think they could have done things a little bit differently to where they don't actually ever show his face. I think there could have been some cool camera stuff they did there, but you know, it's not super necessary to carry that element over. Although I do think it serves a neat thematic purpose of, you know, how Rudy's trying to distance himself from his past life even as it clings to him. So he essentially tries to make it so it doesn't exist.
兄貴というものは弟や妹を守らないといけない
And this is also funny because I like how Rudy he got his assumption is that Norn is getting bullied here, and he is just this is such a well-meaning thing he does that just probably makes things worse. It's great.
見捨ててはいけないのだ
Because I mean, sorry, don't want audio claims. Because I mean that's the thing about because Norn's actual issue is not that she's necessarily being bullied, although I think there might have been a little bit of that, but not something she couldn't handle. Her real problem is again that the fact that people would compare her to Rudy and have these unfair expectations of her when she's actually just a normal girl.
ルーデスさん、今は授業中で。
少々お時間を頂戴します。いいですね。
しかし、
皆さんご存知かと思いますが、この教室の女子生徒1名が不登校になりました。彼女は僕の妹です。まだ妹から事情は聞いていませんが、不登校になる理由というのはそれほど多くはありません。そして、それを作った人がこの中にいると僕はそう思っています。
ドイツだ。ドイツがひどいことをした。お前か？お前か？お前か？
できれば名乗り出てください。決して怒ったりはしません。ただ妹が傷ついたことを理解し、謝罪をしてほしいのです。
名乗り出た瞬間にバラバラにしてやる。当事者かそうで
Yeah,
ないかなんて関係ない。
that's a rough one, yeah.
見て見ぬふりをしていたなら同罪だ。
And yeah, that's just another thing. A lot of times we saw this a lot early on in like when Rudy was still in Gremlin mode, how he would have these what do you call it? He would have these moments where his emotions would completely overtake his logic. Because if this was more, I think this was better done in the books, but early Rudy, when he was, in his first 5 to 7 years of life, and beyond that, but less so as he goes on. But during his time in Buena Village, he does not understand people. He has no social skills whatsoever. He just doesn't understand how things work. So he decides to utilize the one strength he has, which is his brain. He's intelligent. He is an adult, really. He knows how to talk. He knows how to act. He knows how to logic things through. So he would essentially try to craft the perfect persona in his mind and try to also use that to get the things that he wanted. And that was how he kind of... And he just didn't realize that it wasn't super effective because he just doesn't understand how people work. He doesn't understand that that makes him look strange. But that's kind of how he would operate in the beginning. When something got him riled up, that was the thing that kind of broke that and made him react in a more human way. Like I think the first big instance was the fight with Paul, where Rudy logically probably should have just accepted the scolding and then had Sylvie's father correct the record later on. But then he was so upset that he was getting yelled at for doing a good thing that he just kind of loses his shit and goes in on Paul. So this is another example of that, but in a more negative way, where he is a lot more mature. He is a lot more in control of himself. But now he's just like, somebody hurt my sister in the same way that I did, was hurt, which is not true, but he doesn't know that. So he's just like lizard brain activated. And how, this completely also goes against his morality of when if somebody actually did bully her and he fessed up and he doesn't even care if they're really guilty or not, it's like, I want to get revenge on the person who did this. Which, again, that if he was thinking like himself, he wouldn't.
すみません。どうぞ。
この間、私ノルンちゃんとちょっと話してて。
ついひどいことを言ってしまったと。
違います。私ルーデウスさんのことを知ってて、でもノルンちゃんは普通の子で、だからお兄さんとは違うねって言ったらすっごく怒って。
は？怒った？俺と違うと言われて。
Yeah, and that is the core of Norn's issues, where she again. it's again being the normal kid with the with the brother who's portrayed as a genius. Where again, I mean, I've said it before, but Rui is, I think, he's highly intelligent. I think he just also has a lot of things that happen to fall into place for him, like the fact that he was able to start learning magic with the child's ability to develop, like the fact that you can develop your mana capacity at a young age. He had the intellect to where he could kind of focus on that. He also had the outsider's perspective where he could comprehend magic in a different way than it's taught, which allowed him to have a deeper understanding and to get silent casting and all that, which, as I've also said multiple times, I believe silent casting is way easier than the people of this world think it is. I think it's something that most people could probably learn if they're taught it at a young age. And also, he happens to have the Laplace aspect, which is not explained here, but that gives him a much higher mana capacity, so he has more mana to work with, so that allows him to kind of experiment and practice more. So while he is intelligent, he also just has things that kind of propel him above what his intelligence should logically have brought him to.
先日ノルンさんに一つの宿題を出したのですが、
やりきれなかったから裸に向いて職員室に立たせたと。
まさか少々出来が悪かったので、お兄さんを見習ってもう少し勉強しなさいと。そしたら泣きそうな顔になって頑張りますと。
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's yeah, that is her thing. And also, I mean, let's also not forget, while Rudy is kind of like the biggest example of that, she's also next to Aisha, who is also very, very intelligent. She is like a legitimate genius, but she's also, again, she kind of, in some ways, she's also a little bit of a parallel to Rudy. It's a bit of a stretch for this one, but she also has a lot of emotional learning to do, although for her, that's just because she's like an actual child. She needs to grow and mature like actual children do. But her intelligence, she kind of has a puffed up opinion of herself, and she talks down to Norn a lot, which, again, while Rudy is kind of the core of her inferiority issues, her inferiority complex, I should say, Aisha's kind of just making things worse. So yeah, she is just surrounded by, again, people who excel in one way or another. And also, she's also living with Sylphie, who, while Sylphie is not as accomplished as Rudy as far as her magical ability, she is also one of the best magicians in the world. Better at Rudy at healing magic. She can silent cast healing, which is really cool. She's the bodyguard of an Asuran princess. Like, these are pretty like accomplished people surrounding her. And for someone who is just a normal kid, especially when people continue comparing her to them, like, that's kind of what's beating her down.
私も
俺のせいだった。
Yeah.
さぞ嫌だった
Yeah,
な。
and of course, Rudy,
今まで散々愛して
as
き
he tends to do, Rudy himself has a lot of self-esteem issues, and he sees that the problem stems from him, so he blames himself for it, which is a very human reaction to that. I think a lot of people would do the same in his situation, but he is kind of, there was no chance he wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't remember the specific numbers, but I mean, yeah, I don't remember the specific ages that people do things, but I mean, one of the things, I think it probably also depends on your environment. Like, Rudy started learning swordplay because, Paul was an accomplished swordsman, and he wanted to teach Rudy. And yeah, I think Rudy started training at around 3 years old or so, or 3 or 4 years old. But I mean, I don't remember if the anime did this, but in the books, I remember that he didn't even start like properly sword training at first. Paul just had him do like basic conditioning because his weak toddler body couldn't really do that much. Yeah, and I also imagine that magicians are fairly rare in this setting. Not like that you'd never expect to see one, but like I think they mentioned that like in the books they propped him out to be like, I think they said like 1 in 100 combat, well, like 1 in 20 or 1 in 100 combat ready people actually is an accomplished magician, which doesn't actually seem to bear out, but it mentions that it's a fairly rare skill. So I imagine you probably need to have a pretty specific type of upbringing to be put in the right scenarios to where you can have that early development to succeed as a magician. Because no matter how smart you are, if you don't have the mana capacity, you can only do so much. Yeah, well, I mean, also let's not forget that when it comes to Rudy's magical training, a big reason for that, the reason that they got a tutor for him, is because he showed an early aptitude for it. Like, he was able to figure out how to cast a spell on his own, which is like, they're like, holy shit, I can't believe this kid did that. We need to nurture this. So Rudy's situation was probably a little bit unusual. Like, if he didn't show that aptitude, they probably wouldn't have gotten him a magic tutor. Especially since they were initially planning on having a boy be a swordsman.
隠されてきたのに、今度は大嫌いなアニットだ。くそ。
話は聞いたよ。ルディは悪くないよ。
シルフィー、ありがとう。
そうにゃ、ボスは悪くないにゃ。そうなの。気にする必要ないの。
二人もノルンのことを教えてくれてありがとう。さっきは付き合わせて悪かったな。なんか俺。
And I also do like how Rudy, like, even though he still has his emotional moments, he's able to kind of recover from them and reflect on the mistakes he made during those moments and kind of, apologize when he fucks up. Like that's something old Rudy couldn't have done.
妹のために動くのはバカじゃないぞ。あっちにも妹がいるからボスの気持ちはわかるにゃ。でもちょっと意外だったの。見直したの。Yeah, boss.
And it's funny, actually, him doing that's actually pretty advanced magic. Like the fact that he's able to kind of dual cast earth and water magic at the same time. Like that's, I mean, it's a cool visual. It's like, he's actually really fucking good. Holy shit.
放っとくのかにゃ。
どうもこうもないでしょう。俺のせいで引きこもったのですから。
引きこもった。そう。引きこもったのだ。
無理やりにでも授業を受けさせるの。そうにゃ。部屋から出てこないとアホになるの。そうにゃそうにゃ。リニアみたいなアホになるの。プルセナの言う通りにゃ。にゃ。
Yeah, these two, they've done that same like structure of jokes several times, where they'll kind of be talking in tandem like each other, and then Persona will take a jab at Linnea, who will just instinctively agree before catching herself. They've done it a couple times. It never stops being funny, no matter what they do with it. It's great.
どういう意味や。言葉のままなの。
誰も好き好んで部屋から出てこないわけじゃないですよ。出てこないのは出てこないなりの理由があるからです。無理に外に連れ出しても何の解決にもなりません。けどかといってこのまま引きこもらせたままなんて絶対にダメだ。
And I think this is a pretty good way of doing what they did in the books, where Rudy was really just like stewing over that, knowing what he went through, not knowing what he needed at that time, but knowing that he wants to give Norn whatever it was that he didn't have, and he's just like, I can't do nothing, but I don't know what to do. Like I think this is a great way of showcasing that.
確実に後悔する。
ルディ。あ、ルディ。
俺がなんとかしないと。
I honestly, if I had to guess, Alan, I'm probably imagining Sylphie is probably thinking of how Rudy was after Eris hurt him, because he had a pretty similar experience, but it's not quite the same of what he's talking about, because he's talking more about his past life, but he was pretty fucked up after Eris left. So, and Sylphie was instrumental in healing that from him. So she probably is connecting those particular dots. So if I had to guess.
俺が何をするって。
Because like again, from the perspective of Rudy's companions, nobody at this point, aside from Nanahoshi, knows that he is reincarnated. But they all, so the only real significant emotional pain he's dealt with was the years following Eris's departure. So that's probably what people hone in on when they see kind of the emotional scars that Rudy still has.
ルディ、妹さんのこと私たちも協力させてほしいの。ボスにはいつもお世話になってるからね。
And also the fact that Sylphie is in this scene is definitely no mistake. Where, as I mentioned, Sylphie is the emotional side of things, where that's what she teaches Rudy, and part of that is not just understanding people and developing connections, but realizing that the people around you can help you through things. You don't have to fight everything alone, and you should be willing to accept the aid of people around you. It's okay to rely on people sometimes. That's what Sylphie teaches Rudy.
ありがとうございます。でもどうしたら。
いい案があるにゃ。あちらに任せるにゃ。
That has literally never worked out. Like, I don't... look, I like we were talking about earlier, Linnea and Persena, very, like, they have good intentions. They fuck it up constantly. Like, I'll be honest, and obviously they're kind of framing it that way, like it's gonna have something funny happen, but like, also, you feel like Rudy would be like, you know what? How about I hear this plan beforehand? Yeah, and I do agree that Linnea and Persena are probably the best comic relief characters in the series, to me.
食堂でアリエル様が演説するんだって。
え、それ本当？でもなんで急に？ほら早く、もう始まっちゃうわ。
ルディ、
状況？
問題なし。みんな食堂に行ってる。
And I also like those little moments of Ariel, like, kind of stepping in to help out in the ways that she can by using her like idol status in the school.
アリエルの演説で女子寮の生徒の気を引いてもらう。その間に俺が侵入し、ノルンに会うという作戦だ。
アリエル様に感謝しないとな。リニアとプレセナは
準備できてるよ。ごめんね、力になれなくて。さっき僕もノルンちゃんの部屋に行ってみたんだけど、話を聞いてもらえなくて。
シルフィは何も悪くないさ。大丈夫。ノルンは俺が何とかしてみせる。
Okay, so I'll be honest. I kind of internally had thought that this scene was gonna come later, because I know what this is leading up to. Because I don't know why. I guess I got the timeline kind of fucked in my head, where I kind of just assumed that it was going to be like a couple years from now. But yeah, as I mentioned before, this whole like branch of the story, because Renoa becomes kind of the roots for the family. A lot of the events, it almost doesn't matter when they happen in the timeline. So I kind of get a little bit mixed up on what comes where. But it's been so long since I've read the books. But yeah, so I'm excited for this because I love how she basically comes to the realization on her own. And you say, Tonzi, I know you say you like this episode a lot, so I'm hoping, I have high hopes for it. In the books, they did another one of those things where they switch perspectives for a chapter, and they go from to Norin's perspective, where shows what she's been going through, what she's working through, and how she comes to things on her own. And then that kind of transitions into shifting back to Rudy, where he just kind of sees the aftermath of that section of the story. And it's really just, I hope they do the same thing here. I'm so excited. And again, I love this, how this still comes, like, even though this is going to be a serious scene, like, I love how they have, like, the kind of comic hijinks going on as well. Like, they're sneaking in like you would expect in, like, a less serious story.
気をつけてよね。
ごめんなさいなの。
ノル、俺はお前に何かできるだろうか。
着いたにゃ。そこの突き当たりが妹さんの部屋にゃ。
And again, and I know the Linny and Prasanna are largely, like, at this point in the story, they're mostly, like, comedic characters, but, like, they are just, you can tell, like I like when that kind of, the veneer slips, and you can see that they're actually just, like, nice underneath.
ノルンいるか。俺だ。ルーデウスだ。ノルン。
来んな。
Ooh, that's a cool moment. Holy shit, that was... They haven't done a moment like that where they actually, you know, have Rudy have those, like, little in-universe, like, semi-flashbacks. I'm still thinking of the one from episode 2, 3? I think it was 2. The one where Roxy takes him to the test for the saint, to become a water saint, and the gate of the front gate of the house turns into the school gate that of his past life. I like this a lot. The little blending of past and present. And again, I love the little, there's so many little subtle indicators so you can tell kind of which is which. Again, you see, like, the towel rack. That's not a thing that really exists in this world. So, like, they don't even have to tell you what is memory and what is current. Yeah, and this is, like, it, again, like, I think this is just such a cool, complex dynamic of Rudy would push people away, people who tried to help him. He knows that that was wrong. He knows that they couldn't help him, but also he knows that he needed people at that time. But, like, also, I do think a persistent thing is that with Rudy, a lot of the people kept telling him to kind of power through it, and that was kind of their go-to. Even in his new life, when he was when Roxy learned that he was depressed from Kishirika, she goes, you know, he's strong, he'll be able to deal with it. When really Rudy just kind of needed a supportive figure more than anything. He didn't need somebody to kind of tell him it wasn't as bad as he thought it was. He needed somebody to say, you know, just be there for him. That music choice is just so haunting. I really like this. Reinforcing that thing that they've been doing a lot, where, like, hey, I remember being treated like this. I need to do something different so that I can not have that same energy being put to somebody else. Like, and the most obvious example is with Paul being like, I need to be a better father than my father was, and Rudy's just like, you know what? I need to be the support system that I needed. But again, he's also just doesn't know what that looks like. He just knows, kind of taking what he learned from Eris, is like, you know what? I just gotta no matter what difficulties I have, just gotta keep going at it without. And I do like how he I do like how that moment was actually in his new voice as opposed to his old voice, the one that usually they narrate in. Nice little touch.
いつからだろう。この人を恐ろしいと思うようになったのは。初めて会った時、
They're doing it, yes.
この人はお父さんを殴っていた。それまでずっと私を守ってくれていたお父さんを。誰よりも私を大切にしてくれていたお父さんを。
Yeah, and this is just going, I mean, it's basically just a reiteration of everything I've been saying up to this point about Norn's character arc. Like, again, like it's one of those things where there's a lot of really deep, complex stuff going on with her. And it's just also, it's one of those things where you don't even need to be like very knowledgeable about anything, about writing or anything like that to be able to pick up on it. It just kind of all makes sense. And that's one of the things I think is very impressive about Rifujine's writing and about the people who adapted this. And yes, I know Rifujine had an active role in this, but you know that it definitely seems like even beyond that, the people who worked on this show get it. They understood the source material.
こんな人が家族だなんて認められるはずなかった。私はこの人を嫌いになった。ついこの間、久しぶりに会った時は酔っ払って女の人と一緒にいた。今もきっとお父さんは必死にお母さんを探しているはずなのに、それなのにこの人はとても幸せそうだった。
Again, she just kind of keeps having to project some reason to hate
とにかく怒られないようにしなきゃ。ここに私を大切にしてくれる人はいないんだ。外に追い出されるのが怖い。ここはとても寒いから。
Yeah, and that's also a nice little nod to the fact that, you know, despite the fact that she didn't bear the worst of everything that's happened by far, you know, she is still a little bit traumatized by the displacement event.
私、寮で暮らしてみたい。
寮暮らしか。
ダメだよ。お父さんはお兄ちゃんと一緒に暮らせって言ってたもん。
わかった。じゃあノルンは寮で暮らすといい。
なんで怒らないの？
Yeah, and again, that's a thing where she just, her expectations continually get subverted of Rudy. Like he's not acting the way that I know he should act. Like, what's going on? And again, and she kind of has to keep finding new justifications to hate him. And like it's really good stuff.
ママ言うなって怒鳴るんじゃないの。
And I love the little
この人
internal
は私に
narration.
興味がないのかもしれない。いや、きっと私が邪魔なんだ。そう考
And
え
again,
ると、
more
なぜか
rationalizations.
少し悲しくなった。
And then of course she's gonna have that notice, and then he's gonna say, "Okay, you gotta come back every 10 days because I worry about you." And then like, oh, now that's not making sense anymore either.
ノルン・グレイラットです。よろしくお
Although they
願
don't
いしま
explicitly
す。
say it here.
グレイラット？
もしかしてあの
ひょっとしてルーデウス・グレイラットさんのご家族ですか？はい。あのルーデウスさんの。
学園最強のすっげえ。妹ってことは魔術とかお兄さんに習ってるのか？
何それ？じゃああなたも魔術の天才なの？
お兄さんすごいよね。とっても強いし。
いいなあ、俺もあんな兄ちゃんが欲しいぜ。
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, it's gotta be. Yeah.
ノルンです。
Ooh, that was a nice transition there.
ルーデウス先輩の妹さんですよね。はい、ノルングレイ。実は私たち前にルーデウスさんに魔術を教えてもらったことがあって、そのお礼を伝えてほしいんです。すみません。
編入してすぐですからね。大丈夫です。きっとお兄さんのようになれますよ。
Ooh, the close up on that on her mouth as she said that, like actually, ooh, that was pretty good cinematography there. Like it's really hitting everything hard. I like how they're just showing bludgeon after bludgeon after
君のお
bludgeon.
兄さんってさ、
わからない。
アリエル様とお兄さんの関係が気になるのかい？安心したまえ。君のお兄さんはああ見え。
知りたくない。
Okay, that. And it's a sad scene, but that image is still kind of
濡
funny.
れ衣を着せられるところだった。
ああ、ルーデウスさんだ。
俺話したことあるんだぜ。
いいな。どうしてみんなこんな人のことを。
Yeah, and I also like how you see this from a different perspective. That's one thing I like about the perspective switches in the books, especially. And it's looking like the anime is starting to lean into them a little bit more than they did in season 1. But one thing I do like about them is a lot of what we see is from Rudy's perspective, and he's a somewhat unreliable narrator. He gets the facts right. He gets the what happens right. But a lot of the perception of things is wrong. And one thing is his low self-esteem is the biggest thing about that, where he always downplays himself and his abilities and what people think of him. And then when we see moments like this from somebody else's perspective, in this case, Norn, we can actually see what people think of him and realize that everyone actually really looks up to him because he's, the local celebrity. And, everybody respects him, and it just flies right over his head because when we see things from his perspective, he doesn't see it, so he doesn't relay that to the reader in the books, the viewer in the anime. So, yeah, that's something I really like about these moments, and that's why one of the reasons I'm really glad they're starting to incorporate these perspective switches, and not just because I stylistically like them a lot. And it was sad to see them go. In season 1, at least. Yeah, and again, the physical manifestation of her stress is, yeah. Oh, that silence is.
この人のことがわからない。
Those few seconds of silence did a whole lot.
勘弁してやってくれよ。
私あの人嫌い。
ルディもな、辛かったんだよ。
父によく言われた言葉だ。当時幼かった私には理解できなかった。けど、今なら少しわかる気がする。もしかしたら、あの人は私が思ってるような人。
Okay, yeah, you were a problem child. Yeah, I wasn't like that. I kind of almost had I was the kid who was, the teachers tended to like me a lot when I was in school. Like I tended to be, just the one the teachers like I was interested in various subject matters, especially when it comes to the music or theater stuff. I always enjoyed that, and I would be essentially befriend the teachers as much as you can between a teacher and a student. So I had a pretty positive reputation among a number of select arts teachers. And I mean, my sister and I never went to the same school at the same time, but she went to the same schools as I did afterwards. And there was a little bit of that kind of thing as well, where she kind of had a bit of different treatment from some teachers just because of the fact that she was related to me. They liked me. They kind of some of them kind of expected her to kind of take the same kind of classes I did, which she ultimately did not. But ultimately, I mean, she never had any real problems with it. She just also took a very different. She ultimately, I think, I wouldn't be surprised if part of what she ended up doing in school was kind of meant to be I want to do a different thing from what my brother did, because I don't want to be his little sister. I want to be me. So I think that's why by the time she graduated high school, any teacher she had that were ones that I had was pure coincidence. So she didn't take really much of the art stuff, except for the Italian teacher, because there's only 2 of them.
人ではないのかもしれない。
Yeah, basically.
じゃあ私はどうすればいいんだろう。あの人は私にどうしてほしいんだろう。父はどうやって仲直りしたんだろう。わからない。 ここには助けてくれる人は誰もいない。わからない。
Voice acting is fucking stellar as well.
どうした？
お父さんのとこに帰りたい。
そんなにルーデウスが嫌か？
うん。
お前の兄はお前が思っているような人
And
間
yeah,
ではない。
it's also just nice showing that like all these people she looks up to have good things to say about Rudy. That contributes to that dissonance that ultimately ends up getting resolved in this
強
scene.
く賢く、そして尊敬すべき戦士だ。
わからないよ。
お前にも分かる時が来る。次に会った時は逃げずに奴と向き合え。お前たちは家族なのだから、きっと仲直りできる。それにお前の父は逃げなかったぞ。
兄さん。
ごめんな。お前こっちに来てから辛いだろ。せっかく新しい環境なのに俺のせいでこんなことになって
Yeah,
なんて言え
I
ばいい
don't
か。
want to just let this like just completely play out like this, but like I'm actually like really hooked into this scene. Like I am, like it feels like the room just got like a few degrees colder.
俺さ、お前のことよくわかんなくてさ、こんなことになってもどうすればいいのかわからないんだ。
And then yep, and of course, symbolism there. The barrier between them is been left off, and of course she's the father. Yeah, that connection definitely on the nose with all that symbolism there. Again, she moves the cloth, which is literally the barrier between them. Sees her father and Rudy, and like it's well, I'm saying it's on the nose, heavy-handed. It is, but that's not a bad thing. I think it really works for this scene.
「俺いるからいなくならないから、お前のことちゃんと見てるから、だからここにいていいか。」
兄はきっと
Ooh, that shine in her
絶対に
eyes.
私を殴らない。きっと父のことももう絶対に殴らない。父は逃げなかった。兄も逃げなかった。なら私は
Ooh, that's yeah, that one of the best scenes so far. Whew. Yeah, it was a little bit different in the books. I mean, I think the changes completely work. I think that actually now that the more that I think about it, because a very emotional scene. It's hard for logic to kind of overpower that at the moment, because this is a scene I was looking forward to. So like, ooh, and I think they did it really fucking well. I really liked that. Holy shit. But one of the things in the books, so it kind of had that whole scene of her going over everything she's been through. And it's, if I'm remembering correctly, because I might not be, but I do remember it kind of starts out with Rudy entering the room, and then it switches to Norn's perspective. Norn kind of goes through everything she's been feeling, and then she slowly starts to come to the realization that, Rudy actually is not the person she thought he was. There's a reason the people she cares about care about him. He's here for her to help her, to be there for her. He's clearly upset, even though she had been nothing but mean to him up to this point. And eventually she kind of understands where her perspective was wrong, comes to terms with it, and then that's when kind of the dam bursts, and she says, she runs into him, and before he even really says much of anything, she just runs into him and apologizes to him and starts crying. and then it switches back to Rudy's perspective, where he's just like, "What the fuck just happened?" So, and that's an interesting stylistic change to kind of keep the scene flowing as it switched perspectives, unlike how they usually did it, which was usually just repeating scenes from different perspectives. I can see how that probably works a little bit better in text than in visual medium, and I think that showing the kind of reciprocal stuff going on there, I think that really fits for the anime. So I think both approaches are they're both good, and I'm not upset that they changed it a little bit, even though I really liked that scene in the books. And great, and a great introduction to the next scene where, you know, even from the first word that is spoken is Onisan, which is not something she's ever called him, which, you know, not always, I mean, anybody who's like a weeb will understand the significance of that, but like, you know, English doesn't have a direct connection where you address people in certain ways depending on your relationship with them, and that shows that they don't have that distance anymore.
シルフィーさん娘、おはようございます。おはよう、ノルンちゃん。ノルンちゃん、なんだかあの夜から少し明るくなったみたい。
結局俺は何もできなかった。あの後ノルンは何も話してはくれなかったし、何が不満で何がわだかまっていたか、その本心は分からずじまいだった。
Okay, I like how they're still clinging on that core idea that was expressed in the books, where, you know, Norn ultimately kind of figured it out herself, and that's one of the areas where she is strong. Yeah, I agree, Thomas. That's also very cute.
けど、
きっともう大丈夫だな。
おそらく自分で自分の気持ちに整理をつけたのだろう。すごい子だ。彼女は生前の俺にできなかったことをやったのだ。俺もあの時。
Yeah, and of course, and I love how the whole thing started because she was getting compared to Rudy, and she felt like worthless in comparison, and then it ended with Rudy looking up to her, which is great.
ルディ？あ、どうしたの？ちょっとね。
過去は変わらない。こじれてしまった家族との仲は戻らない。兄貴の真意も何もかもが闇の中だ。ただ長い間奥歯に挟まっていたものが取れたような気がした。
ルディももう大丈夫そうだね。
Yeah, and that's good. And again, Sylphia, as I mentioned, probably the most emotionally intelligent character in the series. She like immediately gets like, oh yeah, Rudy just kind of, he was going through it and he got better. Like this helped him. So I love how she just immediately picks up on these things.
もし七星が元の世界に帰る時が来たら、その時は兄貴に一つ伝言を頼もう。あの時はごめんなさい。そしてありがとうと。
Yeah, and also that I will say that's also like one of the first times Rudy ends up like expressing positive emotions toward his brother, because up till that point a lot of it was just remembering how he destroyed his computer and beat the shit out of him. Yeah, I gotta say this is definitely up there. That is one of the best, especially that scene, one of the best scenes in the show so far. There are a couple that definitely rival it, but like very good, and also doesn't hurt that it's connected to one of the other best scenes in the series, which was the stuff with Norn and Paul in that 3-minute opening segment. Let's see if there's is there anything going on here, or is it just okay? Oh yeah, turning point 3. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, it's turning point 3, guys. Let's do it. Yeah, I gotta say, and I would say Norn is definitely like at her cutest when she's kind of in the middle of withdrawn and more outgoing. Like it's the uncertainty is very adorable.
あれか、語るも涙の話だよな。
そうですね。なんとかできないんでしょうか。
俺は最近例の計画に取り掛かった。
Yeah, and again, also once they kind of got through that initial bond, and for starters, So I like how they it's starting to show the areas where they're alike, as you know, as much as they're the comparison between the two was kind of what drove a wedge between, or what deepened the existing wedge between them. That's kind of how, you know, the conflict started. And now that they're resolving, they're actually immediately kind of going into the areas where they're the same. And one of those areas, personality wise, is the fact that they both feel really bad for Ruijerd and want to help him in whatever ways they can, because that was Rudy's entire motivation with Ruijerd when they first met. And now Norn is like wants to basically follow in his footsteps. And also, I think this is just a great frame to have stopped on, because it shows also a lot aside from the what do you call it? What the hell? Why is my sorry about that? My my Epic Pen's not working. I don't know why. It's not actually letting me excuse me, let me just fix that real quick. See if I can redo that. Sorry, because I want to draw on the screen. And it's not letting me. Maybe I just need to restart it. Excuse me for a second. Yep, and it breaks full screen, of course. Let's see. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, so, okay, I don't want this. Okay, let me just get back to this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I think this was a great scene for me to pause on, this great frame, because you can also actually see it's not just the, you know, emotional similarities between them. Physically, they look so much alike. You can, you know, there's obviously the hair color, the green eyes, the little ahoge, like. There are more similarities than just the emotional side of things. And I think that's very, very deliberate, and not just because they're related.
スペルド族の過去を赤裸々に語った本を執筆し、真実を世に知らしめるのだ。だが書き方に悩んでいた。ドキュメンタリー風か、日記風か。最初から大作って感じじゃなくて、10ページぐらいのコピー紙っぽくしてフィギュアをつけて配布するとか。
Yeah, and it's also funny to see Rudy having writer's block. Well, I mean, as somebody who does writing for my scripts, which, I mean, I haven't done, like, much writing beyond that in a long time, but I do find it very amusing, just because, I've never experienced, like, this over-the-top stereotypical type of writer's block. When there's just nothing coming into your head, it can be rough. Like frustrating as all hell.
ルイジェルドさんの偉業を称えた本を書こうと思ってな。
それだけなんですか？
まだな。これからだ。
私にも手伝わせてもらっていいですか?
And of course, once Norn, you know, kind of latches onto this, it's like, oh, this can be my purpose. This is going to be my thing that drives me forward. Again, so many of the characters in Mushoku Tensei have, like, you know, a low point. They find their purpose, and then that propels them into new heights. Even the ones that aren't directly paralleling Rudy, although honestly, the fact that they look so similar and they have these same kind of problems and they have this connection, I think she is probably trying to be like a parallel to Rudy story-wise. But yeah, even the ones that don't directly parallel Rudy do have these that same kind of overall journey of, yeah, from low to purpose to high. And yeah, Cliff is another example. Like, there are not many characters you can't say that about, honestly. Like, really, like, not many. Cliff is another great example, as you mentioned. We already talked about Zenoba and Paul, now Norn. Aisha as well, she kind of follows that thing also once she kind of develops a purpose where she's able to support Rudy while not just being his servant, and is able to utilize her intellect for a greater purpose. Linnea kind of is also like that as well. Ruijerd is an example of that. Ghislaine, as was mentioned earlier in the stream by one of you in the chat. Like, again, there are just not many characters you can't say that about. And I love it's a very strong, persistent theme, and I think it's done very well.
でも勉強はおろそかにしないようにな。
はい。
Da-da. Music. I don't know. I am a little. I'm a little annoyed. Oh, they might actually do it here. Let me hold off until this scene is done.
ですか？
ああ、俺がノルンを構いすぎてるから自分にもっと構ってほしいとか、仕事が辛いから休みたいとか。
じゃあ一つだけ。お給料をください。
And that's actually a nice little setup to how Aisha Aisha would eventually end up, and that's always really it's funny. Yeah. What I was gonna say is I am a little annoyed that they skipped over the funny scene from the books where well, it was not super funny, but it was amusing, where the idea was they were going to send Norn to school, and Aisha didn't want to go to school. She figured they didn't have anything for her. She just wanted to be Rudy's maid. Like, that was something that she had latched onto because she was obsessed with her brother. At this point, she still kind of wanted to seduce him and become his wife. She grows out of that, but she's just idolizes and obsesses with over Rudy at this point. So Rudy kind of feels like her taking her on as a maid is almost like a waste of her potential. Like what's going on here? And then she almost kind of whines and cries about it. It's like, no, I want to be a maid. I thought it was pretty funny. I kind of wish they had that in the anime.
どうするんだそれ。
旅の途中でお花の種を集めたので育てようと思ったんですけど、変ですか？
変じゃないさ。なら土とかも買った方がいいんじゃないか？この辺の土って結構痩せてるから。
それはお兄ちゃんに魔術で出してもらおうかなと思ってるんですけど、ダメですか？
ダメじゃないさ。よ
かった。
And again, and also Rudy is kind of. I also like how they're kind of showing Rudy kind of falling into the older brother role that he always wanted to fall into, but in different ways for both of them, where he's kind of the the supportive older brother for Norn and the cool older brother for Aisha. It's very cute. I like it.
それシルフィーネへのお土産ですか？
俺は嫁を大事にする男なのだ。
And of course, and I love how he just deepens his voice when he's trying to be the cool older brother. It's very funny.
シルフィーネは幸せ者ですね。お兄様、暇があれば私にもご寵愛をくださいませ。
嫌だよ、親父に殴られる。
これ以上は負けられないよ。も
う一声お願いします。私はかの有名な魔術師ルーデウス・グレイラットの妹でございます。兄はアスラ王国の王女、アリエル様からも認められた人物でして。
And again, I actually really liked the early setup of Aisha's shrewdness, like the fact that she is, a good negotiator, deals with people well, is able to kind of manipulate circumstances to her advantage. And I'm not going to spoil kind of what she ends up doing with that, but the role she ends up falling into as in regards to the overall extended family dynamic, and it's more than just the family. I'm talking about, Rudy has his web of connections with his family, his friends, as allies. Aisha serves an important role in that, and this is kind of like softly setting all that up, even though that's not going to happen until like way later on. It's really great.
グレイラット、アリエル様。なるほど。よし、いいだろう。やった。
足りないなら俺が少し出してやろうか。
大丈夫。ぴったりだから。
And also, I do like how, while she is trying to be subservient in one aspect of trying to, she wants to serve Rudy, I like how she's also insistent on being self-sufficient in her own way. So she's like a mix of independent and dependent.
何か恐ろしいものを感じる。
こういう可愛いの欲しかったんですよ。
リーリャさんには買ってもらえなかったのか？
お母さんはダメって言ってました。メイドは趣味で家具を買っちゃいけないんだって。ダメですか？
And those little moments of insecurity, like those little moments when you can see that Aisha is still just a kid, and of course, and also where Lilia, who, while Lilia is ultimately a good person, she's still a little fucked in the head from when Paul raped her. Like, she never quite developed normally after that. She's a lot better now, but like, she still has some interesting views on the world.
次は前の世界から有機物を召喚するわ。
有機物。
そう。食べ物がいいわね。
Oh, so 1. Summon inorganic matter. 2. Summon organic matter. 3. Summon an organism, for example, a plant or small animal. 4. Summon an organism from this world according to detail conditions, or that might be a slight translation error, but yeah, I know what it's saying. Yeah, because I mean, I'll be honest, you know, I have some basic Japanese knowledge. I would not be able to read most of this. Aside from the fact that there are just kanji here that I don't know, the handwriting would absolutely fuck with me. Like, I'll be honest, like, this one right here hardly even looks like a real kanji to me, just because of how the handwriting kind of does things.
その条件付けというのは必要なんですか？
ええ、向こうに戻った時にいきなり外国に飛ばされたら面倒でしょ。
なるほど。
つまり召喚するものをだんだんと人間に近づけていって最終的にはピンポイントで日本に帰るということか。
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I know what they said. It's yeah, detailed conditions. I mean, I know what it's trying to say. I mean, I understand the message is coming across. It's just the wording was kind of awkward in English. So I think it was just a case of they forgot to kind of really structure it into a native sounding sentence. And I will say that's something that is very common. I am someone who I like the linguistic side of things, and I really like the concept behind translation. I like how, especially between Japanese and English, because it's hard to really explain if you've never actually like learned any Japanese yourself, but they are so fundamentally different languages that a lot of times you can't just kind of work things through with a dictionary. There's a lot of interpretation that goes along. There's a lot of little nuanced concepts that don't translate from one language to the other. I mean, I'll say a very good example is very basic grammatical example that actually shows just how different things can be. So in English, we have kind of two basic relative words to describe relative location. So we have here and there. What that means is, you know, here means close to me, close to the speaker, close to the whatever. There means not close to the speaker. And there's some wiggle room there, but and the context can kind of change that a little bit, but that's what we have. We have here and there. Japanese doesn't have two of those. It actually splits up there. Instead of here and there, they have kore, sore, and are, where kore is here, pretty much the same as we hear, close to the speaker. Sore is there as in not close to the speaker, but close to the listener. And then are is neither close to the speaker nor the listener. So they have this entirely additional grammatical context, like the concept here. And the nuances of using between sore and are can actually affect the writing of a sentence, can affect what they mean by something. And it opens up little elements for wordplay as well and all that stuff, but that doesn't translate directly to English. So a lot of times, if that's going to be relevant, you got to kind of figure out a way to kind of bring that to English in a way that sounds like normal English. And there are a million different things like that. One thing I am, again, my Japanese is not very good, so I don't catch most of the times translators do this. But I mean, another one I like is I like to see the different ways they try to represent the different forms of speech in English, where in Japanese, you know, the grammar actually changes depending on your relationship with the person you're speaking to. So if you're in a very formal setting, you will speak with different conjugations than if you're just talking with friends. And there's like a couple different ones of those. And the distinction between how you speak to one another can change the context of a scene. So they can't directly bring that to English, so they have other different ways of expressing that. With I think Redo of Healer is the one that's coming to mind, where the princess tells Kaeru to say, he's like, hey, don't. He was talking to her in the like, I don't remember if it was the polite form or if it was Keigo, but he was talking to her in a more formal way, and she tells him, hey, we're peers now. Don't speak to me like that. Speak to me like you would, like we're equals. And then he corrects himself. He's going to go to say wakarimashita, and he corrects himself halfway to wakatta, which same word, different forms. But they both translate the exact same in English. So the way the English translation handled it was they had her address her as Princess Flare. He catches himself halfway and then just addresses her by her first name. So I thought that was an interesting way of doing things. So yeah, I can appreciate the difficulty that goes into translation, and it's it very much fascinates me. Okay, I actually have another story. I'll be quick about this, but I actually I've at one point been I actually was speaking to this was a couple of years ago, but I actually was having a conversation with a professional translator. He's worked on like a number of pretty big titles, both in he's actually one of the higher ups at Manga Gamer right now, but he also has worked on a lot of he's done a lot of like anime translations, like industry stuff. Like he's worked on Jujutsu Kaisen, Oreimo, like he's done a lot. And he was mentioned, but he also does a lot of stuff with actually nowadays he doesn't do that much translation on his own because he has other responsibilities. But one thing he always did a lot of stuff with like eroge visual novels as part of his work. And he was, and so he told me a little bit about how the technical side of things works in the professional world, where they have like it just works a little bit differently. And one thing they do is they have the translator do their thing, and then they send it to an editor who can kind of basically clean it up and make sure it all kind of fits together. And they have all these constraints they have to do, like certain things you can't change at all, certain things you can name, what names are, what these words have already been translated to, so you have to be consistent. But he mentioned that he was talking about he was translating a scene, and he said this is the one scene where he almost like just completely gave up, because it was entirely centered around a Japanese pun that doesn't make sense in English. So the joke was that there's a Japanese slang in that kuribo, which loosely translates, which essentially it means spending Christmas alone, and so it's a shortening of Christmas bochi, which alone at Christmas essentially. So kuribo is the word that also happens to be a homophone with the Japanese word for Goomba. So the main character is spending Christmas alone, talking about spending Christmas alone, and it's just filled with Mario references, just all throughout, and it's a comedic scene, and because it's just playing around with this homophone, and that's also another thing. Japanese has a lot of homophones, a lot of words sound like each other. So there's this entire scene about the connection between kuribo and Goombas. And he was just like, this doesn't make sense in English. I don't know what the fuck to do. And he said that his editor's notes, he said he wrote more for the editor, like more notes for the editor than he wrote for the actual translation. And that it was basically just one large cry for help from him. So that's another thing where translation can be very, very difficult. I think he said they eventually decided to localize kuribo as gooning and change the tone of the scene so that gooning and Goomba could have that connection. But yeah, translation is fun like that, and that was a fucking hilarious story. I don't think I did it justice, but I will never forget that.
この条件付けを研究するのにまたあの人に会わなきゃいけないわね。
例の召喚術の権威という人ですか？
ええ。で、話は少し変わるけど、これ前に言っていた報酬よ。
これを？
灯火の精霊の召喚魔法陣よ。明るい光を発しながら術者についてくるの。まあ時間が経つと消えちゃうんだけどね。その魔法陣、魔術ギルドですら知らないさっき言ってた人のオリジナルよ。
限定品と言われて心が躍るジャパニーズ。
And I also do that's one thing I do like, how even as Rudy grows up, he still kind of holds on to his nerdy roots in a sense. The anime doesn't do it quite as much just because there's less narration in the anime than in the books, but like for any anime onlys watching, in the books, Rudy is just his brain is like a terrifying place. He will constantly be making these jokes and references and little weird turns of phrase, have the go off of these tiny mental tangents. He'll make these dirty jokes. Like it is overpowering. It is constant. That is how he does things. And then so the anime has these little moments where he kind of holds on to his nerd self, but like in the books, that is so ever present. And I love how that's something that never leaves him, because being a nerd and his nerd interests aren't necessarily a bad thing. It was just the fact that he used them in an unhealthy way. So I don't know. I like that part of him. And let's see. Yeah, well, oh, you were a Night Rain, so you couldn't comment much after 17. So as an adaptation overall, I mentioned at the time that it did change a few things from the books, but I think it did so in a way that actually like really made sense for the medium. I think essentially it kind of pushed through this in the books. It kind of like pushed through the scene, swapping like it kind of brought. It went from Rudy's perspective going into the room to Norn's perspective, and this is in the books, to Norn's perspective going over her entire story up to that point, coming to the realization on her own and running to Rudy's side, and then going back to Rudy's perspective while he's just really fucking confused. So they changed it a little bit in the anime, but like really fucking good. Ultimately, I got everything I wanted to out of that scene. And it's one of those scenes I was looking forward to, so I'm very excited. I was very happy to that. Although I will say, it's actually probably the fact that that scene was done so well. Both as an individual scene and as an adaptation, it's actually kind of almost unfair to it that it's followed by another turning point. And the turning points do kind of just overpower everything, understandably so. Yeah, I mean, like I've said a couple times, I do think for the most part, the changes they do make all make sense. And I think I don't always say that they're not always necessarily better or necessarily worse for me. There's some changes I wouldn't have made. My issues with adaptations a lot of times are with just when stuff gets left out entirely. But when they actually do include stuff and change it, with the examples I've given being the fact that Zenith's character is different in the books compared to the anime, where in the books she's kind of retains that kind of aristocratic demeanor where she's, just a kind and motherly character, but still very composed and refined for the most part. Where in the anime, she's a lot more happy and bubbly. And I think that actually really works for Zenith's character. And how Ariel, her mask is a lot less robust in the anime than it is in the books, which colors scenes a little bit differently, where in the books, everything is a manipulation tactic, where she, it's not that she doesn't have morality, but like, if she's going to do something good for somebody, she's going to try to find a way to do it that benefits her. And like everything about her is playing the game, and she never lets the mask slip. Where in the anime, she does from time to time. There are a few instances where she does things just to be nice. She is shown to like to poke fun at Sylphie a few times. And there were a few moments where she got kind of shocked and was done for comedic effect. Like when Sylphie was kind of going a little horny mode in front of her and Luke. And Ariel was shocked by that, when book Ariel would not have been. So, yeah. I have not found a major change yet that I strongly dislike. Again, my complaints are just when they skip over stuff entirely.
ザノバはついに自分なりの方法でフィギュアを1個作り終えた。しかもジュリへのプレゼントだとか。
マスター、グランドマスター、ありがとうございます。
Yeah, you're also not wrong with the fact that the extra chapter of Volume 1 is a great additional moment for Zenith, and it really kind of sets her character into what would eventually happen. And it does feel omitted, but I think one thing we got to remember is that that the extra chapters are actually light novel exclusive. They weren't in the original web novel. And this is just a speculation from me, but I suspect that when Rifujin was adding the extra chapters in the light novel version, a lot of them feel like they were designed to rectify an issue he perceived with the story. And I think with Volume 1, that issue was just like, we need more of how Zenith works, how much she loves her family, and how grateful she is to Rudy. I need to really have a scene just hammering that home. And yeah, I do agree that it probably should have made its way into the anime because, I mean, that scene exists. Rifujin wanted to add that scene for a reason. But I also think that the new Zenith's personality, just of her being so bubbly and happy, and just the fact that it's going to, we're going to see where Zenith ends up. And I think that's going to also do a lot of the work that, the emotional work, I should say, that the setup of Zenith's love in the light novels did. And yes, I also agree, Julie is peak adorable. Everything about her is cute. And Julie's one of the characters that I think I actually like her more in the anime than in the books, and I really liked her in the books.
フィギュアをプレゼント。あのザノバだね。
よかったですね、ジュリー。大切にするように。
ルイジェルドと共に妹たちを送り届けてくれたジンジャーがその後。
And again, I'm happy to see Ginger again. I know she never becomes like that major of a character. I mean, she's always kind of around, but I always thought she was a pretty good character. I like what she added to that dynamic, and I actually really like the anime's portrayal of her because she looks fairly normal compared to a lot of the striking designs we see. But those eyes are like actually just the blue eyes, which is uncommon in someone with brown hair, and very beautiful eyes, honestly. Like. She is striking in her own way.
再びザノバに使えることにしたのだそうだ。しかもジュリに礼儀作法を教えてくれている。おかげでジュリの人間語もかなり上手になってきた。学校の近くに部屋も借りたそうだ。騎士というより通い妻のようだ。
何か？
いや、ジンジャーさんはどうしてザノバに忠誠を誓っているのかと思って。
ザノバ様の母君より直々にザノバ様のことを頼まれたからです。その時私は誓ったのです。粉骨最新ザノバ様に仕えると。
And another thing, even though the books didn't like go into a whole lot of exploration of this idea, I do like the core of how Ginger's character arc kind of goes, where she originally pledged herself to Zenoba out of loyalty to the mother, and then it's a sense of duty that kept her with Zenoba, and then he kind of cast her aside, trading her to Pax for the figurine, and but she still kind of retained that sense of loyalty. So after she was kind of freed from Pax's control, and she made her way back to Zenoba, she kind of kept that up. But also by this point, Zenoba has become somebody she can actually genuinely respect. So she kind of doubles down on her loyalty and sense of duty, and now it actually like fuels her as opposed to just being something she feels like she has to do. It's a really nice little subtle thing with a side character that doesn't make a whole lot of difference in the end, but I like this.
Oh, それは美しい話ですね。
Honestly, for me, I think the reason I like Anime Julie so much is because of just all the visual and audio stuff that they're doing with her. The fact that we're just able to see her being adorable. It's easier to do that, to make somebody appear adorable in like a visual medium like this, than it is to just describe somebody as adorable, because it just doesn't hit quite the same. And granted, adorable characters like Julie are a weakness of mine. So even in like, okay, as an example, ages ago, I made a review of the visual novel First Snow, which was essentially a prequel to Twofold, which I haven't read yet, but it is one of those. There was like this whole romance plotline. I had my own thoughts of that, not relevant here. The part that sticks out the most is when they meet the one girl's sister. She's this adorable little kid, and I was like, holy shit, that's fucking adorable. And, very bouncy and happy. Not quite like Julie, but like in a similar way. So that kind of thing is something I do resonate with a lot in fiction.
それで？
それだけですが？
世に配下はおりません。最後の一人はロキシーの人形と交換いたしましたゆえ。
All right, excuse me for just 1 second. I need to get some more water and use the bathroom. Be right back.
いやー、いい取引でした。
All right, I'm back. Thank you for bearing with me. I do drink a lot of water during these streams to protect my throat and voice because I don't want to damage it. That is one of the downsides. Okay, let me just quickly make sure everything is once again working on my end, because as we all know, if I don't check, then that's going to be when issues crop up. And it looks like we are good. So pulling my stuff back up. All right, let's go.
あんな扱いをされても忠誠を誓い続けられるのか。まあこれもまた
And
家
Julie
族
just
のあり
playing
方
with
な
the
んだろう
figurine in
な
the。background is so great.
外部から魔力を送って体内の魔力を相殺するんだ。完璧に抑え込むまでには至らないが、リミットを数倍に伸ばすことができる。つまりはエリナ・リーゼの呪いの症状を緩和できるらしい。けど2つ問題がある。
なるほど。問題点の一つはダサいことですね。
そうだ。
And that's funny. It's a I love that the solution, the magical thing that helps her curse is literally a fucking chastity belt.
でも一応ザノバとサイレントに協力してもらったおかげで小型化の目処は立っているんだ。
もう一つの問題は？
この魔道具消費する魔力が多すぎる。今はディーゼどころか僕の魔力でも1時間起動できない。それじゃあ1日に実験できる回数が限られるから、君の魔力でテストさせてほしいんだ。
なるほど。任されました。
よろしく頼む。クリフ先輩も少しずつだけど着実に目的に向かって進んでいる。
And I also do like how a lot of what Rudy is able to contribute to his friend group is not necessarily his mastery of magic all the time. It's, you know, the fact that he does have actually just a naturally high amount of mana because of his Laplace aspect. So that's a unique talent he has. That's not necessarily just, oh, he's really good at magic.
いいことだ。
And like in the research department and construction department, Rudy actually takes a back seat to the others, and and I also think that's kind of neat.
最近いい生活をしていると思う。
I'm still annoyed that they skipped the conversation with Bodigatti about the battle aura.
学校に行ってみんなに会ってそれぞれの研究の進捗を聞いてノルンに勉強を教えて家に帰って家族と過ごす。似たような毎日の中で一歩一歩前に進みながら生きていく。生前で俺が得られなかったものだ。こういう生活を幸せというのだろう。
And yeah, and that's also another nice thing that I know, like, it depends on the type of viewer who's watching this. I know some people prefer, you know, stories to just keep kind of moving forward, but I always did like Mushoku Tensei's extended slice of life segments because, you know, they really allow Rudy to kind of center himself and kind of get stock on the emotional side of things without always having something looming over him. Although, granted, I understand that I'm saying this as we are watching Turning Point 3, so I know that's not gonna stay quite the same, but, you know, it's these moments like this where Rudy realizes, like, you know, everything is, like, going the way I want to. This is the type of existence I want, and this might be the first time he's, like, really, like, philosophically happy.
ただいま。こんな早朝に何かあった？
いざとなるとなんかちょっと怖いね。
Oh yeah, I think.
怖がることはありません。ほらシルフィーネ、勇気を出して。
Okay, if this is what I'm remembering, I think I know what the announcement is, but also I think it's really funny that they included this in the Turning Point episode because it kind of misdirects the viewer into thinking that's what the Turning Point's going to be. Even though, I mean, maybe not, because I know the Turning Points are usually a lot more massive and cataclysmic than that, but I don't know. It's also interesting placement. Of course, I might be completely misremembering what happens here, and then I'll look like an idiot, but we'll see.
ルディ、僕ここ2ヶ月来てないんだ。それでね、ちょっと体調も悪くて、もしかしてとは思ってたんだ。昨日アイシャちゃんと近くのお医者さんのところに行ったんだけど、多分 おめでたですって。
I love how he just kind of completely short circuits there, and then Sylphie, the emotionally intelligent character, once she the only thing that kind of overrides her really good ability to read people is her own insecurity. So she reads really short circuit as like if he is as he's like disappointed or upset or something. So she kind of freaks out a little bit. I think it's very adorable.
触ってみてもいいか。
あ、はい、どうぞ。お兄様、奥様に一言言うべきことがあるのでは？
Oh, that's cute. That's a cute. I like that. Oh, and that lighting change.
シルフィー、ありがとう。
ありがとう。
And
ご
again,
めん。なんかさ。
I really like this moment. Like it's great. Just like you know exactly what he's saying. The framing is pretty much perfect. It's not what you'd expect somebody to say at this moment, but like, yeah, it's great scene, no notes.
ルディ、いつも子供欲しがってたもんね。
And that's great. I always love it when they have the characters. You know, it almost seems like it's coming full circle to when whenever they have these big emotional moments. A lot of times you'll see the characters reflected in each other's eyes. It's a very nice little cinematic technique.
ご本。お兄様、奥様の体に差し障りがあるのでしばらくは。はい。
Yeah, and of course Aisha breaks the scene in an adorable way.
シルフィーさん。うん、ありがとう。アリエル様より奥様に最低でも2年は休むようにとのお達しです。エリナリーゼ王母様がその間責任を持って護衛を引き受けると申し出てくださいました。おばあちゃん大丈夫かな、呪いのこととか。なんとかするとおっしゃっていましたので問題ないのでしょう。
And I will say, as much as things are a little bit different for book anime Ariel compared to book Ariel, I do notice that this situation still resulted in Ariel getting another ally, another powerful ally. So, you know, again, she's being nice, but also she gets something out of it.
他の方々にも報告いたしました。それぞれ様子を見てご挨拶にお越しくださるようです。
そうか。ご苦労様、アイシャ。
はい、お兄様。
Okay, and the little rivalry is still cute.
それにしても子供が生まれるって言ったら父さんたちびっくりするだろうな。
お父さんの驚く顔見たいですね。
ああ、孫に対しては相当甘いタイプだからきっと喜ぶぞ。ノルンとアイシャが生まれた時もデレッデレだったからな。
Oh, that line hits a little bit differently, knowing what's coming.
楽しみですね、兄さん。
Yeah, and this image also hits different because this is like, you know, this is what Rudy's fantasizing about. This is what he wants in life. And it doesn't quite end up being like this. And again, it just hits a little differently when you know what happens. Even though he does ultimately develop into... He does end up building a happy, loving family. Yeah. Oh, and then there's the... And again, big tonal shift. Mushoku Tensei does that a lot. Yeah, just how yeah. Great, great way to hit the turning point, going right into the more Hitagami. It's great. Ooh, it's...
やあ、
And again, I love how just uncannily smooth Hitogami's animation is. It really makes him it does a lot alongside the kind of distortion effects going on and the haze that's happening in these scenes. How everything just feels kind of off when you're in Hitogami's realm, and that animation is just a part of it, and I really do like that. I think it's very well done. And I think it also works no matter what your read of Hitogami is at this point. Like, even if you're an anime only and you're just watching this, you don't really know what his end game is. I think it just really works.
なんだか大変なんだろうね。
お前は言ったじゃねえか。ベガリット大陸に行ったら後悔するって俺を騙したのか。
騙したなんていないよ。君はベガリット大陸に行けば後悔する。それは今でも変わらない。
Yeah, he is not wrong about that, technically.
つまりあれだな。お前はこう言いたいわけだ。ベガリット大陸に行けば後悔する。けど行かなくても後悔するってな。
And it's also interesting. I do like I think the characters with precognition, kind of like Hitogami has, always interesting. You can do a lot of fun things with future sight, and I do particularly like how so much of what Hitogami says to Rudy when he tells him little things, things always end up happening in a way that you wouldn't expect, because he's never 100% clear about what will and won't happen. And he speaks very vaguely as well. And actually, that's also setting up a very nice moment that's going to happen in season 3 that I'm not going to explain until it becomes relevant, until we actually get to watch Turning Point 4. Because, again, so much is revealed in that particular turning point. Like, it might actually be like the most important turning point of the entire series. And they're all important. So that's why I'm really like holding off talking about stuff.
友達もたくさんできた。いろんな人物に会えて君自身も少し成長した。体の不調も治った。妹とも仲良くなった。それに結婚して子供だってできた。
確かに悪くはない。悪くはない。けどな、お前は言ったんだよ。ベガリット大陸には行かない方がいいって。
And I like how this is also kind of causing almost like a backslide for Rudy, where he was starting to really kind of like Hitogami. He was getting more and more accepting and understanding and appreciative of him. And now that he thinks, something might be bad, now he's raging against him again like he was in their first meeting.
騙したんだよ。どう。騙してないよ。現に僕は今でも同じことを言う。ベガリット大陸には行かない方がいい。後悔することになる。
でもだって家族のピンチだぞ。せめて理由を教えてくれよ。
それは言えない。
And also, I will say, I actually really like this scene in hindsight, because there are extra layers to this advice. Because he's not wrong, but he also has other information. And you kind of know why he's thinking the way he's thinking and saying the things he's saying, with additional context that comes much later in the story. That would be spoilers if I explained it. I really like this scene on like a second experience.
そういえばお前そういうやつだった。
ひどい言草だね。僕の助言でいつも助かっているのに。
助かっているのと騙されるのじゃ話は別だ。なあ、せめて何か教えてくれよ。俺は何を後悔するんだ。これじゃ物事を天秤にかけることすらできやしない。
普通の人は天秤になんてかけられないんだけどね。君は贅沢だな。
And that actually is an interesting like philosophical concept, where he's like upset that he doesn't have all the information so he can't really properly weigh your choices. And he's like, you know what? Most people can't have any information about the future. So yeah, you're kind of operating at an advantage here. So it's interesting. And again, more leaning into the regrets.
ちょっと考えてみればわかるだろう。君は1年半学校生活を送った。妹たちは1年かけてここまで来た。間違いなく行き違いになっただろう。
いや、妹は俺の手紙を見てここまで来たんだ。もし手紙がなければミリスに残るか港町に残るかしていたはずだ。
いいや、手紙がなくてもパウロは娘をアスラ王国まで送ったよ。あの国にはリーリャの家族がいるからね。
なるほど。言われてみるとそうか。
今だってそうさ。 これから旅に出てシルフィーとの子供はどうするんだい？ベガリット大陸に行って帰ってくる。その間君は自分の奥さんを一人にするのかい？
And again, and just the animation and art of this scene, just the eyes getting even closer and closer, just they look really creepy. It's again, I think the visual depiction of Hitogami is great.
結局どう動いても後悔するってことかよ。
そう。後悔は避けようと思っても避けられない。ベガリット大陸に行けば君は大きな機運を
Although I will
逃す
say,
こと
when
になる。
seeing
だから行かない。
staging like that, I am glad Mushoku Tensei has gotten over the desire that it had in the first few episodes to show dick. Like, I'm glad they're not doing that anymore, because that would have caused some TOS problems
ない方
potentially.
がいい。
まあお前がそこまで言うのなら確かに俺は後悔するんだろう。分かったよ。
そうかい？で、助言は聞くかい？
ああ、一応教えてくれ。
ルーデウスよ。次の発情期を待ちなさい。そこでリニアとプルセナがあなたに迫ってくるでしょう。この二人のどちらかと関係を持ちなさい。そうすればあなたはさらに幸せになることでしょう。でしょう。
いきなり浮気の話かよ。俺はシルフィーにミサオを立てるって決めたんだぞ。それに
And
対して
I also do really like that this thing he's saying, how he's really angry about how he did actually like 100% commit to Sylphie, and he is determined to be faithful to her. And that's why, like, one of the reasons that I think Sylphie ends up accepting Roxy as easily as she does is because Rudy, like, immediately feels, like, really shitty about sleeping with her. Even though, you know, he was in a very bad mental state and she initiated, he feels really bad. And she also knows that he genuinely loves her and cares for her, and that's what kind of let them have that thing where... And I like how they're set up with this strong desire to be faithful. Yeah, me too, Thomas. I mean, you understand my point of view where like so much opens up for discussion once Turning Point 4 happens. That's why I think that Turning Point 4 is probably the most important of the entire series, just because like kind of everything starts, you kind of understand where things are going once that happens. And for the most part, you understand where everyone stands in regards to that objective.
あいつらとはそういう関係じゃない。
Although the final turning point is also going to be an exciting one to watch.
ルディ、大丈夫？うなされてたよ。
And yet, I will also agree that Old Dragon's Tale adds a lot of extra
人神
context
の
that's
言
really
葉には
cool.
一理ある。俺がどれだけ考えても確証のある答えは出せない。確実に言えるのはベガリット大陸まで早くても片道1年はかかるってことだ。
やっぱりあの手紙のことだよね。ねえルディ、僕のことはあまり気にしなくてもいいよ。二人も手紙のこと心配してるしね。
And this is also a nice kind of hint to what Sylvie's ultimate role in the family will be, because let's not forget that up until Sylvie is a very accomplished magician herself. Like, she would have like similar status to Rudy if it wasn't for Rudy, like kind of overshadowing her in some ways. But so, like Sylvie kind of also worked as a bodyguard for Ariel. Like, so she kind of has this in her mind that a lot of what she's good at is, you know, being in the thick of things, acting as protection, using her magic in this practical capacity. But then ultimately, later in the series, she realizes that the most good she can do for the entire extended unit is that when Rudy is out traversing the world, going on these dangerous missions, she can bring him peace of mind like nobody else can. She can stay home, maintain the family, and Rudy says no matter what, Rudy can know that no matter what happens, he knows that his family is safe and protected, and he can focus all of his attention on the mission at hand. And that becomes Sylphie's role that she ends up growing to love. I like how it's kind of, this is kind of like the seed of that, where, you know, I think normally she would want to go along with him and go through all this stuff by his side, but she's pregnant and has to look out for her own health and the health of her baby. So that's why she has to stay. Why joining him was just not an option at this point. So I like how this is kind of the circumstances kind of forced the origin of her, like her very homebody, protective, motherly nature.
俺は行かない。シルフィーといるよ。
救援を求む。何かが起きたんだ。でも差出人はパウロじゃなくギースだ。あいつがパウロと合流する前に独断で出したのかもしれない。仮に行ったとしてもすでに救出していて行き違いになる可能性もある。いや、でも。
And I will also say it is interesting to think of what the situation really would have been had Rudy not gone to Begarit, because I mean, those who know will know what happens there, and all the stuff that goes down completely changes the course of the story. But also, you kind of think, you wonder if it wouldn't even really be. It feels like it probably would have just kind of stayed like a stalemate if it wasn't for Rudy, because you know the whole issue is that Zenith is at the bottom of the teleportation labyrinth. They're kind of just have no idea how to even kind of crack the surface of it, really. They're like barely able to get a few floors down, and it's not until Rudy kind of realizes, oh, it's that book that is able to have information about the teleportation labyrinth, that we can use that to get any extra information, and that's how they get to the bottom of the floor where all the real dangerous stuff is, and the Hydra and all that. But if that wasn't for that, they probably would have still been kind of just throwing themselves at it and getting pushed back without any real gains or losses up until that point. So you wonder how bad would it have even really been if he didn't go. And Alan, ODT is Old Dragon's Tale.
そうですわね。あなたは残った方がいいですわ。
エリナリーゼさん、もしかして行くんですか？
孫夫婦のために一肌脱ぐぐらいはさせてくださいまし。
クリフ先輩はどうするんですか？
別れますわ。仕方ありませんわね。
説明すれば待ってくれますよ。
Also, man.
クリフは将来教皇になるかもしれない器。
And also say it's actually kind of, this scene is actually really rough just when you think about what's going through Elena Lisa's head, where she finally found like somebody who actually loves her, and she's willing to throw that away for the sake of her family, because you know, she, as much as she's loves having a person to care for her like that, she also loves having an actual family that she can stick around with, and she's like, I'm gonna do things for this family. Like I like how she kind of is willing to make these sacrifices.
ということにしておくのが一番いいんですわ。
さようですか。師匠ならばすぐに解決して戻ってこられるでしょうな。要はここで研究を続けて待っていますので、お早い帰還を願っております。
お前は止めるかついてくるって言うと思ったよ。
師匠が友をお望みでしたらよとて断りませんが、世は旅慣れてはおりませぬゆえ、足手まといになりましょう。
Yeah, and I also, it's funny because also, you think before Zenoba got so invested in this research, which is not a mistake that they're talking while he's doing his research, because they, you know, that's what they're doing here. But they, you know, if it wasn't for that, he probably would have either tried to stop him or go along with him.
それに、ジュリを長旅に連れ歩くわけにもいきますまい。
ザノバ、俺さ、行くべきかな。
それは師匠の決めることです。ですが師匠、一つだけ言わせていただくと、父親が見ていなくとも子は生まれます。不安ならば行くべきかと。その間、世が責任を持って奥方様をお守りいたしましょう。
Yeah, and that's also, yeah, that's something that is almost kind of the same kind of thing that Sylvie provides him, is that security, knowing that everybody's going to be safe when he's gone. Where, you know, people like Zenoba are able to protect his family, and Sylvie is able to nurture them, essentially.
無論、世としては常に師匠のおそばにいたいのですがな。
ありがとう、ザノバ。
うん。
I also think it's kind of interesting that this is like, of the turning points so far, this one is like actually the least, that is the least cataclysmic on its own. Obviously it changes the direction of the story to come. But you think of the other turning points. There was the displacement event, which obviously literally just shuffled part of the world around and is just the biggest magical thing ever. And turning point 2, which I'm trying to think, what was turning point 2 when he met Orsted? I don't know, but I just don't remember which exact point everything was. But turning point 2 was also pretty like major. Turning point 3 is a letter. That's kind of neat. Although actually, come to think of it, the final turning point is also is connected to a letter. So that could be interesting. Yeah.
俺がいなくてもきっと大丈夫だろう。でも、俺は今やこの家の大黒柱だ。家族と一緒にいて、守ってやるのが夫としての。
And I will say this is another kind of element that is a little bit explored in the books. I like the idea of how a lot of times some of his kids start kind of growing, his children kind of starting to grow up without him and having a little bit of distance because of that. It was hinted at and never really did all that much. They never really did all that much with it, which is a bit of a shame, but okay, 2 was Orsted. Okay, that's what I assumed because, you know, that was a very major moment. So I assumed that was Orsted, but I wasn't confident enough to say for sure. So yeah, that was another just major incident where, not major for the world necessarily, but major enough for Rudy because, you know, he almost died and he you know, literally got PTSD from it. So yeah, again, this just in terms of just pure the event itself, turning point 3 is so much less than the others, which is, again, not to say that's not impactful at all, but it's, you know, a major thing. And the fact that now there's no music is just great. Great choice here. Ooh. I have tripped exactly like that numerous times. It hurts like a motherfucker.
兄さんが行かないなら私が行こうと思ったんです。
ノル、お前じゃ無理だ。
でもだって兄さん、お父さんとお母さんが大変なんですよ。なんで兄さんは助けに行かないんですか？兄さんとっても強いのに旅だってできるのに。
And I love how the Norn's newfound respect for Rudy does leads into this moment and kind of gives him that final push he needs. Again, really nice way of connecting everything in the story.
行きたくても行けないというわけじゃない。俺は。
ノル、俺が行く。家のことを任せてもいいか？
はい。
アイシャと喧嘩しないで。
Yeah.
シルビーのことを助けて。
Okay, I can't wait to see that. I can imagine that being pretty funny.
よし、いい子だ。
お願いします。兄さん。
And again, and that's also just reinforces what I was saying earlier, how he takes on the two different big brother roles between Norn and Aisha, where he's the, you know, supportive older brother for Norn and the cool older brother for Aisha.
俺は家族を助けに行く。
Okay, yeah, I really like that. That was pretty good. Okay, so that's all the Mushoku Tensei we're going to be watching for today. However, something I have not done in in quite a while that I've been wanting to do is actually... I do kind of want to, yeah, let me just, oh shit, okay. What I wanted to do is watch another video essay. So I'm not going to record it because I'm not going to upload this to YouTube on its own outside of the VOD. So Yeah, that'll be for. I'll start doing that again whenever I actually get around to making a stream highlight channel and do that. But that's not going to be anytime in the immediate future. What the fuck was I doing? Oh yeah, I need to get OBS, and I will take off this cover for now since it's a YouTube video, and I imagine if the creator does actually see it, they won't be difficult about it. So one that was mentioned. Yeah, okay. Let me just see if I can find the video itself first. Okay, so one thing that was suggested to me a while back, I know this was a while ago, but I think it was Alan who mentioned it, wanted the Mother's Basement video on Mushoku Tensei. Now, I will say, I do not personally care for Mother's Basement because he's kind of a symptom of a problem that I often see in YouTubers where politics ends up kind of rotting their brain. And it has in the past made him kind of annoying at times. Like, I don't think he's like a terrible person or anything, but he gets just fucking annoying sometimes. And again, I'm not trying to like shit on the guy, but yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Mother Basement. One of the funniest things I think of him from the past couple years was when he went and said, when he, I think he called the creator of Nekopada like an incel neckbeard or something like that, when it turns out the creator of Nekopada is a happily married woman, so he got kind of clowned on for that, and that was very funny. But yeah, ultimately, he just has his perspective on things just kind of rubs me the wrong way. But I've been told that this video is very good. I'm curious to see what I think of it, how he what he gets. So and also just the title, already completely agree with it. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Mother's Basement's the kind of guy who I just kind of had to stop watching him for my own mental health. But yeah, hey, he definitely has the ability to make good videos. So let's see.
In the wake of last week's dive into...
Sorry, let me just... Oh, that... What the heck? That is even low from... Okay, so I might have to turn up the volume on my end. Let me know... Here, let me know. How is the audio levels for you guys watching?
In the wake of last week's dive into winter's hottest garbage, some people were wondering where the heck Mushoku Tensei got to. How is Mushoku Tensei not topping this list? Mushoku Tensei should be on this list. I said what I said.
Yeah, and these people are wrong. Just no.
Good thing today
Mushoku
is
Tensei
also
is
a new episode of Mushoku Tensei, a palate cleanser to all this trap.
Yep.
Wait, that one was positive. A lot of the comments mentioning
okay,
Mushoku
good
Tensei
to know.
or jobless reincarnation.
Because again, what I hear and what you hear are different. So I appreciate the tech support.
Are positive, actually, and the ones that aren't only have a few likes each. But I'm going to make a clickable mountain out of that molehill of politely worded, understandably apprehensive social media comments, pretend like this entire art form and community is under large-scale siege because some people said they don't like a thing I like, specifically due to its intentionally transgressive, upsetting content, and...
Oh, okay, I know he's being a little bit facetious here, but, like, people do kind of act, like, insane about Mushoku Tensei just because of surface level stuff. And even though, you know, the broad public generally thinks of Mushoku Tensei positively, there are a lot of the discourse is actually very just obnoxious. And honestly, I think Mother's Basement is kind of guilty of doing the same kind of thing, but with other titles, which, like we were talking earlier, Nekopada, he sees, you know, the moe cat girls with messy sex scenes and kind of just assumes it's, or assumed at the time. I've heard that he's since given it a chance and actually thinks of it positively now, but at the time he kind of saw these cat girls with sex scenes and they're attractive, and he kind of assumed it was just gooner slop essentially and dismissed it at a surface level. So I feel like he can see that that mindset is not necessarily correct when he's talking about Mushoku Tensei, but like, I do feel like he sometimes does that himself.
Preemptively nuke them from orbit by saying, Mushoku Tensei is art, you Philistines.
That's
I
the
wish
title
I
of the
didn't
video.
have to spoil the mock outrage gag right away by saying this, but angry.
Oh, actually, one thing I completely forgot before I go any further. Let me quickly just edit the description of this live stream so I can include the credit. Okay, that is the stream description updated, and for those watching, here is the link to this video. I do encourage you to watch it on your own time, give it that watch time. You know, we support the original creators here. Whether or not we agree with them or disagree with them, their hard work is what allows this content you're watching now to exist, and we should always be appreciative of that.
Reading YouTube being what it is these days, please don't actually get mad at or attack people for publicly not liking Mushoku Tensei or any other anime for that matter. It's a perfectly reasonable position for a person to hold. This is a heckin' weird anime whose source material is the progenitor of a lot of heckin' weird anime cliches that mostly appear in trash and are broadly seen as indicators of trash.
I can kind of agree with that. I mean, there is some truth to that, but also, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's also fair to be critical of people who are doing that. And I don't know if this is his position or not, but a lot of people do like to kind of conflate criticism with attacks, and the whole like let people just like things argument kind of also people make that the other way around, is just let people dislike things. Well, like, you know, if you're wrong, why can't I talk about why I think you're wrong? That kind of thing.
Regardless of his future growth, its protagonist is only very technically not a pedophile anymore for now. People judge books by their covers. That's why books have covers. It's not worth getting mad about. That said, Mushoku Tensei is not trash, and I hope anybody watching who thinks it is will at least hear me out on that point with an open mind.
Unfortunately, that's not how people tend to be. Usually people are not open to getting converted or listening to things. It's not like a universal thing, but like it does definitely happen where people just reject stuff. Where I've almost kind of in my own videos, I've kind of not stopped trying, but like put less of a focus on actually trying to convince people of things and more just examining things as they are. Like the comments on my Euphoria video. While the video was overall very positively received, still has like something like 93% likes on 100k views, which is, you know, very good for a controversial video. But the comments, some of the biggest idiots I've ever seen live in there, and I realized even though I actually like made it a point to try to explain why the controversial opinions I have, why I think that, you know, it goes into these dark topics to explore certain ideas, and I think it does that very well. It's not the actual sexual content that I like, it's the way that it utilizes all this dark stuff. People still just had their own opinions of stuff in the comments, and I'm just like, yeah, it's not worth trying to argue with these people.
I'm not saying you have to like it, or even not hate it. It definitely contains plenty of hateable content. Anyone going into the series should know that it deals with sexual assault, pedophilia, slavery, and a lot of other dark shit, and not always in tasteful ways, but always in an honest, unflinching way, and never without considered artistic purpose.
I completely agree with that right there.
Not unlike...
I mean, I don't necessarily, I wouldn't necessarily agree with the label of hateable content, but like, because it kind of almost implies that darker subjects are bad in some way, but I mean, I agree with the core point there.
How Maiden Abyss approaches its unsettling, lurid elements. And that's at least worthy of respectful consideration. The same goes for the trashy tropes that Jobless Reincarnation helped to cement. But before we get into that,
Although actually, I'm curious, because do any of you watching happen to know if he's read the books or not? Because so much of his opinion could be impacted by whether or not he has, just because, especially once Turning Point 4 happens, that can change the dynamics of so many of the characters, their relationships with each other, and the plot of the story as a whole. So many things just that you can start to say as an anime only now get so much deeper and more complex once you kind of have the full context of the story. So if anybody happens to know, please do let me know in the chat right now, or in the
Video
comments
is
if you're watching the
sponsored
VOD.
by Raycon, who are disrupting the
Okay, let me see. How old is this video? Okay, it's 4 years old. He is no longer getting any benefits from this ad. My general personal rule is, if I'm going to be doing a reaction on stream, I'm going to let the video cook for at least a week so that they can so that I can have a chance. I don't think I'm really ever going to have any meaning at this point. I'm not going to have any meaningful competition with the original videos, but still, I kind of want to set the precedent now of giving videos at least a week to cook unless they give explicit permission. And when it comes to ad reads, if the video was made within the last 6 months, I will watch the ad, because that kind of gives a safe buffer for how much they can still benefit from the ads. This video is 4 years old. He no longer benefits from this ad read, essentially. So usually the amount that actually gets tracked for these things is like a couple months at most. Because a lot of times, I mean, I'm not big enough to start taking sponsors on my own channel, but I've known people who have, and I know kind of how it works, where usually they'll give you an upfront payment, and then a lot of they'll include like a discount code or a link, and then they'll get a portion of sales from that code or link. And then also how well the video does over, a month or a couple months can affect future ad rates. So you can negotiate for higher or lower payments later on. That's all kind of gone after 4 years. There's not really any more benefit to him. Hell, his link might not even work anymore. Let's actually see. Yeah, so I mean, if you're interested in Raycons, you can go buy raycon.com/mothersbasement. I don't know if that link will actually still work or that discount code will still work, but if anything will, it's going to be that. The ad read itself is not going to benefit him. But any video I watch that's made within 6 months, I will watch the ads. So I'm not skipping ads just to skip ads. I am skipping it because I don't think it'll actually benefit him. Again, it's just a case of respect the original creators. Their hard work allowed this content to exist.
basement. By this point, I can't even count how many anime I've seen about nerds dying used up and lonely and then getting to relive their childhoods in fantasy worlds reminiscent of popular video games, eventually saving those worlds with fabulous secret powers, and picking up one or more beautiful fantasy brides in the bargain. And for obvious reason, there is a huge market hungry for that flavor of escapist wish fulfillment. But back in 2012, when Mushoku Tensei first hit web novel hub Shosetsuka Ninaro alongside Konosuba, ReZero, Overlord, and Isekai Izakaya, the size and veracity of that market was largely unknown. While just about every light novel and anime that's followed...
Yeah, I think people don't really realize just how much impact those types of, like, those web novel sites could be, and how much they impacted popular anime culture. Like, we don't really have a real equivalent here in the West. So, like, but so much of what you know is originated from a web novel. It's fucking crazy.
In their footsteps has simply stuck to formula in cynical pursuit of easy clout and cash, hence why they're all trash. Those early authors were simply taking ideas set forth in the then newly popular SAO.
So, fun fact, Sword Art Online, believe it or not, if you don't count Pokemon, because I don't think that should count for a 90s kid, because every 90s kid watched Pokemon, Sword Art Online was actually my first anime. And holy shit, I couldn't have picked like a worse thing to start out with. Because I mean, I think visually it's very nice. It's pretty. It's an exciting concept. But true story, when I first watched Sword Art Online, I watched episode 1 and I liked it. I think it was that's a pretty solid first episode, all things considered. And then I started the second episode and literally thought, oh shit, did I accidentally click on the third episode? Because that time skip was so jarring, so abrupt. They just went from, okay, everyone's in the game, and now they're like it's like all tension's happening. The game has finally begun. Play it or die. And then it skips to like several months later when everybody has kind of established their roles in the world. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You skipped like the introduction to everything? Like how everything kind of gets to where it's gonna go. Like, again, it was so abrupt. I genuinely thought I'd accidentally skipped an episode. And I watched the first 2 seasons of Sword Art Online, the one with Sword Art Online, and then with what I think they called it Alfheim Online or something like that. I watched those. It just never got any better. I really, really wanted to like this show, but it just never ended up really happening. There were so many moments throughout the series. One day I'm gonna have to just rewatch it and make a video on it, because even years later, I still have these little rants going on in my head where they'll just introduce things randomly, have flashbacks to stuff that happened that they skipped over, and then have characters that make no fucking sense. Yeah, Elfheim, again, it's one of those things. I liked the idea of it. It just didn't happen. I think the thing that pisses me off the most about Sword Art Online is I remember after he gets out of the game and he goes to do a kendo match with his sister, and he holds the sword like he did in the game, and not like an actual kendo stance. And then the sister internally is like, "Where did he learn to hold a sword like that?" And I'm thinking, maybe in the fucking video game he was stuck in for the past several years. Holy shit! So there's so many moments like that. Honestly, it's one of those things that's very fun to complain about, so I might actually have to make a video on it someday, because I think that would be such a fun video to make.
And running with them in whatever direction their imagination wanted to go. Mushoku Tensei is written the way it is and contains the characters, tropes, and scenarios that it does solely because its author, Rifujin
I probably did, but I don't remember it.
Magonote thought those things would make for an interesting story. The series doesn't just let an otaku NEET play hero and feel up waifus as a cosmic consolation prize for his sad life. It explores in great depth the major character flaws at the root of that sadness, and asks why, of all the people in the multiverse, a fantasy world in need might summon up such a sad sack loser as its savior.
Okay, so I think this answers the question I had earlier. I'm pretty sure he did not read the books at this point, because I'm not going to spoil anything, but if he had read the books, he would not have framed that statement in that way. And that's also true. I mean, that's a big part of what the themes of Mushoku Tensei are trying to put forth. The idea that Rudy kind of always had the power to fix things that were wrong with him. It's not that his second chance was what allowed him to live. It's that it just put him in a position where he was able to actually realize that. And again, he always had that ability. He just had things he needed to learn, and that's what his new companions were able to teach him.
And what it would take for such a pitiable creature to actually become a real hero.
Yeah, because again, one of the things I talk about a lot when we're talking about Mushoku Tensei is, in the broader scheme of things, Rudy is not the main character. He's actually just a significant side character, and I think that's really cool.
He's about as far from a projectable blank slate as anime protagonists get, and while he's written to be sympathetic and psychologically fascinating, it is crystal clear from the get-go that we're not supposed to like him or most of the things he does.
I'm not going to quite agree with that. I think Rudy is meant to be likable, but you're really supposed to hate the things that he does. Depending on the things. Sometimes it's just stuff you got to laugh at. Sometimes it's stuff you actually dislike. And that's why one of the things I think the books do that element a little bit better, where when you kind of actually see all of his thoughts in real time, understand the trains of logic he goes on, it makes a lot more sense as to why somebody who is fundamentally decent and likable could end up in a certain mental area, why he would do certain things, why he would think certain things. When you just don't get that full mental context in the anime. So I think the books did a better job of it, but I do think Rudy is meant to be likable, but you don't like the things he does, and you understand that they're ultimately born out of his trauma, because the anime does definitely kind of lean into all that elements with a lot of those flashbacks and calls back to the hurt and trauma he suffered in his past life.
The man who would be Rudius Greyrat was an unambiguous piece of shit. The sort of person who, after 3 decades spent making nothing of himself and mooching off his parents, had the nerve to skip their funeral and hole up in their house with what is heavily implied to be Nobuhiro Watsuki's kind of movie.
The first page of the light novels actually tells you what it was. As I say all the time, I'm still annoyed that Mushoku Tensei omitted the greatest line in all of fiction, all of literature. What the hell had I even done wrong? All I did was skip out on our funeral so I could spank it to uncensored lolly porn. On our parents' funeral so I could spank it to uncensored lolly porn. So yeah, it's they toned Rudy down a little bit in the anime, but yeah, it was although I also kind of don't agree with the unambiguous framing of Rudy as just a piece of shit. Again, I think the trauma is something that is nailed down really early on. They really do focus on that early on, and I think you kind of have to be an idiot to not see that the trauma is a core part of how Rudy ended up the way he did.
Understandably, his remaining family kicks him the fuck out after coming home to find that. And right then, when he's being...
But granted, he might also just be framing it this way for the sake of this video, trying to kind of... Again, it's a video essay, so you're not always going to have every little piece of context in every little part of the script, and it might be just he's leaning into the one stylistic, like the one tone, the one feeling you're supposed to be thinking about at this part in the video essay, that he will then say, but, and then he goes into everything else. So that could be what he's doing, and I might just be jumping the gun.
Forced into a reckoning with the emptiness of his own existence, he spies a truck barreling through an intersection toward a group of teens, and without hesitation, he trades his life long wasted for theirs still to come. So he's also that sort of person, the kind who would put his life on the line to save a stranger given the chance. Thus, powerful cosmic forces decide to give him another one, and that...
Again, understandable conclusion to make if you hadn't read the books, but also, yeah, just definitely betrays the fact that he didn't.
Cavernous contradiction at the heart of his character does everything to define how he takes it.
そんなに無防備だとお触りしちゃうぞ。え?
The very first thing we learn about Rudy, the thing that defines him as he takes his first steps into this new world, is that he's a pervert.
Yep.
Not horny. He won't be physiologically capable of that for years to come, but his hikikomori habits have conditioned him to act like he is, because it's the only way he knows to have fun anymore.
Yeah, that actually does kind of hint towards, and I don't know if he's going to actually really lean into what I think a big thing of Rudy's personality is, and it's something I don't really hear people talk a lot about, so I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't, but I mean, but he's saying that, it's the only way he knows how to be happy. I think it goes even deeper than that, and those of you who watch my streams will know that I've talked about this ad nauseum, but the thing about Rudy is that you got to remember, for around 20 years, the only time he felt any positive emotions whatsoever, or even anything resembling positive emotions, was when he was experiencing sexual pleasure from masturbation. So by the time he is reincarnated, he's kind of at the point where everything positive that happens to him, he filters it through a lens of sex, and he just can't initially have those positive emotions without thinking of them in a sexual way. And even retroactively, that's done things where, again, the anime kind of fumbled this point, but in the prologue of volume 1 of the light novels, one of the things, it's a very serious scene. That introduction is very serious, but there are 2 funny moments in that prologue. The first is the lolly porn line, which is just so ridiculously out of pocket. Again, I think that does contribute to the core idea of Rudy kind of having sex kind of cloud his entire mental persona, and how it informs everything that's about him for like quite a while. But he also mentions a childhood friend he had that he had lost contact with. And this was in the middle of a monologue where he is, not a monologue, a soliloquy. There's a difference. But he's in the middle of a soliloquy talking about all the things that he regrets about his life, all the things that he wishes he'd done differently, the ways he fucked up, and he's just feeling all bad about it. One of those things is he mentions this childhood friend. And we never learn her name, we never learn anything about her, but we do learn a couple of superficial traits about her. And we also learn that they were friends as kids. They would walk home from school together. They would bicker and fight a little bit, but that they were, on good terms. And it's softly implied that they may have ended up together had Rudy not, become Rudy, or whatever his old name was. You never actually learn what his old name was. But so you learn that they had that kind of dynamic. You don't learn anything about her, except you learn a few traits. You learn that she was in junior high. She had short hair, and she was on the track team. And Rudy mentions that he could get off 3 times in a row to those tags on hentai sites. And that's another thing where it retroactively changed his positive emotions about this person he cared about and turned them into sex. Like they just became something that made him horny, because that's, again, at this point, all he can really, any kind of positive emotions, that's all he can really process them as. And I do really like how he slowly breaks out of that, and how there are a couple times in the middle portions where he's not completely out of that mindset, but he's also not completely just good equals sex anymore. Like with the Beast Children at the beginning of the Doldaya arc, which the anime didn't really do this, but in the books he actually got aroused by the children, and his arousal made him uncomfortable, because what he was actually feeling was like a protectiveness over these kids, and made him like a little bit horny, and he's like, what the fuck is going on here? So that is one thing I think is such a core element of Rudy's personality. I never see anyone talk about it, even other people who really understand the story really well. Nobody ever really goes into this element of things. So I'm wondering, he's hinting at it. I wonder if he actually fucking gets it.
Thanks to sharp writing and comic timing, his vulgar inner monologue and lecherous behavior are at times about as funny as that stuff gets in anime. How funny that is depends on your taste, but he's also just straight up sad. While his parents, blinded by love, don't yet see Rudius for what he is, their maid Lilia, who, as we'll learn, has experience being leered at, immediately recognizes the intent behind the supposedly innocent infant's gaze, and it terrifies her.
That's not the most accurate way of doing things. And I also do think that the anime did fumble Lilia a little bit. I really wish they got into a little bit more of how her mindset changed, especially during the family meeting scene, because just the fact, or how she was before going into the Grey Rat household, how she was just this hyper stoic, no emotional connection with anything kind of person. And Rudy essentially broke her out of that. And that's why the displays of emotion she shows are so impactful to me, because I read the books and I know what she's all about. The anime doesn't really do that, and I think that's kind of disappointing. But it's not so much that she could understand what Rudy was thinking. It's more that Rudy's behavior made her very uncomfortable, because she knew something was off, and she was also superstitious, so she just kind of assumed he was possessed by a demon. But then once Rudy's initial complete gremlinness wore off, because he spent I think a year, or I think he spent something like 6 months just as a total gremlin, complete hedonist, doing nothing but satisfying his own various urges, until he kind of orients himself and says, okay, that's enough of that. Let's kind of explore this area, trying to figure out, get my bearings of things. And that's when he eventually kind of teaches himself to read, starts understanding the language, and that's when leads him to the magical textbook. Once he kind of gets out of his total gremlin mode, Lily is like, you know what? Okay, I don't have the same opinions of him as I did before. He doesn't seem like a total monster anymore. She's still not comfortable around him, but she's like, you know what? I've made peace with it internally.
Something she's forced to live with alone for years.
So good. Saying for years, but again, I feel like it was really only the first 6 months or so that she really had that interpretation of Rudy. Afterwards, she just kind of, kept his distance and decided, you know what? If I leave him to his devices, that's probably the best case scenario. And it wasn't until the emergency family meeting that changed fundamentally.
Take Rudius far longer than that to learn anything from it, but from the very beginning, the series is making clear that his uninvited lust is harmful to the women he forces it upon, even when he's just looking. And that might have been all that defined Rudius, well into an equally sad second adulthood, but for one discovery that galvanized his inner and, at the time, outer child. There is magic in this world.
Yeah.
Healing.
Yeah, and I do think one of the biggest strengths of the anime early on is how it really did a good job of the animation and the music and all that, showing the wow factor of this magic. Just you really get what Rudy is thinking in that moment, like, holy fucking shit. That's exactly, like, I think this part was done masterfully in the anime.
Mushoku Tensei's setting is animated with rich historical and natural texture, the likes of which I haven't felt since Spice and Wolf, and its execution of that style is even more exemplary. Beautifully painted backgrounds and lively, delicately inked animations
Completely agree with
the
this.
impression of a storybook come alive. Consistent, moody lighting gives every scene depth, and a subtle film grain filter ties all those elements together in the composite, helping to disguise
This was a
background
cool
CGI
scene. I
and
liked this
giving
one.
the final image a printed-on-paper quality that many anime have tried and failed to achieve with actual paper filters. There's a lot that other anime productions can learn from this one on a purely technical level, but what's even more important is how all of these elements come together to immerse you in its world, all so that the even more beautiful magic effects can blow you away as much as they do Rudy.
Yep, I completely agree with everything he's saying here.
From the moment Zenith first lays her healing hands on him, a second obsession is born in the boy, and until Roxy arrives to tutor him, the joy he takes in exploring and discovering that is kept entirely separate from his first one. When he's up in the attic playing with water balls, Rudius is just a kid, messing around and learning with the single-minded determination of youth. Even after he meets Roxy, while he
And that well,
does
don't want to linger on that just in case of TOS stuff, but again, I think it goes a little bit deeper than he's saying. Let me actually get the wording down because I distracted myself.
And until Roxy arrives to tutor him, a second obsession is born in the boy. And until Roxy arrives to tutor him, the joy he takes in exploring and discovering that is kept entirely separate from his first one. When he's up in the attic playing with water balls, Rudius is...
Okay, now I remember what I was going to say, because he mentioned, Rudy's basically just a kid when he's playing with these water balls. And yes, again, I think it goes deeper than that. I think that, well, it can be kind of obfuscated by the fact that he has an adult's intellect. I think his emotional development tends to be roughly in line with his physical age. There's a bit of wiggle room there, and of course, he's put into these extreme circumstances that kind of force him to mature in certain ways, way before he would normally do so. But in instances like this, when he was an infant, like I was talking about just, a couple minutes ago, when he was an infant, he acted completely on impulse. Every urge he had, he acted on. He just, again, was a total gremlin. That's how infants are. That's what they do. They don't really think of anything aside from the here and now and what they're immediately feeling. And they can't even process what they're feeling. So any kind of emotion just kind of overwhelms them. That's how infants are. As he grows a little older, becomes a toddler, that's when he starts getting curious about the world around him. He starts exploring things. He starts playing around with stuff. In this case, magic. This is something that takes his interest. It excites him. He starts playing with magic because, he has the emotional development of about a child at this point, a toddler. And it just consistently happens throughout. And then once he gets into Renoa, that's when he's an adult. He overcomes another major trauma. That's when that kind of emotional aging kind of stops. Not to say that he doesn't develop emotionally past that point. It's just the idea of him growing up, essentially, has kind of reached its peak at that point.
Just a kid, messing around and learning with the single-minded determination of youth. Even after he meets Roxy, while he does ogle her during lore lectures, he learns quickly that there are dangers to distracted casting, and generally tones down his antics when the wands are out. When she's taught him his
I mean, there's some truth to that, but also let's not forget that the reason they discovered his magic is because he blew a hole in the side of the wall. Like, I feel like that was probably a pretty formative moment as well.
final lesson, and he moves on to teaching Sylphie and later Eris. Despite being an absolute creep outside the classroom, he still takes their lessons seriously inside it and avoids doing anything that might disrupt their learning. Magic practically becomes a platonic island in the sea of sex and perversion that is this medieval world, and working hard at it, seeing the women in his life do the same, is the main catalyst that spurs Rudy's growth as a character and his growing respect for them, not as characters, but people.
I largely agree with what he says here. I'm not sure I would separate magic from sex as much as he is. I think it's kind of... Again, it's just the fact that everything was kind of overpowered by a veneer of sex for Rudy starting out, where his whole thing was just like, and again, everything was sexual to him. That's just kind of how his brain developed a coping mechanism for his trauma in his past life. The fact that magic is something he was able to take interest in, a genuine, serious interest. Okay, video audio seems a little low. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, so I'm gonna have to just turn it up a little bit in OBS. Excuse me a little. Let me put that up there. And there, I got multiple instances going on, so I have to kind of adjust them in all, because if it's bad for one, it's gonna be bad for all. So I'm gonna try that, see if that ends up doing it. Let me know if there's still any issues after that, but yeah, so like I was saying, Rudy kind of, again, interpreted everything sexually. That was kind of it overpowered everything about him. So the fact that there was something that wasn't purely sexual for him, that's the area where it's striking because of the fact that, again, everything else is sexual. This one thing is not necessarily sexual. But I don't agree that it's necessarily a complete split. And I do think a big part of Rudy's journey is coming to a healthy understanding of his sexuality, not like a complete rejection of it like you would imagine, but he ends up, understanding that sex is, can be a healthy part of his life. So yeah, I agree that it's a separate interest of his, but I don't agree that there's this real clear divide between the two.
Though every time he expresses that respect, the show comically contrasts the statement with an action contradicting it. For example, keeping a stolen pair of Master Roxy's panties, which is also one more uncomfortable thing that he forces Lilia to deal with.
I mean, okay, so I get that he's kind of just being a little bit flippant here. He's kind of making a bit of a joke, but I mean, it's not that he forces Lilia to deal with it. It's more like, the way I always viewed this scene is that he kind of, and at this point it's still kind of comedic where she finds it and that's kind of his justification for helping her during the emergency family meeting. But like, I always viewed it as Lilia kind of went in, she saw it, ultimately asked a couple questions and realized what this was and basically said, nope, this is above my pay grade. I'm going to pretend like I never saw this. And it was a little bit less, not as much of a big deal as Mother's Basement is kind of making it out to be. Again, it was more of a comedic thing. And then eventually the panties actually become like a serious like character thing later on that I do think was a little bit done better in the books than the anime, but it ends up being kind of a physical thing he can point his adoration of Roxy towards, something that, lets him kind of center himself. And while it's always silly, it actually becomes a lot more meaningful.
I've heard it argued that this contradicts the notion he's growing as a character. I'd argue that it merely shows how far he has to go. This series takes the long road in every aspect of his development. Like 25 volumes covering his entire lifespan long, though
it doesn't cover his entire lifespan. It covers like 20-something years, and he lives for like another 50-something after that. So, no. But yeah, it is... Yeah, I will say it's slow-paced in some ways, fast-paced in others. One thing I've noticed about the books, especially, and I think the anime is even more notable in this regard, just because it usually tends to put about 4-ish episodes per book, which I think is actually a little bit low. I would have honestly liked to see it be a little slower. But one thing I've noticed about the books is, despite the fact that there's a lot of book for Rudy's life, they're not afraid of having, like, going through significant chunks of time in a relatively small amount of time. With Volume 1 being the biggest example of that, where Volume 1 takes place over the span of 10 years, of 7 years, yeah. And then the next 3 years are in Volume 2. But yeah, I mean, it's not uncommon for them to just kind of skip over months or weeks at a time. And I mean, I think there's actually some benefits to that. The fact that you can actually kind of have this, it actually avoids an issue that I see in a lot of media, where when you kind of step back and look, you realize that certain stories have so much in them, but they take place over a relatively short amount of time. I can't remember the exact numbers, but I once looked up just how long did the Lord of the Rings trilogy last in universe, and it was something like 1.5 years, which is like, holy shit, that's fucking nothing. Mushoku Tensei is able to do these kind of time skips to kind of move past all that and actually have the timing of everything kind of feel more normal. But I also don't agree. It does feel like it keeps moving. I don't think it's as slow paced as people tend to say it is.
Only looking at the animated tip of that iceberg today.
That being said, I should also mention that it's, structurally speaking, it is a little bit on the slower side. Not in a bad way, I should clarify that. But, just the story itself, I feel like it keeps moving, but the structure is definitely very slow paced, especially with the fact that, this is something I bring up a lot, is that I believe that the true inciting incident of the series is turning point 1. That's where things start moving forward. Everything else is just an introduction, and that's at the end of Volume 2 and episode 8 of the anime. So, like, it's slow paced in that regard, but yeah, I don't agree that it's a slow show at all. And maybe I'm just biased by the fact that I read the books ahead of time, and the show seems to be moving at lightning speed in comparison.
Magic doesn't just come isekai easy to Rudius. He does become an astronomically powerful wizard and master of multiple languages over the course of his hero's journey, but not because those abilities are just arbitrarily handed to him by God. Having an adult mind piloting his child body simply allows him to direct its innately accelerated learning ability and train his still-growing form to do magic in ways that people who start later in life simply cannot.
Okay, minor nitpick. I will say the idea of having somebody's early learning ability, because it is actually true that when you're really young, there's a period of time where your brain is extremely receptive to new information and can learn things at much more efficiently and put things together a lot easier than you can as an adult. And that's one of the reasons everybody is able to learn their native language so easily. It's without really much formal education until you're already established in it, because your brain is so hyper elastic, you're able to learn a lot of things in a very short amount of time. That is something that is speculated to be a thing in Mushoku Tensei. That's something Rudy thinks, is this why I'm able to succeed in the ways I'm succeeding? That question never actually gets answered. There are other ways in which his youth is actually helpful to him, such as the fact that I don't think Mother's Basement would necessarily know this, because I don't think it's revealed at this point, but training at a young age is what allowed him to enhance his mana capacity, because that actually does kind of stop after a while. And also the fact that he is able to have an outsider's perspective on magic means he was able to learn it in a different way, so he kind of understood the feel of it rather than learning solely via incantations like most people do. And learning via incantations makes it harder to then later understand magic on a deeper level and do silent casting and all that stuff. And like I've said before, I do believe silent casting is far easier in this world than it's made out to be. And the fact that Rudy ends up teaching multiple people how to silent cast and never has any real failures in that regard, except for people who are already kind of capped out, I think it says a lot.
Even then, it's not an exclusive special skill. Sylphie, who starts practicing almost as early as Rudius, quickly picks up the same trick of wordless casting. He has an undeniable advantage over most people starting life in this world, but one directly rooted in the specific mechanics that brought him here and the odd nature of his existence, not just divine coincidence. And he still has to apply himself with intense dedication to achieve what he does, fueled by some innate interest in the subject matter — nerds do love lore and magic — but mostly by a lifetime of deep-seated, agonizing regret, which also believably hampers his growth. It takes years and a lot of encouragement from his kind, understanding teacher just to work up the courage to leave his house. He draws on that regret in episode 7 when...
I will say it was less of an encouragement, personally. I think it was kind of just essentially a kick in the ass more. Like, where Roxy didn't really give him a choice. She just kind of said, yep, we're going, grabs him, puts him on the horse, let's go. And he's like, he wouldn't have done that on his own. He wouldn't have made that choice, even with her encouragement, I think. Again, that's just speculation, but that's my belief, is that he would never have actually taken that step on his own. But then it was the fact that Roxy basically did not give him an option to not go. And he realized he didn't really have a good reason to argue for not doing it. So he just kind of accepted it. And then, you know, over the course of that journey, he started to realize that his misconceptions were wrong, that people respected Roxy, that the outside world isn't as scary as he thought it was.
He has to talk Eris into not giving up on the aspects of her noble womanly studies, specifically dancing, that she's just not good at and doesn't like doing. He's lived that way and knows exactly where it leads, and in his new life has come to appreciate the rewards of hard work, especially at something you're not good at.
That's true. He's not wrong when he says that. I also think that with the Eris dancing in particular, I think another thing that Rudy learns is that it's a lot more effective when you can kind of connect something you're learning to something you already understand. Because the way he gets Eris to learn how to dance is not just saying, oh, work hard at it and power through it. It's that he realizes, oh, she's really good at swordplay. Swordplay has a lot of footwork and rhythm and timing. What if I teach her from that perspective? And then that kind of changes her mindset and realizes, hey, this thing doesn't have to be this huge barrier to me. If something's not working for me, I can find another way to approach it. Again, that is a bit of a nitpick, but... And I think that's probably going to be like a common trend, is that, like, I understand the core point he's making, but I feel like the context just kind of changes the argument a little bit.
That scene resonated with me on a deep level, and the subsequent scenes where he helps her nail her birthday dance and then awards both her and her
I did not say
sword
foreplay.
Instructor Ghislaine with wands, just like the one Roxy gave him, absolutely warmed my heart.
Yeah, you're also correct, Alan. That is something that is true. I don't know. I just found the other side of things to be a little bit more of a sticking point for me, but I understand there could be other interpretations.
And then awards both her and her bodyguard / sword instructor Ghislaine with wands, just like the one Roxy gave him, absolutely warmed my heart. Immediately afterward, he's given an opportunity to ruin all that again when he wakes up in Eris's bed, and for the first time, out of respect for her hard work and understanding of how much she treasures both his and Ghislaine's gifts, Rudius doesn't take that opportunity. Clearly,
I might have some minor nitpicks about the framing of that, but overall, I agree enough that I don't think it's actually worth getting into that.
Growing. But while not assaulting girls in their sleep is sadly progress for him, it's not even the bare minimum. He still has to unlearn a lot of bad assumptions about women and sex that he's built up through a lifelong diet of anime porn games. That's not just my interpretation of his character. He explicitly calls himself out for it in the next episode, after what is by far his worst on-screen transgression. Content warning for sexual assault. Gonna try to keep this as clean as I can, but use the chapters or timestamp to skip past it.
I'll be honest, that's one of the benefits of doing the type of content that I do, where I will actually cover stuff that gets like really dark and just, you know, explores the worst elements of the human mind. Again, things like Euphoria or even Rants to an extent, even though Rants is more comedic than anything else, even though it does have serious stories to it, but it also, has these really edgy jokes and everything like that. But that's one of the things I think is a benefit about covering stuff like this, is the fact that I can actually, things like this don't bother me. Like, I don't care that this show depicts something bad, and this content warning almost seems like a joke to me. I know it's not. Like, I'm not saying it is, but it's funny because, like, something it's honestly not even that bad by fiction standards is something that people got to skip it to not be uncomfortable. It's like, I feel like they're missing out on a whole lot if you skip everything that makes you uncomfortable. I don't know. That's just me, but I think it's largely because I've really developed an appreciation over the past couple of years of stories that utilize that type of framing of a desire to make the audience feel bad, and it just enables so much complex storytelling, and it almost kind of makes me feel sad about the people who will skip that stuff, because I feel like they're missing out on a lot just because they don't want to feel any degree of discomfort.
Don't want to think about it at all. At the behest of her father, Philip, who wants Rudy to marry her and join in a good old-fashioned family coup, Eris agrees to do some naughty stuff with Rudius in his room, and he immediately charges headfirst out of her overtly defined comfort zone because...
I will also say, I think there's a little bit of extra nuance to this scene, where the fact that it gets to that point because he knows that he doesn't really trust himself, and he has these really... he's confused about his feelings towards Eris because he knows he cares about her. He also doesn't really know what the implications of that are, and he just can't really process it properly. So he kind of knows that if he's kind of in this situation, he might do something bad, and this is after the point where he refrains from groping her in her sleep. He's starting to respect her as a person. He realizes, yeah, this is something I could definitely fuck up. So he tries to scare her away, essentially, by saying, oh, I'm going to do all these naughty things if you stay here. And then when that doesn't scare her away, he doesn't know how to deal with that. And that's kind of what leads into this thing where thinking, oh shit, do I have a green light? And he takes it too far. I just think there's more that goes into this scene than he's making out. And yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, if somebody gets that far in the series and drops it, Thomas, that there's probably no help in them at that point, where like, if they weren't picking up what the show was putting down up until that point, not much they can do.
He's scum. Then he gets his ass very justifiably beat for it. In the lead up, he doesn't even think of her by name, only getting excited for the chance to get with a tsundere. But in the aftermath, he
I don't know. That is like the most American pronunciation of tsundere that I've ever heard.
何やってんだ。
完全に我を忘れていた。エロゲーをたくさんやってヒロインの気持ちが分かった気にでもなっていたか。
This line draws a direct line from his hurtful objectification of Eris to his past life obsession with fake anime girls. And the lesson he's learning here is one that most anime dealing with sex, even good ones like Horimiya, either gloss over or ignore, that consent is fluid and conditional, not a binary state you can just fade to black from. Yes to one thing doesn't mean yes to everything. Respecting that is actually the bare minimum. He got there, though I don't know if I can defend what it took to get there. This scene made me the most uncomfortable out of any in the show, which is saying a lot.
Okay, I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't find most of the scenes all that uncomfortable up to this point. I mean, there were definitely some moments there that were meant to kind of rub you the wrong way, but I don't know. I also think another core part of Rudy's character development is the fact that early on, so much of his initial lessons that he learns, at least the major ones, are from fucking up and hurting somebody he's grown to care about, which, I mean, like a baseline boundaries was with Sylphie, where in the bath scene where he stripped her after she said no, and then he hurt her and they felt really bad about it and all that. And then he, from that, kind of learned that, hey, you actually have to kind of somewhat take people's thoughts into considerations, and if they hit you with a hard no, that's where you back off. And then he kind of learned a little bit more about boundaries when he did this with Eris and hurt her. And again, it was not the fact that he got his ass kicked that taught him a lesson. It was the fact that he upset Eris, who he had grown to care about. And he didn't even know kind of where the line was or how to find it. He just kind of, again, he didn't know any of this. So yeah, again, I think that's another core element that a lot of people miss, is that, again, he learns early on by fucking up.
I won't show them here, but some of the shots in it are very explicit. Unlike I
don't know, when I see the word explicit, I think of something different. It wasn't all that explicit. It was like suggestive as hell for sure, but like, I don't know. I wouldn't have called it explicit. I mean, I can understand why he didn't show it on YouTube. That could have potentially come into some TOS issues if he like focused on it, but yeah, I don't know.
Anime that integrate fan service into scenes exploring sensitive subject matter, I don't think Mushoku Tensei mixes its message here. Rudius is thinking of Eris like H-game CGI, and the subjective camera work definitely reflects that. And the ecchi elements are immediately shut down the second he crosses the line. Note that when she spin kicks his stupid asshole face in, there's not a single frame where you can see up her skirt.
Yeah.
This being anime, that had to be intentional. Still, I can't blame anyone who just nopes the fuck out of the whole thing the second it starts before.
Well, okay, so I have two things to say. First of all, I actually agree with him about the lack of panty shots, because there have been other instances where Mushoku Tensei does have panty shots for a variety of reasons. They could be actually serious or comedic. But yeah, the fact that they didn't was definitely a deliberate choice. And I also disagree that I think, like, if you're paying attention and this scene makes you nope out, like, I don't know, there's just, at that point, you just don't get it. And it's going to be really hard to, anyone who's been paying attention with an open mind, I feel like should understand what this scene is going for. And that may just be my own biased perspective as somebody who not only does, like, media analysis as a hobby, that's something I enjoy, something I think I've gotten pretty good at, but also somebody who enjoys darker media in general. I like when stories explore taboos and what goes beyond them and utilizes things that you would never see in other media to tell these types of stories that you just don't see. So that might be my perspective talking. But again, I feel like if you have an open mind and are paying attention and thinking about it, and you still say this scene is just way too much, you can't handle it anymore, I don't know. I feel like there's no helping you at that point.
Foreseeing where they're going with it, it is hard to recommend watching. I won't say it's
disagree.
The wrong directing choice, but
I do not think this is a hard show to recommend. I think this is an excellent show to recommend, honestly, for all levels of understanding. And I do agree with you, Thomas, there. There are definitely people who, I think a lot of people have really just immature relationships with writing in general. I think a lot of people aren't able to even comprehend what stories really are. And it's like, it's not just a case of, they joke about not being able to separate fantasy from reality. And, obviously people can read a book and understand that it's not real. But I think that general idea actually does go a lot further with a lot of people, where they genuinely can't understand that a piece of fiction might be showcasing something and it's not reflective of anything in reality on its own. And again, they kind of view what they're feeling about something they're reading, watching, playing, whatever. And they think that their feelings are something that exists in the real world, essentially, and not just in the context of this work of fiction. And, like, for example, a lot of people, like, this is such a persistent issue, and it pisses me off every time, but I realize it's not worth arguing against it, is they'll showcase something in a piece of media, and that thing might be a bad thing. And people will assume that because it's been shown, that means that the author agrees with it, which is a very stupid thing. And that's actually a common reason that, like I was talking way earlier in the stream about the kind of the puritanical influence on things and how we kind of have this really weird approach and a relationship with sex in specifically America. I think it's a little different in Europe, but I'm not I'm not too knowledgeable about that because I've never lived in Europe. But in America, people are really weird about sex. And like more so like the levels of sex people will find appropriate is a lot lower than the levels of violence they'll find appropriate. Like again, you can tear some demons to bits and have gore flying everywhere in a video game or a movie. But you know, you get a little creepy in an anime and then people lose their fucking shit. So that's, I think that connects to what I was talking about, how people can't, like you said, Thomas, they can't divorce their emotions with the rest of what the story is doing. And so when they see something uncomfortable that is sexual, they can't understand internally that that's not real. And in a sense, like, again, obviously they don't think it's actually physically happening, but to them it feels like it can't just exist in the context of fiction. And I think that is a big reason that people reject Mushoku Tensei in general. And I do think it's one of those things that general mindset does kind of permeate a lot of people's experiences with fiction. And it's one of the things I would, if I could do something to make people understand it more, I would. But at this point, I don't think I can. And honestly, I think it takes, this kind of mindset probably takes a shock to the system to get. Like, you have to actually experience something that resonates with you and does something that kind of makes you forced to confront that mindset head on. And actually, I did kind of have that. While I was never this person who was just like, oh, sex bad, her, and, you know, bad thing in media be bad, I did kind of have this mindset of explicit sexuality detracting from media. It's not that you can't have a good story with sex, but it's just that, you know, I feel like at the time I kind of felt like if a story contained a sex scene, it was because it was sexy, and that it probably would have been better without it. Then the thing that kind of got me into weebery in general was the first entry point was actually the visual novel Katawa Shoujo. And I actually even got kind of bait and switched into reading that, where I initially thought it was kind of just a meme game because I heard it described as the crippled dating sim made by 4chan. But then I read through the visual novel. I pretty quickly realized that it wasn't what I thought it was, but that I liked what it actually was. I was enjoying the writing, I was enjoying the story, enjoying the characters. And the thing is, each of the 5 routes of that game, of that visual novel, do have sex scenes. And they, with one exception, I think there's one route that's actually just worse than the others, but the sex scenes actually kind of incorporate the actual ideas they were going for, the character development, the ways the relationships were moving, and it was reflected in the sex scenes. And I realized, no, this story is made better for having sex in it. And it kind of made me completely realize that, like, oh shit, I was wrong about what I thought about this subject. And while I didn't completely like overcome it in one day like that, it really kind of just shook my foundations as far as that side of things. And I found myself much more willing to view sexual media with a much more open mind after that. And over time that developed into kind of where I am today, where I can not only can look past any kind of extreme or sexual content in media, I can actually kind of see the areas in which it really benefits the story. I'm like, oh shit, yeah, this story is actually made better for having sex in it. Or even like the fact I'm now kind of in the community of people who play eroge or adult games. A lot of the times, the kind of raunchy sexuality is part of the experience, even if you're not there, you know, to just spend 15 minutes at a time. There's something that is just a fun factor about the raunchiness that does things. Yeah. And you know what? That's an interesting observation, Alan. Yeah. But yeah. So ultimately, that is kind of, I don't even remember exactly what prompted this tangent of mine, but yeah, that is kind of how I view things. I do think sometimes, yeah, people do have this just unfortunate relationship with uncomfortable stuff in media. I don't know there's any way to actually convince them of it besides just having them experience something that just changes their life and forces them to realize that they might be wrong.
I won't argue with anyone who thinks it is, or anyone who thinks addressing issues of consent like that with characters this young is flat out unacceptable. That said, the show itself does acknowledge that these characters being put in this situation by the adults around them is indicative of a serious societal problem. The men around Rudius all give him a pass for just about everything he does, and do way worse shit themselves. Because
he's not wrong, and I know what he's getting at when focusing on Paul here.
This is a medieval European setting, and that's what Middle Ages European nobility was actually like. Something a lot of other fantasy anime either whitewash or play for cheap fetish indulgence without seriously addressing how fucked up those societies really were.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't know like pretty much any of these anime he's referencing, so I don't actually have any idea. Yeah, I'll be honest, Amir, I'm not touching that topic. That's again, as I said earlier in the stream, my entire persona on YouTube, I'm trying to do things where I don't want to be one of those YouTubers who gives their political opinion on everything and inserts my personal politics into everything I talk about. And, you know, as much as I actually am liking this Mother's Basement video so far, that is one of the reasons that I kind of stopped watching him, is that I felt like so much of his personal politics infected his opinions on the things he talked about, and it just kind of annoyed me. But yeah, so I'm not going to touch that one, Amir. I have my opinions on it, but I'm not going to touch it. Although the only thing I will say is I think it's a little bit more nuanced than that. Whichever side of the issue you end up landing on, I think it's either way, it's going to be more nuanced.
Mushoku Tensei doesn't shy away from showing the psychological impact this culture has on the women living in it, or how it normalizes and encourages reprehensible behavior from men, especially powerful men. Rudius, for all his faults, isn't shy about calling them like he sees them, and he sees most of the men in his life, including his own father, as fundamentally bad people.
I don't agree with that framing there. I don't think he views Paul as a fundamentally bad person. I think in that instance, it was just because you got to consider the timeline of how things led up to this point, where Rudy actually had like a pretty positive opinion of Paul. It was starting to grow. He didn't view him as like a proper father yet, but he was starting to respect Paul's ability, what Paul has accomplished, and he was appreciative of the little areas in which Paul was able to guide him and help him get over things. And, you know, not saying that he thought he was perfect or anything, but he was developing a respect for him. Then the emergency family meeting happened, and as I talked about earlier, one of the things Rudy hates is hurting people that he cares about. That's like the thing that kind of overrides his core nature. That's something that really pushes him and is a big emotional motivator for a large part of the early story. Then the emergency family meeting happens, and the big thing is that Rudy sees how upset Zenith is. And he knows that Paul cares about Zenith and that what he did just really upset her. And he can't help but feel that as a massive moral failing. Like, despite all of his, the way he is at that point, that's something that it just emotionally, like, just stabs him in the gut. And from there, he kind of has to deal with the fact that his respect for his father has just completely just been shot through the floor. And he takes on every kind of negative aspect about Paul and projects it onto him. And in particular, one of those things is the fact that, you know, Lilia is starting to want to open up and trying to form a bond with Rudy because she's grateful to him and wants to, you know, and wants to actually be in his life and be a part of it. And one of the things about Lilia is that she's just so emotionally stunted herself that she has no idea about what topics are and aren't appropriate to talk about with a fucking 6-year-old child. So she just decides to tell the story about how she lost her virginity by Paul raping her. And that's just, and then that kind of reinforces the core negative opinions that Rudy already kind of had about Paul at that point, which, again, a lot of that was just him kind of reeling from the fact that Paul did something he viewed as really bad, and that he kind of overcorrects his respect for him into a disdain for him. And that doesn't last. But yeah, so then that's when he says, yeah, he's trash, he's a piece of shit, fuck him. And then their relationship grows a little bit more complicated from there. Not super relevant right now. But yeah, I don't agree that he just kind of immediately views the men as trash. But I don't know. I think I just don't agree with that framing.
Notos Grey Rat
actually
his own father as fundamentally bad people. Paul Notos Grey Rat is a philandering rapist who cheated on his pregnant wife with one of his former victims, jeopardizing Lilia's job and life in the process.
Yeah, he's not
Uncle
wrong.
Philip is a power-hungry schemer who openly offers to tie his own underage daughter up and plant her in Rudius's bed in exchange for the 10-year-old boy's cooperation in a violent coup. Then he sends her in anyway after the boys said no. Both he and Grandpa Soros have a thing for beast folk slaves, too.
I'll be honest, I also think, I don't know that Rudy ever thought of Soros as a bad guy. He thought of him as kind of just crazy and interesting, where, yeah, I don't know. I think he has mixed feelings about Soros personally, but also we do kind of learn that Soros actually isn't all that bad of a guy. He might be horny, he might be fucking a lot of his staff, but from what every piece of information we got, his staff genuinely respected him and liked him. And honestly, I would put money on the fact that this is probably a consensual encounter. I don't think there was necessarily any pressure, or any direct pressure, I would say. And let me see the chat. Yeah, Rudy was harsh on Paul and fought during Trader. And yeah, there's those connections there. Not super relevant for this right now, so I'm not going to go off on another tangent. And yes, I do remember hearing about that. I never followed the guy, not my type of content, but I remember hearing about that and thinking that was just so fucking insane. That video he made was so innocuous. I couldn't believe. And that's actually another reason I try to stay completely away from anything even remotely political. And if I do talk about politics, it's literally in the context of the story I'm talking about. And it's in-universe politics. And I don't give my political opinions. Because I think a lot of times when people do kind of have a political position that they are public about, that they hold to, even when it comes to like social stuff, a lot of times that can garner a certain type of audience. And and when you kind of garner this type of audience, it becomes very insular. And one of the reasons I do like about how my community has a lot of different people of all different political persuasions is the fact that there's not going to be kind of this insular hive mind, so that when I take a step out of it, people are not going to react aggressively. If I have a take that my community disagrees with, they'll just tell me they disagree with it. And I don't expect that if I have a hot take, I don't expect to get death threats over that, or at least, there's always a possibility of getting some. That's just a part of being online. But yeah, I don't expect to have that type of response to pretty much anything that I do, or anything that I'm likely to do. There are things I could do that would garner that type of response, but I'm not going to do them. And so yeah, that's why I think having an apolitical presence is good in that sense. Because even though he wasn't, I don't think that guy was like a really political person, like as far as his content goes, but he did kind of established kind of a certain socio-political vibe for his content from what I've seen. Again, I didn't follow him. And that's kind of what allowed people to kind of coagulate into that really toxic mindset. And I also think it's a very weird trend I've noticed. The more like outwardly wholesome or family-friendly something is, a lot of times the more fucking insane their fan base gets. Like, with media specifically, one of the things I'm known for is reviewing the rants games, the comedy porn games featuring a rapist protagonist. That's like as not kid friendly as you can get. Rants fans, they make edgy jokes, but actually some of the most well-adjusted people I've ever met. You look at something like fucking Steven Universe or My Little Pony, their fan bases can go fucking crazy. And I don't understand why that is. But that also might be a contributor to why that guy got death threats, because he seemed to have been cultivating this, wholesome persona based on the little I've seen of that situation. So, I don't know. I got on another tangent. I need to watch the video. Fucking hell.
And these are the good guys in the Grey Rat family. The ones ruthless enough to actually hold power at the top are apparently even worse. But that's exactly what makes them interesting as characters. Despite being products of both a bad environment and
Again,
their
I disagree
own
about
wicked
Soros.
choices,
I think he's actually a decent
they
guy.
are capable of doing uncommonly good things. They have good traits that certainly don't outweigh the bad, not even close, but do count for something. Paul is a bad guy, but also a good-ish parent who tries to provide his son and later daughters with opportunities. And
Okay, again, I don't know if it's the fact that he's an anime only watching this, at least at this point in the story. But I disagree with that framing on Paul. Again, I think a big part of Paul's arc is that fatherhood changed him. And that, he was complete degenerate scumbag beforehand. And remember, his initial intentions with Zenith, while I don't think he was ever like an overtly evil person. I don't think he necessarily desired other people's suffering. He just didn't care if that was a byproduct of his own gratification. And also, when he raped Lilia, it mentioned that he was kind of in an emotional state, which doesn't make it okay, certainly not. But it just showed that he was more willing to do things that he wouldn't have necessarily done in his right state of mind. But then, he goes off on his adventuring party and eventually is able to coerce Zenith into bed with him. And he's, manipulating her, lying to her, saying all these things. Then he sleeps with her and gets her pregnant. And then suddenly it's, the idea that he's going to be a father that's what rocks him. And he's just like, holy shit, I'm going to be a father. I did not like my relationship with my father. And I don't know if he was thinking in explicitly those terms at that point, but fatherhood made him stop in his tracks. And he's like, I got this woman pregnant. And he kind of immediately quits adventuring and settles down in the 9 months it takes Zenith to progress her pregnancy. A couple months spent kind of establishing a new position, using his connections to get his job in Buena Village and buying a house and settling down. And then in the books, it's very explicit about this. He mentions, on the day my son was born, I promised I'd never be a father like mine. So it's not that Paul is a bad guy who's a decent parent. He was a bad guy. And yeah, he was a kid, still a piece of shit, but a kid, who fatherhood kind of was his turning point that made him realize this is not the right path for me. My kids are what's important to me. And fatherhood just becomes his driving goal, even to the point where his the conclusion to his part of the story is with him trying to protect his son. Again, I disagree with this framing here, and it might be just because they haven't really gotten into the full breadth of what Paul is at this point in the story. And honestly, it might have only been... I don't even know how much of the story was out at the time this video was done, because I don't know, man. I don't know if he would be saying that Paul was a decent decent father if he saw that fucking 3-minute opening segment of that one episode with Norn, because holy shit.
teach them to be better than himself, even if he is kind of a shit teacher. I haven't met many dads like Kenichi Natsuki. I've seen a lot like Paul Greyrad. Most of us have folks like that in our lives who are good to us, but not to most people, and not always, but they try, or try to try. I haven't seen much fiction
That's a good way
that
of putting
captures
it.
that as well as Mushoku Tensei does.
I actually really like that turn of phrase of somebody who tries to try. I'm gonna have to use that one. I like it.
The women in the series tend to tip in the opposite direction from the men, which makes sense given that most of them don't have any power to abuse and are in fact the ones being abused. Zenith is both a great mom and a great person, kind and understanding even to people who really don't deserve it, like Paul. She sure can be smug, though. Lilia is quiet, sharp-witted, observant, the type to keep things bottled up and let it spill out at inopportune times.
Yeah, again, I can't blame him for kind of getting Lilia a bit wrong, because, again, I do think one of my biggest criticisms of the anime so far is that they really just should have shown Lilia before the her introduction to the Grey Rat household, because, I mean, I think it's one of the first chapters, might be the second chapter of Yeah. So yeah, there's the prologue, then Rudy reincarnates, has his little moment with his parents, and then the next chapter is from Lilia's perspective, explaining kind of her life up to that point, really shows that, and it doesn't reveal the rape just yet, that becomes true later on, but it shows that she's this hyper logical, overly stoic character who barely feels emotions, and this is one of these things that is such an important part of her. And I do believe, I've been saying this, ever since I first mentioned it, but I do believe that Lilia's stoic demeanor is largely a trauma response. Essentially, that is how she coped with what Paul did to her, that is how she processed it, and that is how she was able to function despite it. Instead of healing, she just kind of adjusted herself to make it retroactively not that big a deal for her. Because even so, we remember that she thinks back on it, and her emotional reaction to it is like that of an awkward sexual encounter. Like, yeah, it wasn't great at the time, but like, with hindsight, it wasn't that bad. That's how she kind of views it. And again, the fact the anime doesn't really go into any of that. Again, her character is less about that and more that her emotions just needed something to break that wall down. It's not that she bottled her emotions at inopportune moments. It's that there's these little things that poke at her weak spots. And Paul was one of those because despite what he did to her, when it came to being the object of sexual desire, he was the one who was the least bad to her. Whereas, I don't think anybody ever actually touched her, but she could tell that Paul was like not cruel and evil deep down, that he had some redeeming qualities. The other people who leered at her did not. So that was why she kind of was able to have those bubbling feelings for Paul that overrided her logical side. And then later, the next time she releases her emotions is when Rudy basically saves her at the family meeting. And then that is like that act of what she perceives as excessive kindness, which honestly was less kind than she was perceiving it to be. That was another thing that kind of broke her walls down and realized that, somebody did something good to me and she felt like she didn't deserve it. Yeah, I guess she's such a better character in the books than in the anime. It's like, but I can understand how if you only watch the anime, you could come to this conclusion about how she is.
Roxy is outspoken to a fault, quick to judgment, yet slow to think through the potential consequences of her actions, like firing a water bullet through Zenith's tree.
Yeah, and again, this is something that he probably hasn't really experienced at this point while making this video, is that her whole thing is trying to emotionally grow up, escape her childishness, that kind of stuck with her because she ran away as a child and she never really learned to kind of properly develop out of that until she ended up working on herself. And then that's when she really grew up, is when she stopped trying to grow up. Again, big part of her story. Understandable that he wouldn't necessarily know that at this point.
She's also, as Rudius discovers late one night, a bit of a voyeuristic creep herself, which perhaps explains why she's so patient with him. She's also a very good teacher, adept at giving gentle pushes, though she pushes herself hard to learn new things.
Again, there's more context to that with more when you know a little bit more, because honestly, I do think she's fundamentally a good teacher. At her core, she does seem to love teaching, but she's also not a perfect teacher at this point, because it's just that Rudy happens to be a very good student at this point. And when she ends up going to Pax, while Pax is definitely in total gremlin mode at that point and not a great student, Roxy was also just not the teacher he needed. She held him to unrealistically high standards and just didn't give him the right types of pushes and care and it's unclear as to whether she could have helped him if she did things right, but she also didn't do things right. So she still has a ways to learn from this point. While she is a fundamentally good teacher, she still needs to really grow into that role.
Especially after witnessing Rudy's magical prowess. I really like how they help encourage each other to learn the demon god language by becoming pen pals. It's a slick writing touch that helps to develop both their abilities and their romance. If we're talking about Rudy's study buddies, though, then Eris and Ghislaine are easily my favorite characters in the whole show. The Beast Woman bodyguard was once the very embodiment of, "This sign can't stop me, I can't read." But having struggled and been bamboozled due to her illiteracy and lack of math skills, she now values learning more than most. She's still a fighter, first and foremost.
I will say, just like many other things I've been talking about in this video, I do think there's more nuance to it than that. I think a lot of what Ghislaine is going through is that she still holds on to some of what people thought of her as a kid, because I don't know if Mother's Basement is aware of this point yet, because I don't know where the anime was at this point in the story, at this point in 4 years ago. But Ghislaine was basically a feral animal as a kid. She was violent, she lashed out, uncontrollable, until Galfarion ended up taking her in and training her the sword, and he's somebody who absolutely could control her because he's the fucking sword god. So he teaches her sword god style, and she ends up kind of really developing into herself and realizing that she enjoys this and that she's good at it and that she works hard at it and becomes a sword king, which is like fucking insane by this world's standards. Like, anime only at this point in the story wouldn't have known how fucking insane that is, but it's big. So she kind of ended up developing her purpose and finding herself, but she still holds on to some of that issues that were kind of manifested as a child, that people viewed her as not just, crazy and uncontrollable, but also stupid. They think, this is this animal that we're dealing with, not like a real person. And that's what they projected onto her. And even though she kind of overcame the one aspect of the control and discipline and all that, which honestly, even then, that sometimes gets let out because she, goes into a berserker rage at times. That's why she's the berserker sword king, Ghislaine. But then once she becomes, more grounded, she still kind of has this idea that she's stupid. And it's one of those things that kind of continues to kind of drag at her. And then she's tutoring Rudy because as part of his payment for tutoring Eris. And he also is willing to teach her how to read and write and do some magic herself. And I think this is one thing she kind of takes to it because she understands, I think, just from getting a good read on Rudy, she kind of understands that he's not going to cause any problems for her based on her lack of education or knowledge. And we actually do see in the show that, and in the books, of course, but when he's teaching Ghislaine, he never judges her for what she doesn't know. He doesn't treat her badly. He earnestly tries to teach her. And I think that's something she kind of understood would happen. And so she took the opportunity to do some learning herself. So it's not just that she developed this appreciation of learning. I think it's also that she kind of that was kind of one of the moments she kind of had to overcome her perception of herself as an idiot. Because again, I do think she's actually a lot smarter than she lets on. And the fact that she was able to learn to read and write and do math and to cast some basic fire magic under Rudy's tutelage, and the latter of which, the fucking magic, is something that actually shocked her family when he told them that she could do magic. Yeah, that was kind of her beginning to overcome that part of her past, that trauma of hers. So yeah, again, I'm not saying he's wrong about anything he's saying. I just think there's so much more nuance to her character than he's expressing.
She now values learning more than most. She's still a fighter, first and foremost, though, more dedicated to the sword than literally almost anyone else on the planet, and capable of combat feats that are out and out terrifying, even in comparison to most of the magic we've seen.
World building is interesting. They mentioned that sword play tends to come out on top of magic, depending on in the average circumstances, just because magic usually takes an incantation, where magicians work well in a group as opposed to alone when a sword user could just overwhelm them. And also, I like how they points out the Ghislaine doing the Sword of Light as this incredible magic technique, this credible swordplay technique, when it's that's kind of just the barrier to entry for Saint level, which is still very, very good, but in the context of this world, with some of the characters even you meet in season 1, there's just so much more than that. That's by the standards of the characters we eventually meet, that's pretty low level stuff, even though it is very high level. So I find that kind of funny.
Immense strength translates to an easygoing attitude, and she gets along well with both Rudy and Eris, despite both being pretty temperamental. She's got some of the funniest lines and moments in the whole show, but also provides solid emotional support when needed. She's just a great character all around.
Yeah,
basically
I agree.
The Rock if he was a cat girl. Eris isn't nearly as
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that comparison. Not that important. I don't know. I'm also one of the people who likes, I don't know, I prefer like pro wrestler Rock to movie star Dwayne Johnson. And, you know, and let's be honest, that version of the pro wrestling Rock was not like Ghislaine. And honestly, I don't think the comparison really fits no matter how you look at it.
capable when we first meet her, though she sure acts like she's the greatest thing to ever grace this earth. A lot of that owes to her grandfather, who both spoils her rotten and sets a rotten example with his violent, indiscriminate temper. It takes a lot.
And actually that little moment
Rotten
they're showing in the
example
background,
with
I
his-
love how, you know, she comes in, she starts yelling, she talks, as I've mentioned in the past, Eris loves to talk with her entire body. Her entire body moves up and down when she talks, and you can see her doing that. And just pay attention to what Soros does. He responds in the exact same way. I love the little mannerisms these two share.
Violent, indiscriminate temper. It takes a lot for her to warm up to Rudius, and even more for her to let go of her stubborn pride and be taught magic and swordsmanship. But once she accepts it, she learns quickly and grows into what I can only describe as a consummate anime badass.
Yeah, and honestly, she goes through this process several different times throughout the course of the story. There's obviously this first time where she has to learn with Rudy, and he teaches her. Then later, she kind of gets humbled through a series of events. There wasn't a single thing that humbled her over the Demon Continent arc, but when Rudy gets his demon eye and he's able to kick her ass in swordplay, despite the fact that she's way better at it than him, that kind of like just shocks her, and that's one of the things that pushes her to eventually say, like, throw away her pride and say, I've got to do some serious training. I got to go to the Sword Sanctum. And then while she's there, she starts out by setting a pretty strong example at the start by using her kind of practical combat experience to overcome the people who were in the Sword Sanctum, who were relying essentially on book knowledge or experience they gained within the confines of a dojo, where they had rules and ways of setting things up to make things even that Eris didn't ever have to deal with. So I don't think that, the anime, I don't think has gotten there yet, but, you know, in the books they mention that, you know, they give one of the people at the Sword Sanctum a weighted sword when Eris just had the wooden one. So the implication was that they were going to try to kill her. And then, you know, they broke Eris's sword and think, okay, that's the end of it. Now I'm going to win. And then she just punches him in the face. So, oh yeah, that Nina? Okay. Yeah. So yeah, and that was the kind of thing. So she started, my point is that she started off strong in the Sword Sanctum. And then after a bit of learning, she ends up finding an opponent, one of the other fighters, that she can't beat. And that's why they have their kind of three-way dynamic where I can't remember which direction it went, but there was Eris, Nina, and then the one other girl. You know, there was the two sword fighters and the one water fighter, where each of them could beat one of them, but not the other. So they had that whole thing going on. Yeah, Isolde, thank you for reminding me. Names are not easy, but yeah, and that was another thing that kind of, you know, that knocked her down. She's like, okay, I had a strong start, but there's more I need to learn before I really come into myself. So that just goes to show this thing that Mother's Basement is describing here happens multiple times throughout the story with Eris specifically. So it's very consistent character writing.
Her sword fighting animations are so good, and I love how they work that into her learning to dance.
Yeah, it's great because they only get better, those fighting animations.
And Rudy also have truly great chemistry, pushing each other to learn and improve, especially in the art of the blade. They're almost like shonen rivals, which, as we all know, is the most romantic kind of relationship there is, and the way they develop feelings for each other over the years is surprisingly sweet and natural, despite her father's interference.
I agree with that.
Eris's mom is also phenomenal. They play her up like this typical evil queen, framing it like she despises Rudius for petty branch family bullshit or whatever.
Yep.
But then we find out that it's because she's been deeply personally wounded by the Grey Rat clan, who
Yeah, and I do agree with that. I actually really liked the fact that they were able to have this pretty complex story beat going on. This idea of how completely reframing her character just in over the course of a few shots and then like a 30-second scene. Honestly, one of the more impressive examples of like dense storytelling, able to do a lot with a little.
took her own sons away from her because of bullshit succession rules. So, of course she resents this stranger who gets to live with her when her own boys can't. Like, how unfair is that? But then, he cries when the family throws him a birthday party. Instantly, she realizes how lonely he must feel so far from home, just like her sons must feel. And she vows to love him like a son. No, marry him off to her daughter. Then she gets carted out of the building by the guards, and it is a top 10 anime gag. But a gag with...
It's made even funnier by the fact that Soros gets dragged off in the exact same way a few seconds later.
Real, meaningful heart and soul behind it, containing an entire character arc. That is actually genius writing. And it points to what is, I think, the most powerful thing about Mushoku Tensei. At its heart, this is a story about family. Finding family, protecting family, failing your family, and forgiving your family.
That's a good way of putting it.
Even when you probably shouldn't. Family that's not perfect, that hurts you sometimes, but still provides essential comfort and warmth in a cold, harsh world.
Yeah, and even later in the story, I agree that this is a very strong core idea with Mushoku Tensei. A lot of what happens, about at the point where we are at watching the anime, where he's starting to build his family with Sylphie, and, the family just slowly continues to grow, both directly through additional wives and children, but also, Lilia joins in, and, the whole dynamic grows. And so much of what happens later in the story, aside from the main plot, it's essentially like, the subtext and all this other stuff, is the different members of the family finding their own role within the family to truly become part of the family and have their own value to the family. With like things like Sylphie learning that she can serve the family best by making sure everyone is cared for while Rudy is away, rather than trying to be on the front lines with him. Where Roxy has her moment with the hat, where I know some people complain about that, but I really liked it, where she finally felt accepted by the family when she realizes they got her a new hat as a gift, because it shows that they were looking out for her, caring for her, paying attention to her, and that's when she felt accepted. Again, there's so many instances where you can explain that, like, oh yeah, this is about the family. Even stuff with Paul going down to Rudy with the fatherhood. Paul had his mind changed in the moment by the prospect of fatherhood, and a lot of what he does is about him wanting to do what's best for his children. That's like his primary motivation for a lot of the story. And then that is something that Rudy needs to understand and accept, and realizes that, oh, this guy really was a father to me, and he has to come to terms with that. And again, I do think they kind of didn't do that a whole lot with his own children, but I've heard redundancy kind of fixes that. I haven't read it yet, but again, family just kind of informs everything that is happening on a character level, for at least, I would say definitely from the point where Rudy plants his roots in Renoa. Certainly, that's where it really kicks off, but there's still family elements beyond that beforehand.
Family, as it too often is, not how we wish it could be. This is a show that looks straight at the ugly side of humanity and finds complicated beauty in and around it. It's also got an incredible butt joke that I can't stop thinking about, centered around a butt
that was funny.
Also incredible, and that I also can't stop thinking about in a totally non-horny way. You open Ghislaine's pants expecting fan service, but what you find is goals. I've spent most of this video delving into this show's...
I will agree, that was... Of that part of the series, that was one of the funniest gags.
Serious, emotional side, but it is a comedy as much as a drama, and equally vulgar in both respects. And I think I'm in agreement with So I'm a Spider, So What's mangaka Asahiro Kakashi in their recent Twitter praise of how it affirms vulgarity. Link to that in the doobly-doo, it's a good read. In the real world, right now, kids hear their parents wrestling down the hall all the time. In the place and time this fantasy setting is based on, you absolutely could have just walked in on a big, important lord-type guy abusing a maid. Real children...
Again, I do think that they respected Soros a lot more. I think Soros was a better guy than Mother's Basement is playing him up to be. But I also agree that you don't really see that until much, much later in the story, when you realize just how much Ghislaine felt about him, how much he getting vengeance for his death was such a motivator for her in a much later part of the story. And also just the other things you hear from the other servants. It seems like the staff was treated well by Soros. So I don't think he was as bad a guy just abusing people like Mother's Basement is saying. But it's an understandable conclusion to make.
We're offered up as political bargaining chips to disgusting men as old as Rudius actually is. We all know this. Game of Thrones was very popular. And Mushoku Tensei is similar in how it portrays sex as both an intrinsic part of its world and of its narrative, as a game played by the powerful, often with dubiously consenting pieces, for pleasure and profit. Of course, that exact argument is often used to make excuses for things that obviously are not gunning for any kind of realism and just want to indulge in vaguely historical debauchery. And
I don't quite agree with this, because Rito of Healer is one I have watched. I mean, pretty sure there's only the one season of Rito of Healer now, but and I've been meaning to read the books for a while. I started with the web novels, didn't really care for how they were translated, so I'm working on trying to just find the light novels and convert them into an ebook format, but because they do look like they're better translated. But I think Rito of Healer is actually a little bit more interesting than Mother's Basement is making it out to be, because yeah, while it just isn't, like, I'll agree it's not telling this kind of deep philosophical story, it is kind of playing around with some of the ideas, because we can't forget that Kaoru is also himself deeply traumatized. Like, he spent years in a drugged up haze, being abused in the worst ways by the worst people, and he turns his kind of kind persona into a total psychopath, who even then has trouble kind of coming to grips with his emotions, because as he goes on, he gets these girls under his wing, the former princess who wipes her mind and turns her into a new person, and the beast girl that he ends up helping. And he treats them again as basically tools for him to use, and then after time he starts to actually start caring about them, but he can't accept that he cares about them, and it's kind of throwing his mind into all sorts of crazy thought processes. He just doesn't know how he feels or thinks about anything. And I'm curious to see what that develops into, because I think there's stuff there. I don't think it's just dumb, debaucherous fun like Mother's Basement is saying, although that's obviously an element. There is a lot of hilarious, crazy, insane, raunchy stuff in that show. So yeah, I mean, it is a little bit indulgent, but again, I don't think it's as one note as he's trying to make it. Okay, and I will say that show also had some scenes that some of them made me uncomfortable. I'm like, whew. Like, it's one of those ones that it uses, I think, extreme stuff to tell certain stories. And I mean, there were certain scenes where a villain getting their comeuppance, but it's so horrible and brutal that you can't feel good about it. And I think that's intentional. Like, I think they're actually trying to do something there. So again, I think that is some Redo of Healer slander.
I won't tell you it's
it's a YouTube video, so that would be libel.
Easy to tell the difference at first or even 10th glance. There's a line between this is the way it is because that's just how the world is, and the world is how it is because the author wanted to get away with stuff. It's hard to pin down exactly where that line lies. If it's
I mean, I will say I'm also just basing my opinion on the first season, which is the only amount that exists at the moment. I haven't read the books yet, but they're on my to-do list. Like, I can see some interesting things they're setting up. It all depends on whether or not they actually kind of get executed on, because I think there's just definitely interesting things there to think about. In particular, the fact that he is starting to understand some kind of emotional connections, even at the very baseline level. And he also does have some very interesting moral questions. I think they kind of change up what you would expect of a character, what they think is right and wrong, because he kind of throws morality away, but not entirely, and it kind of goes back and forth. Again, I don't think it's there yet, but I think seeds were planted, and it all depends on whether or not the writer actually cared enough to make them grow.
Determined by how much historical research and imaginative detail went into the world building, or how much of the plot isn't obvious indulgence, how it presents the parts that clearly are. Maybe the skin to fabric ratio of the costume designs factors into it. Regardless, when I watch it, I feel very strongly that Mushoku Tensei is on one side of that line and most isekai that do similar things are on the other. It definitely toes the line, and I have no doubt that some of the author's personal preferences influenced the story's direction and specific details. In the same way that it's fairly obvious Made in Abyss's mangaka has practiced drawing certain stuff a whole lot for a reason. But neither lets that reason overtake the authenticity of their world or the fundamental truth at the heart of their story. I know I'm usually a very specific sort of video essayist, and this is getting a wee bit vague and feely, but we're talking about the border between art and content here. That's the vaguest, feeliest territory there is. Art is something you just know when you see, and when I look at Mushoku Tensei, I feel a lot of things.
I don't know if it's just a thing that you know when you see. I think a lot of times, I mean, granted, I will explain my own perspective on things as somebody who does do reviews and analysis myself. My approach is generally a kind of a mix of objective and subjective, where essentially it's, okay, what am I feeling? And then examination of why am I feeling this? What is contributing to this idea? And I think Mushoku Tensei is actually one of the best sources to actually really do that with, because very strong writing things going on, and once you actually kind of stop, think, and dig a little bit deeper, you see just layers upon layers of little writing techniques, little hints of stuff that's to come, little ways that stuff connects. Like, it's one of those things, again, reading it a second time and really paying attention to it will fundamentally change how you view this intellectual property. It's actually insane. So I don't agree it's just a pure feeling thing. I think that you can actually even come to a deeper appreciation of stuff when you actually kind of look at the actual elements of what it does.
Not all of them pleasant, some of them deeply uncomfortable. And I know it's got something a lot of other anime don't. Something that goes beyond technical achievements in animation or significance in genre definition. I definitely cannot recommend that everybody watch it, but I definitely found my own viewing experience to be profoundly worthwhile. Looking at the response online, I think most people who've given it a chance will agree with that, but I know either way you'll let me know in the comments. If you'd like to see a work of art that I can universally recommend, check out my recent video on why we love Horimiya.
Okay, I don't know Horimiya, so I can't say. So, yeah, overall, I think that, I mean, I did have some gripes with the video, obviously. There were definitely elements where I think there was some more nuance that was needed. There were definitely some ideas that I think were a little bit, not quite agree with, but I think overall this was a pretty good video. It actually does kind of pretty succinctly articulate a lot of what I think is great about the early parts of the show. And definitely a pretty good sales pitch for the show itself. I mean, I'm definitely a big advocate for Mushoku Tensei. I'd say, I think it's a great show and an even better book series. And I think it definitely does a lot. The only thing is I say, and I will say this is a more wordy version of what I say, is that, again, this is just from my experience of dealing with a lot of edgy and taboo media, is a lot of times the stuff that makes you feel bad is there for a reason. It's supposed to make you feel bad. Understand that and understand why it makes you feel bad, and realize that, not everything just has to be fluffy and happy in a story for it to be an enjoyable experience. And honestly, sometimes the stories that make me feel the worst are not always that good. Oh shit, Alan, thank you for the membership. That's pretty cool. Thank you for the I hope to have stuff out for you soon. Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate that. But yeah, so yeah, overall, again, I would say just give it a shot if you haven't yet. It's pretty good. All right, well, I think that's going to be, on that note, I think I've said all I need to say about this video. Well, and yeah, it was pretty good. I'm not a fan of Mother's Basement, but I think this was a good one. So yeah, with that, I think that's going to be where I cap it off today. I do appreciate everyone who showed up. I had a good time doing this. And honestly, I think just doing stuff without the initial preparation actually kind of worked today. It worked a lot better than I thought it would, honestly. And again, I'm going to say that I did it just to try to challenge myself as a streamer, and not because I've been playing way too much Hades 2. I mean, the reality is it's a mix of both, but yeah. So that's going to be, I think I'm going to continue that for now, unless something changes. I'm actually curious to see how well that'll hold up when I move on to other stuff, because, you know, we only got a couple more weeks of Mushoku Tensei before we're caught up. So we're going to see how that all goes up. And yeah, so yeah, we'll see what goes next. I'm not actually sure what's going to happen after we're caught up with Mushoku Tensei, because the next one I was considering watching was Frieren, but that's also on the list for the daily streams, and I don't kind of want to watch it before watching it on the daily stream, so it's going to be an interesting thing to do. We'll figure it out when we get there. Honestly, one of the options I'm considering is like legitimately just going through the books, because that I think would be a lot of fun. But you know, we'll figure it out when it comes time for it. So yeah, that's where I'm going to leave it for today. Thank you for everyone who showed up. Thank you for all the chatters, for all the lurkers. You are always very much appreciated. And definitely thank you, Alan, for the membership. You didn't have to do that, but I am glad you did. Thank you very much. I hopefully will have some stuff for you eventually. I mean, the daily streams are taking up a lot of my time, but I would like to get some more videos out soon-ish to, you know, because one of the perks of membership is early access. So hopefully you'll be able to take advantage of that. But yeah. I'm glad you guys all enjoyed. I appreciate that. And yeah, Amir, that's definitely an option right now. We'll think about it when we get there. But that's a conversation for a couple weeks. Yep. Thanks everyone again. I will see you. If you were just here for Mushoku Tensei, I will see you next week, 9 a.m. Eastern on Sunday. If you are here for the daily streams, tomorrow will be 7 p.m. Monday. Monday 7 p.m. Eastern, and we will be watching Candy Candy. So yeah, we'll see you guys later. Bye.